Okay. I should be live now, right? Everything should be working. Everything. Alright, cool. Let me get the background music playing. Alright, we're gonna start with the Snowbreak stuff first. And then we can go back to the other category and for the drops after while I do the stuff there. Hi Derico. Welcome, welcome. So let's quickly do that. Alright, let's get that stuff done first. Because I still need to finish my quota for this thing still. Alright, let's get loaded on in. Alright. Hi Zedmeister. I was gonna stream the past 2 days, but like, I wasn't feeling well after a thing. Oh yeah, I remember how I said like I sent my my Steam Deck in for warranty? That came back in the mail today. Yeah, very good early morning. Sure, we'll go with that. But yeah, I got my replacement Steam Deck in the mail. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. Where is the thing? Did I bork my audio a bit? That is a bit loud. Okay. Okay, now that's too quiet. There we go. Hi Bahamut. Welcome, welcome. I did re-upload the other day my polls for when we pulled Hipper. But I can't believe they're actually gonna reset Bygone and stuff. That's gonna be weird because Sequential has the drugs. So like I wonder how the hell they're gonna handle Sequential. Because of the drug items in there. It's gonna be like kinda weird. Right, because the drug items that you get from it. How the hell are they gonna handle that? Alright, let's see. Yeah, you didn't notice? You didn't see the notice? They're gonna reset it next patch. They're resetting Bygone and Sequential. Because some people were complaining about the rankings being borked. Because of the Fiona bug abuse that was done on the first day Fiona Synesthesia dropped. And now the bug's been patched. But yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Alright, I'm just gonna do one round of this. More powerful than intended by a factor of 10 is kind of a big deal. Yeah, there are a few people bug abusing it for leaderboard rankings. It is what it is, man. Well, there was another bug too. There were 2 bugs. The other bug was Synesthesia 1 would activate some of the other Synesthesia effects. Except for Synesthesia 2 and 5. It would activate all the other Synesthesia effects too. For some reason. Having Synesthesia 1. But once you upgrade the Synesthesia past it, it would fix it. They did patch that out too the other day. But that was also broken. But yeah, funny stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. They fucked up. And a couple people complained, so... yeah. But yeah. The drug things, though, I do wonder how that's gonna get handled. You wanted lenses, so your 71 at 80 was gonna go. Then you pulled an... I see. Well, hey, you got something early, man. I mean, no lenses, I see. I thought you... what, aren't you Volt, though? I thought you Volt, though. Alright, we'll just go kill all the things here. I still haven't finished my quota for the Snowbreak stuff this match. I need to stream it like 3 more times after this. I have to like tally up my time as well to make sure I get everything. But yeah, I'll have to like figure that out after. Alright, let's go kill all the things here. Mm-hmm. But now we destroy all the things here. Time to kill the boss here. Almost edge. There we go. Right, that's out of the way. Though I already completed all the missions for the things in here. Alright, that one's done. Mm-hmm. Alright, one sec. Alright, over here. I think I just stockpile all the hero games and we do those next week. Okay, let's do Labyrinth. Alright, we have these still to do. All of these are available now. So now we can get these done. Chaos Blessing. Electrical. Okay. What do I want to use here? Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, I want those effects. Let's see, what else do we want here? Oh wait, wrong Marion. Hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Nah, I don't think we put those ones in. Let's see the regular buffs here. Yeah, we'll take the skill one. Nope. No, we're not using shots. Maybe we'll put that. Which one's Spark? Yeah, we'll put that in. Alright, welcome Raiders there. 1 million viewers. Welcome.
No.
Welcome, welcome.
No.
Nope, not that one. Oh, we don't need that one. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take the skill thing there.
I like Sakura. She was misunderstood. Heather.
No, we don't need chain one there because we're not shooting. What's the other ability I want here? Yeah, the shield capture good. Let's see, what else do we want here? Yeah, electrify damage, we'll take that. Inflict stun. No, we don't want that one. Sure, I'll take that thing. Skill hits, inflict pierced. And that's electrified. No, we don't want those. What other buffs do I want here? Might as well take the extra shield, I guess. Take the extra skill damage there. We don't need the ballistic damage. What else is good? Nope, don't want those. Nope, not that one. What else is good for buffing my damage? What else is here? I guess I can take an HP draining thing and change the party a bit. Let's see, we're at 210. I can grab that one as well. Alright, we have 20 more points that we can put in. Let's see. Alright, I can put that one in there. Then I guess I'll take the true damage one. Alright, I think we run this. Just get the buffs and then go to the next thing.
人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。汚れを葬ってやる。これで布石が揃う。私の戦いぶり気に入ったか。させるか。なんだ、あっけない。まだ続くぞ。こんなの肩慣らしの怒りはもう一つ。ここからはお任せください。させるか。なんだ、あっけない。
Alright, we just kill all the things here.
ここからはお任せください。させるか。まだ続くぞ。こんなもの肩慣らしの。ここからはお任せください。させるか。なんだ、あっけない。
Get these things destroyed.
怒りはもうここからはお任せください。手加減しますから。ああ、闇を恐れ。こんなものか。肩慣らしになんだ、あっけな。ここからはお任せください。これから
And we all over here.
燃やすんだ。させるか。闇を恐れる。これで布石がここからはお任せください。させるか。こんなものか。
Then kill the next wave.
怒りはここからはお任せください。させる。まだ続くぞ。
Rimworld was that? The hell is Rimworld?
ここからはお任せください。させるか。なんだこれで布石が揃う。ここからはさせるか。
Let's go destroy these ones now.
ここからはお任せ。させるか。これで布石が揃う。
Dwarf Fortress, but in space, I see.
肩慣らしにここからはお任せください。させるか。ここからはお任せください。させるか。まだ続くぞ。
Then we destroy these ones.
なんだ、あっけない。分析員とだから、これくらいだ。ここからはお任せください。させるか。まだ続く。こんなもの、肩慣らしになる。ここからはお任せください。Wait, 1 second. させるか。闇を恐れる。なんだ、あっけない。全力怒りは
Then we do
こ
that.
こからはお任せください。させるか。
Then go back to this one.
こんなもの肩慣らしにここからはお任せください。させるか。
And we swap back there.
なんだ、あっけない。闇を恐れる。ここからはお任せください。させるか。分析員とだからこれくらいだ。これで布石が揃う。ここからはお任せください。させるか。闇を恐れる。こんなもの
Then we swap back here again.
ここからはお任せください。この戦いまだ続くぞ。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎ。ここからはお任せください。させるか。なんだ、あっけない。
Then we swap back again. Oh, this is like a long
こ
thing.
こからはお任せ。させるか。これで布石が
Okay.
揃う。
I just realized, like, because we've been in here for a while, just kill as many as you can for a high score stage.
ここからはお任せください。させるか。まだ続く。こんなもの肩慣らしに
Right,
これ
then we
で
just
布石が揃う。分析員
it takes a planet,
これくらい
place on a planet is more sci-fi. Okay. Fair enough.
ここからはお任せください。
Wait.
させるか。怒りはもう一つの檻に過ぎる。全力闇を恐れる。ここからはお任せください。させるか。
Alright, let's just finish this thing.
肩慣らしに。ここからはお任せください。させるか。これで布石が揃う。まだ続くぞ。ここからはお任せください。させるか。こんなものか。肩慣らしに。ここからはお任せください。させるか。
Let me go there again.
ここからはお任せください。
Well done, boss.
させるか。闇を恐れる。こんなもの肩慣らしに。これで布石が揃う。ここからはお任せください。させるか。
Oh, at least I have a decent combo here. And they're still dying.
なんだあっけない。闇を
We'll have to see how the other stages go as well.
ここからはお任せください。させるか。闇を恐れる。
Alright, cool. We cleared that one. 8,087. Nice. That's that one cleared. We gotta do it for every element, I guess. For this one, I want to use Chenxing. What do I even want to put there? I need something for just a stat stick. Not you. How about you? Oh, wait. I mean, she gives the buff just by existing. We'll get rid of you and we'll put Night Glow in here. Alright, let's see. Night Glow buffs. Alt skill can just stay there now. Any type of spark tether. Hi Shonen Manga protagonist, welcome. Yeah, I'll put that up there. Actually, no, we don't need that one there. Alright, Chenxing. We don't need Stormwake arrows. Let's see what else we can grab here. We need stuff for cooldown reduction. And oh, we'll get a spark after. Yep, I'll take the 5% HP loss every second. Which one was that cooldown reduction one? Where is it? There we go, skill haste. Oh, what else do we want here? Okay, I'll put that one there. Alright, let's see. Skill deals damage, I'll take that. I'll get the extra skill haste there. We're not gonna use that one. We definitely want a spark. That's something we definitely want active. Bone erosion. Bonfire, we'll put that in. Definitely want shield capture and the thing there. Let's see. Skill hits to pierce, we want that. Electrified as well. We'll take the cooldown reduction there. I'll take that one. Okay, that one for killing a target. Oh, we actually just ran out of space. Because, like, we can take advantage of so many things. That it's like, oh crap, I ran out of buff slots. Alright, let's give this a go. Do, 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 do.
ちょっと本気出すか。本当のマジックを見せてあげる。戦車版
Objective complete, all according to plan. Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of.
Yep, everything's just getting annihilated. I'm gonna end up with a really crazy score here, am I? Alright, we spend like 10 minutes in here doing the thing.
It's nothing. Not a problem.
Yeah, we're gonna end up with some really stupid score at the end.
Doesn't happen a lot. No need to worry. Not enough to change anything.
ヤッシャ逆中。
Objective complete, all according to plan. Situation is under control. Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of.
I just need to make sure and refresh. Yeah, it was all whenever it's available.
Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry.
Cause I just watch. Cause I have like a big shield but like no HP. And then everything gets destroyed.
Complete, all according to plan. Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry, I'm present.
Okay then. When are you gonna beat it without mining and crafting? You gotta beat Minecraft without mining and crafting. You gotta ban both mining and crafting. And beat Minecraft that way. Theoretically, it's doable if you get a full Eye of Ender portal starting
Not
seed.
enough to change anything.
Theoretically, it should be doable. You're gonna need a lot of creepers to help you though. Because you're gonna need to grab a bunch of villager beds to use as a weapon. And I think creepers are gonna be your only real way of like getting those. So you can make exploding beds. As well as creepers gonna be your way to navigate
Complete, all according
to the end
plan.
portal.
Not enough to change anything. Don't worry. Nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah, this is dumb.
Not
This
enough to
score
change
is just dumb.
Nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry. I'm
I can't see shit with all the effects going off. Like, this is dumb. Look at it go.
Objective complete, all according to plan.
Right, you get all the
Nothing to be afraid of.
seizure warning, I guess. Is it order a seizure warning?
Not enough to change anything.
Because of all the effects going on.
Don't worry, I'm present. Nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry, I'm present. Not enough to change anything. Objective complete, all according to plan. Nothing to be afraid
But
of.
yeah, just the effects go crazy.
Not enough to change anything. Nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry, I'm present.
It's just like, what am I looking at? All the freaking lightning effects and everything just everywhere. What am I even looking at?
Not enough to change anything. Objective complete, all according to plan. Don't worry, I'm present. Nothing to be afraid of.
This is Tess plus Yao. Tess plus Yao VFX. Don't forget Yao was in here too. Which is why you get the extra lightning strikes everywhere. We combining both.
Nothing to be afraid of. Not enough to change anything. Don't worry, I'm present.
You gotta get the Spark Tether VFX with the chain lightning on everything. Yeah, push it now because they're gonna reset it next patch.
Objective complete.
Bygone and Sequential's being reset next patch. So push as far as you can.
Be afraid of. Situation is under control.
They're gonna reset it. What's the score? The answer is no. No, they don't reset it normally. It's because people kept complaining about the leaderboards being fucked. So they're resetting it. Because of the Fiona bug. That's why. Because of the Fiona bug, they're resetting it. How does that solve it? Everyone gets reset back down, and the leaderboard gets reset. That's how. I guess. Yeah, look at the Bygone leaderboard and come back to me. After you tell me what you see. Right, you go to the Bygone leaderboard and come back to me. After you see what you see there. Alright, let's see. What do I want in my last slot? I guess I just put Actual again. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'll put that there. Yeah, I'll take the dodge shot. What else? I want the haste thing as well. Yin Yang. And then that one. Yeah, I'll run those. What do I want for Etchel? Let's see, where's Etchel? No, I think we're good on the attack thing. Yeah, I'll put that one in there. A skillless shot. Sure. Grab that. I guess I'll put that one on. Get the haste one. Spark we can make use of. I can use that one. See, we're almost out of buff slots. I'm almost out of buff slots. Per bulletin magazine, yeah, I get a buff there. Which is the one that gives the reload? Shit, which one was that? Oh yeah, that one goes there. I guess I just save this preset to over there. I run this setup. Shadow Boss has the worst iframes, yeah. Well, it is what it is. I'm gonna get all of these done now, though.
から目を離さないでくれ。すべてをすべて。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。目標達成。指示を待つ。足手まといなんてごめんよ。目標の排除を確認。すべてをすべて。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。足手まといなんてごめんよ。目標の排除を確認。これからは全部を燃やすんだ。ああ、下がって。私が変わる。
We gotta finish all our Snowbreak stuff first. We'll do top
目
after.
標の排除を確認。足手まといなんてごめんよ。
Get rid of these ones.
また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。目標の排除を確認。足手まとい。弱点カンパ。目標達成。指示を出す。下がって。私が変わる。目標の排除を確認。足手まといなんてすべてをすべて。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
I'm running out of SP, man.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。目標の排除を確認。弱点カンパ。目標達成。指示を待つ。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
I forgot to like get the thing to give me some SP back.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
I got so used to like newer units like having ways to
目標の排
replenish
除を確認。
SP when they were low that I forgot what it was like to run out of SP because it's been so long
すべてをすべて。
since I used these units.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。
I haven't done the new stuff in Infinity Nikki yet, no.
目標の排除を確認。足手まといなんてごめんよ。 また出るだ。
I haven't.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。止められないなら私に任せて。目標の排除を確認。足手まといなんて目標達成。指示を待つ。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。足手まといなんて全てを全て。足手まといなんてごめんよ。止められないなら私に
I see. But yeah, I haven't done any of the new stuff yet. I'm always behind. I'll get those done eventually.
また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
Right, we'll get those done eventually.
足手まといなんてごめんよ。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。足手まといなんてごめんよ。全てを全て。目標の排除を確認。足手まといなんてごめんよ。
Yeah, like, I have a lot of time.
また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。
I pretty much just like rush it at the end anyways, like always.
全てを全て。足手まといなんてごめんよ。目標達成。指示を待つ。目標の排除を確認。下がって私が変わる。足手まといなんてごめんよ。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。弱点感。目標の排除を確認。
Let's keep going.
すべてをすべて。足手まといなんてごめんよ。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。足手まといなんてごめんよ。止められないなら私に任せて。目標達成。指示を待つ。 目標の排除を確認。
Still over 10,000 score, not bad.
すべてをすべて。
Over old units. Alright, like actually decent score for what it is. Yeah, not bad score. Actually kind of crazy for what that is. Okay, cool. Got the metal thing there too. Of course, it's nowhere near as good as my electric score. Alright. No, this is the one This is a different one. This is the anthill one, not this one. We're gonna do this one. We're gonna do this one a different day. Alright, we'll just do thermal frost now. Yeah, this one, Katya can go crazy here. I'll just put you there. Last slot, I think for the last slot I'll just put Etchel. Because like, I have to like exit out of the thing if I want to use the other one anyways. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this one. Well, Deluge of Destruction. Movement is boosted and all the other stuff. Yes, please. We're just using thing as the buff. She gives the buff regardless. So we're keeping her there as a buff bot. Do I even keep Etchel though? I wonder if Etchel just existing's buff is good enough to warrant keeping her there. Because like I'm trying to think, is it better to have Etchel in her or not? Or have something else? What was Etchel's buffs again? Yeah, I mean, she still gives the attack buff. Yeah, I guess we can just keep her in there. We don't actually activate her though. Let's see, what other buffs do I want here then? We're not gonna make use of Yin Yang because we're not gonna shoot. But we'll take that one. But yeah, we're gonna do ult build. Yep, we'll put that one in there. Alright, let's see. Dealing skill damage. Skills do not wait. Yeah, we put that in there. We want Spark. We need the thing that gives us a really big mag capacity one. Yeah, that's true. I guess I could put that in there. Yeah, it gives that per 1% increase in movement speed. Let's see, what else for skill? Yeah, we got skill trap, that one counts. Skill hits, sure. Get the shield capture as usual. Alright, let's see. Skill hits give pierced. We're not shooting, so we don't need the thing there. And then we got the electrified ones. Of course you want 2% thing. Farther away, increase damage dealt, why not? When defeating a target, I've got more damage. Let's see. Sure, when I take damage, increase damage dealt. I can take the movement speed increase, I guess. Magazine capacity increase as well. That gives me more damage. Ballistic damage gets converted. Alright, let's see what else do I want to fill with. Alright, that gives me more ballistic damage. Increased damage to electrified targets. I don't think I apply wind cut, do I? I don't think so. I don't apply smolder either. Ooh, that gives iron body. Wait. When I kill something, I get iron body and get movement speed. Yeah, there. Yeah, after defeating the target, and then I get movement speed, so I can move faster. Yeah, I think I want that. And then the last buff here. Let's see. Alright. After lunch, Turismo Sport is a lot better. Okay. What? I'm so confused. What the hell's new chatter here? What are they talking about? I am confused. What are they talking about there? You know, We're not continuously shooting, so we can't make use of that other one. Alright, let's try this out. I don't know, maybe.
たぎってきたの？それじゃ本当のマジックを見せてあげる。銃弾の雨で。重心が本当は待ちきれない。
So dumb. I'm moving pretty quickly too.
それが全力なの。
And I get a movement speed increase when something dies.
こんなかすり傷ぐらいで。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。それが全力なの。それが全力なの。重心がまだ
This score is nuts. Of how quickly I'm racking up damage and stuff in here.
キスして。
This is nuts.
戦いが終わったら。
Yeah,
そ
easy.
れが全力なの。
I can't see anything here, but all I know is I'm moving around pretty quickly and racking up damage as I move around. I'm just looking for health bars to hit at this point. Yeah, I guess it is fun. Because, like, I'm just so confused. What the hell it's putting out there.
本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよ。さっさと終わらせましょう。それが全力なの。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。それが全力なの。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
Yeah, this freaking score is going crazy. This shit is going crazy.
それが全力なの。キスして。戦いが終わった。
Alright, we go kill that one.
こんなかすり傷ぐらいで。
Then we get this thing cleared.
重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
Alright, we're almost done here.
それが全力なの。重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに。
Yeah, we're gonna beat the tension score in a bit.
それが全力
This is going crazy though.
心がまだ冷めてるっていうのにそれが全力なの
Alright.
本当は待ちきれないのはこっち
Do the next one.
さっさと終わらせましょう
Yeah, like
全力なの
3 minutes left. We're almost at the changing level of score.
心がまだ冷めてるっていうのにそれが全力なの重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに
Almost at it. Yeah, we just need like 1k more and then we'll beat the changing score.
キスして戦いが終わったら
There we go, we beat the changing score. We still have a minute 40 left. Roughly a minute 40.
まだ冷めてるっていうのにこんなかすり傷ぐらいで
God damn it, these freaking armor targets
それが全力
are annoying because they
こんなかすり傷
don't die fast enough. So I get kicked out.
ありったけよこんなかすり傷ぐらいで重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに本当は待ちきれないのはこっちなのよさっさと終わらせましょうそれが全力なの重心がまだ冷めてるっていうのに
But yeah, like it's so hard to see with all these effects on here. Yeah, over 20,000 score. Nice. What even are those medals for? What even are those medals? Oh, the other ones we still need to get those done. I'll have to do a better chaos run later. I see. Oh yeah, I still need those ones unlocked there. Okay. Alright, there's nothing else there. Okay, cool. Alright, what's in the base there? Yeah, they're gonna reset Bygone next patch. The Bygone is getting reset next patch. Because of the Fiona bug abuse.
何か用か
They left a notice on it. I'll pull it up in a bit. But yeah, I think we're done with the stuff here now. Alright, let's move on to the next thing then. Right, we're done with Snowbreak. But yes, Bygone is being reset. Bygone and sequential. Alright, let's get in.
The deep space is right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, ranking compensation issue. They even give compensation for it. You know, here's what I'm gonna do. You just entered Balance Realm, well, you can slowly make your way back up. Slowly make your way up then. But yeah, because of bug abuse, they're gonna reset it. I don't know exactly how they're gonna go about it though.
Taking breaks from time to time helps to keep things balanced.
All I know is they're gonna reset it. Oh yeah, I gotta get my all logged in. You know, we'll just get rid of the gibberish. I don't know what's going on with that gibberish stuff. But yeah, Bygone is getting reset.
You know, taking breaks from time to time helps to keep things balanced.
Alright, here, it's under news here. Ranking issue explanation. We appreciate your continued support. We have observed unexpected battle data caused by the Moonstar bracelet across various leaderboards, which have affected the competitive experience for some players. After thorough evaluation, we will perform a full reset and recalculation of Bygone Phantasm and Sequential Phantasm leaderboard data following 5.3 update. The remaining leaderboards will be addressed during subsequent version maintenance due to the risk of involved in handling them. As an apology, we will issue the following. After the hotfix, 200 dark crystals will be distributed across the server. After version 5.3 update, players who cleared Bygone Phantasm, Boundless Realm, either level 10 or above, or the limited time raid on challenge difficulty during version 5.2 will receive additional 500 dark crystals as compensation. Okay, but yeah. I don't know exactly how they're gonna reset it. If they mean like everyone goes back down and has to reclimb again, or like they just reset, but not reset the rewards, or do they give everything? I have no idea. Yeah, like the full reset though, it's still kind of weird because of sequential, how sequential works. I don't know, it's just kind of weird for the full reset thing because of sequential. Yeah, you are. More drug shots. I mean, like, that's the concern, right? Because of the extra drug shots locked behind there. How are they gonna handle it? I feel like the best way to do it and to handle it then is to like give everyone all the drug shots for all of it before and then let people reclaim again. But the people who got it before don't get to claim it again. All because of Fiona, yeah. All because of Fiona bug. I mean, I'm gonna get a bunch of extra drug uses because of that. On my main. Because of that Fiona bug. I feel like though, like, there's no need to reset the sequential though. Outside of altered sequential, like, I think what they could do is just only reset altered sequential, because it doesn't apply to the other ones. Because, like, the thing is, the Fiona doesn't work in Frost, Flame, Volt, or Fizz sequential, only altered. So, like, all they need to do is reset altered sequential. For the sequential ones, leave the rest the same. And then just give everyone the full amount of the drugs from altered sequential. Otherwise, it's gonna be kinda crazy if everyone can just re-get all the drugs again. Because, like, the sheer amount of them here. That's gonna be crazy. But yeah. Because, like, the amount of stats there. Like, how many stats are there again? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we got 13 times 4 of them. And then we have how much from altered sequential? That's 2, that's 4, 6, 8, 9.
You know, taking breaks from time.
That's 61 power shots. That's an extra 1.5k attack. 1525 attack per minute. That's an extra 1525 attack. if they reset all of them again, which is actually quite significant. That is actually pretty significant. Of course, the HP is there too. And like a whole lot of HP from all those. Right, like the amount is just kinda crazy. Which is why it's like, it's just surprising that they're actually gonna do it. Because like, it's one thing if it's just like, you know, only doing the altered one, which, I mean, it's still a lot, but like, that's only 9 of each shot instead of 61. Right? But because it's, you know, a full reset, 61 more drugs. Which is kind of crazy. The HP one as well. How much is the HP one? So another 73k base HP as well. Again, like, it is kind of very significant, the amount. Right, like, it's a very significant amount of extra stats. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Which again is why it's kinda insane that they're going to reset it.
Best defense is a good offense. Feel my power.
Because, like, it's one thing if it was just, you know, reset the ranking and have people reclaim back up, but, like, full reset if they can claim all the stuff again? That's insane. Just the amount of stats. Oh yeah, we have double drop join ops as well now.
Name of the sword.
So of course we're gonna spend my vitality solutions as well. Is today a good day to spend them though? I mean, Hyena's Arena doesn't take that long. Right? Gobble? What do you mean gobble drops? Yeah, join op up. Gobble drops? What do you mean gobble? You're gonna gobble up the drops? Uh-huh. Just gobble them up. Gobble up all the drops. Right, you gotta gobble them all up. Eat them all up. Eat it up. Alright, I need another patrol droid.
Scratch. Don't worry about me.
What the hell is this jump sound? Alright. Make sure you gobble up all the drops. Yeah, I am. I'm still farming them. Do-do-do-do-do. Alright, now to get my main account over there.
I'll fight to the very end. The best defense is a good offense.
It was you! My sweetheart! I will avenge you!
Oh, rip. Rip, rip, rip.
Through to the end. Nothing.
Just unstuck.
I'll fight to the very end.
It should take you here. No, if you unstuck, you should be able to get in here. Unstuck should take you inside here. Use unstuck. Wait, how the hell did you get that? Oh wait, no, wait to die. Die first. I can't revive you. Just die first. Once you die, you'll be alive. In the thing. There you go. See? It worked, didn't it? I told you it would work. Right? Once you died, you came back. Yeah, the cutscene's a bit of a pain. Alright then, hi Elias. Welcome, welcome. Once the cutscene starts, you can fly over. Yeah, you can fly on over now. But yeah, out of bounds flying. The best shortcut.
Best defense is good offense. Now fight to carry in the name of the sword.
Can't be wrong. It was you.
Alright. Time to kill Palace.
I will avenge you.
I'll fight to the very end.
Alright. You're not gonna fly to the end? It took you a while to get here. Alright, cool. Alright, then we go on to this one. Alright. Right now I just need to do another hyenas arena. Alright.
You know, taking breaks from
I have to like check how many times I can farm it for double drops. Cause then I can get even more stats. More stats, more good, more better. All the stats. Right, I need all the condoms. All the condoms. Alright, gotta get all of them.
nothing is unbreakable. Fight to the very end.
Time to kill Palace.
My sweetheart, I will avenge you.
You still killing the trash there? I see. You just went in the normal way. But hey, at least you get to instantly loot the chest. Right, at least you get to instantly loot the chest. Alright. Yeah, I have 19 of these. Alright, use 3 of them, that's 2 more runs. Alright, let's go in. Oh yeah, we gotta like farm the event at some point as well. I probably... Is it a lot of people doing the event now? Maybe it's worth doing the event now. There's a title, I know that there's a title there. Yeah, just been slacking. It is what it is. Honestly, it's probably better if we just... I'll do the event tomorrow. Probably better if I do it tomorrow. But it's potentially more active. Alright, let's sit on over here. Alright, time to kill Palace now. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, let's go again. Let it load. Right, now I go fly over here on my main.
My sweetheart, I will avenge you.
Right, then we loot this one. And then we can go again. Like, I have about enough for 10 more. I can do that about 10 more times. If I use all my stamp pots, I can go about 10 more times. Right, fair enough. I'll just do 2 more today. And then we'll do other stuff after. Yeah, fair enough. I've just been hoarding these. Yeah, lots of condoms. Gotta get all the condoms. They do look like condoms. I don't think it was intentional. But that's what you just called them. It is what it is. It's funny though. Alright, let's see. Where we at now? Doo-doo. Let's go again. But yeah, it is nice though being able to get all these condoms a bit more quickly because of double drops. Because I do want the extra stats. More attack, more better. More stats, more better. Alright, let's go over here. Oh yeah, I forgot to trigger the cutscene. Well, I'm gonna do it now.
Best defense is a good offense. Fight to carry in the name of the sword.
I can't be wrong. It was you. My sweetheart. I will avenge you.
Right, time to kill Palace.
Fight to the very end.
But yeah. It's nice though, getting the double things. But yeah, I guess I'll just use the rest slowly anyways. What else is there to do? Yeah, we did VA the other day. We did it when it reset. So like, we're good. We're good on VA. Alright. But yeah, I did it already. I already did Void Abyss. I technically still have to finish Origin of War. There's also the event raid. There's still this thing to do. I didn't do it.
Taking breaks from time to time helps to keep
But I guess whatever. I can imagine, especially now that the bug has been fixed. Hipper just sounds so weird like this. It just sounds weird. Alright. Let's see. What else do I want to get done? Oh wait, I know what I want to get done. I'm gonna go farm the eye boss a couple times. Because credits from the eye boss. Sure. Do, 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 do. The hell did this shield? Just like Pepega and how it spawned. The weird transparency thing is so stupid. Gotta destroy this one. Wait, that's another foot down. Gotta destroy the thing again. Alright, I'll let people come in for the eye chest. I'll probably only do like 7 of these. So I can hit like the core control or whatever cap. The basic control, core control. But yeah. Because I need to hit the cap for the week. Oh, you still have all your chips, I see. Alright, let's see. Channel 5. It's nice having the space mech upgrades with a laser. It's like this space laser thingy does a crazy amount of damage to this thing. Alright, time to destroy the core. Alright, let's let people come in for the chest. Alright. Because I still want my core controls and whatever. So I can then convert them into credits. Right, come on. Let me loot the thing. But yeah, Auto Explorer is now slowly getting me prestige for this thing done. I don't know how, but it is. But I still don't have all the data sets for Central District. Hopefully it'll get me those two so I can get the dark crystals there. Hopefully. Alright, let's get warped on over. God damn it. Gotta destroy this one. Gotta destroy this one. Damn, I got one person who's just offline. I'll remove the offline player. Right, got rid of that one. Now I just need to destroy the feet. Gotta destroy the core now. And then we'll let people loot the chest. Right. Though I guess not that many people actually care for the eye chest. Doesn't seem like that many people care. Oh, wait, no, we got someone. Fair enough. Great. Oh wow, it froze. Nice job. Game froze. GG Unreal Engine. That was the wrong one. Alright, let me just open it again. Right, on to the next one. Alright, on to the next one. I don't have lead anymore because it froze. Keep that in mind. Come on. Alright. That one's destroyed. Time for the eye chest. Gotta loot the eye chest. And then we just wait again for the next one. Yeah. Oh, that guy's gonna miss the chest. Right. Oh, this thing is so annoying because it keeps moving. Come on. You don't have any of the new mech upgrades? The laser thing from the Kylo mech upgrade is really good. The laser. It does the biggest chunk. Yeah, and did you get all the upgrades too? Oh cool, I hit the weekly limit for basic controls. I don't know if I hit it for core controls though. But I hit the limit for basic controls. So that's nice. Alright, yeah, no problem. Yeah, okay, my ult has the limit reached for the other thing too. I probably hit the limit. But yeah, like, at least that's a nice source of extra credits. Only reason why I bother in the first place. Because I need the credits. Oh, I have enough for 100 pull on Black Nucleus. Let's do them. Will I get anything? Damn, nothing. Just some purples. No gold. That's unfortunate. Right, that's unfortunate. Alright, I'm gonna go to my out of bounds spot. Yeah, game alive. Or rather, it's undead. Game is undead. Zombie game. It's zombie game. It's undead. Surely that's what's going on. Right? It's the zombie game. It's undead. Well, yeah. Well, one of my PCs is running all 24/7 for drop AFK stuff. Because I have my old PC is the one that's actually doing the streaming. My really old one. And then, like, I'm just relaying over to it. Alright, let's go do some reacts or whatever now. We can do it on this scene. Alright, let's see. Was they sent anything? What the hell is this? A Clippy? Why? Wait, what the hell did I miss? Wild Week? Detained over graphics cards? Something about Clippy? Okay. Well then. We got stuff there. What's this wild week?
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and it's safe to say it's been a pretty wild week. You know, I was looking at YouTube apparently rolling out an
Of
AI
course they're
to
not.
verify if we are actually under
They're
or
only
over
there
the
about
age
like
of
confirm
18.
it.
You know, when it comes to the internet, ladies and gentlemen, the past 7 days
I
have
see.
really shown me that there's a lot that's changing. There's going to be a lot more showing your identification to access every part of the internet. That free, anonymous space that many people crave and love, that is slowly but surely dying out. Now, of course, ladies and
Unfortunately.
gentlemen, I decided to look at YouTube here, where they were saying that starting August 13, 2025, so actually not that much time left, they'll be rolling out an age estimation model to determine if a
Oh, boy.
US user is under the age of 18. So this will happen regardless of the birth date you've entered. And I'm sure there's plenty of YouTube accounts that are 99 years old, because I'm sure plenty of the young ones definitely set their age to 1900 when they were making their account, as many people back in the day
yes.
did. So the model
Yeah,
uses
it's
a
the
variety of
parents'
signals like YouTube
responsibility.
activity and longevity of the account. If we determine you're under 18, you'll be notified. As always, you have the option to verify your age, and they ask you by giving a government ID, a selfie, or, God bless, a credit card. So they actually gave all the smorgasbord of verification options.
Oh boy.
So basically, if they determine a user is under 18, then the account becomes a teen account on YouTube, meaning that you get non-personalized ads. So for a lot of people that do make children's content, prepare to see your income dip pretty successfully down on this platform.
Yep.
Because you really do need the personalized ads to make good money. Enabled digital well-being tools by default, like taking a break, showing reminders about privacy when uploading a video, minimizing recommendations of videos that could be problematic if viewed in repetition.
Oh boy.
So again, YouTube responded even further here, and they said, hey, if I watch Pokemon, Minecraft, anime, Roblox, no, actually that's for everyone. They're gonna use an age estimation model that looks at a lot of deep things, where again, it's not just as simple as, hey, I
Okay.
felt nostalgic, now YouTube's treating me like a kid. And of course,
Oh
no one is
boy.
required to provide their ID to use YouTube. If our age estimation model determines you're under 18, you'll be notified. And if you believe it's incorrect, you have the option then to provide your ID, selfie, or a credit card. So yes, there is going to be age estimation coming, at least in the United States. And I can only imagine this will hit the entire world. Now, YouTube's pretty much engineered, I would say, in their mind, it seems a pretty foolproof way
The
of
parents'
isolating kids
responsibility, yep.
from adults. Now, I use the E word over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to...
I mean, they could also just not let them use it as well. They could just actually check, but they don't. It's
kind of
silly.
address things here really quickly. So obviously, I have been
Imagine.
calling myself a engineer. In some cases, a programmer, a cybersecurity engineer, whatever you can call it.
Okay.
And you know, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. Now, obviously,
Yep.
me being a dropout, I don't have a degree, so I'm not a certified or licensed engineer.
I mean, technically speaking, you can get the certification for that stuff. If we're talking just IT stuff, without going to college. You technically don't need a college education for that. College or university education, you don't. Again, like, the things that, the certification that gets looked at, you can just, you know, pay to take the exam and and do the exam. And like study the material or whatever, like it's a thing. Cause like the reality is, it's like you go study this stuff, and then you want to go back, and then you want to work in IT. It's like, well, now you're gonna have to independently go and take those exams for the certification for your shit to even be valid. But like, yeah. Yeah, it's just that, like, the thing is, it's like, yeah, but he never hid it. I mean, he never hid that he dropped out. The thing is, though, like, for what he's doing, right, like, the reality is, what you need is a certification. And the certification doesn't require you to go to college or university. You can just go and get the certification. And there's a lot of it, depending on what you're working with. The degree isn't worth shit. What they're gonna tell you is, okay, that's cool that you have it, but you're gonna need to go and get the certification too. Yeah, like, the reality is, they're just gonna ask you to go and get the certification. It's like, sure, you can use a degree to pad out your resume, but what they actually want is the certification. Because, unfortunately, the reality is, the certification will actually evaluate if you're capable of doing what needs to be done, while the degree, unfortunately, is not. Like, yeah, the thing is, too, right? Like, the thing is, for, like, just going into IT, if that's what you're doing, what you need is a certification. Yeah, writing getting the exam done for the certification, it's like, what? For the basic A+ one, that's like, what, $500 to do both parts? Because it's like, it's the certification's in 2 parts. Right, it's something like $500 to get both. Right, and then, like, of course, depending on the other stuff you're gonna take, there are other exams for other things as well. But, like, yeah, you just go in, you do the exam stuff, you get the certification. They still ask for it, though. A lot of places just ask for it as the minimum, but, like, the reality is it's too generalized. The problem with A+ is it's too generalized and too basic. For the thing there, the certification you end up needing is... Well, that's because you were working for a long time, right? I'm talking about now. I'm talking about today. I'm not talking about if you're already working in there for a long time. It's just that now there's just too many people. That's the problem. There's too many people, and, like, you need the thing to prove you have something if you have nothing. But, like, you've been working for a long-ass time. Right? You've been working before I was even alive. I'm pretty sure. Right, like, realistically speaking. So, like, you know, you didn't have to worry about that stuff. It's just that... Now, you do. It's just that... You need to get the certification stuff. Yeah, you started in the mid-90s. Yeah, way before I was born. Yeah, way before I was born. So, like... Yeah. Windows NT. I mean, we're still on the NT kernel, you know? Like, Windows 11 is still based off of the NT kernel. You really wish you went and tried to get into this? They didn't just start with the Java for programming, yeah. Well, it is what it is. Hey, you know what's fucked for programming? If you've ever worked with FPGA software and tried to program an FPGA, the version that we had to use for college, because we were using Intel's FPGA stuff, there was like a bug in the thing. When running simulations. So, like, you had to do some janky workaround to temporarily patch it every time you run a simulation. It was kind of annoying. Because Intel's FPGA software had a bug. And it had, like, a weird bug that I had to, like, you had to, like, manually add a couple extra things in there every single time to patch it. Because, like, yeah. But it was what it was. Because I needed to use their FPGA stuff because I was, like, programming FPGAs. And it happened to be an Intel FPGA, but yeah. Alright, let's get into this thing, though.
Now, I made a lot of videos in the past where I've taught
Hi,
you
Shiny
guys about
Moltres.
computer safety, cybersecurity,
Welcome,
a lot of
welcome.
this stuff, and I think that content stands up on its own. And I believe
Yeah, they are pretty cool for that. They are. I mean, they can do a lot of things. A lot more than that. I mean, like, in the past as well, like, a lot of older development boards and stuff for, like, especially for, like, game consoles, I actually used FPGAs. Yeah. They are really cool, it's just working on them. It's cool once, like, all your stuff is set. It's just actually setting them and configuring them and actually doing the thing for it. That's where it becomes hell. Depending on which one you're working with. That said, though, like, fun fact, though, like, a lot of, like, especially with the older consoles, a lot of them are the development, or like the early dev kit variants of them just have a bunch of FPGAs in them to simulate the whole thing. I don't know if you've seen someone look at like stuff like the DS what's it called, the DS I think the Nitro DS what's it called, dev kit or whatever, and there's like multiple FPGA boards in there. Like someone like tore down and stuff like that. You're a break fix guy, fair enough. Now the thing is though, programming FPGAs is not the same as programming the other stuff. It's completely different. Now the thing is, programming an FPGA, you're doing different things than programming like applications and other programming languages. They don't use the same stuff, not even close. Because part of it, the thing is with FPGAs, one of the things you're also doing is you're programming stuff like logic gates and stuff. And like actually like designing that stuff. It's not the same. Like it's not even like the same as like or close to like doing assembly either. It's a completely different thing. Because you're setting up logic and stuff for like an actual circuit design. It's not quite the same thing. It's not, like, I wouldn't really group it entirely with that. With, like, just the regular programming stuff, like, programming an FPGA, because it's a completely different thing. Like, the experience you would have, let's say, programming an FPGA, you're probably not going to be able to translate that over into another programming language. Like, you can at least know what you're looking for if you're coding for the FPGA you programmed, sure. But outside of that, not really. Like, it's a lot more specific. But yeah.
it actually can be used, you know, and people have learned from it, and I think that's great. Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wronged that I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer, then for that I do apologize.
Okay.
And I will denigrate myself to, you know, I guess programmer or a fat Indian guy that knows a bit about computers. That's what I'll leave it at.
Okay.
And that's pretty much all I have to say. Now again, if you want to stick around, awesome. If you still feel wronged and this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck. Simple as that. Now, again,
right.
That being said, if anything else comes out of this, you know, whether there be some legal stuff, then I'll just let lawyers handle it, and we'll call it at that. But that being said, I want to move forward, and that's pretty much the engineer response that I had to give. That being said, let's look.
Yeah, like, the reality is it depends on what you're working with and whatever, right? Yeah, like, especially for people who've been working a lot longer in there. A lot of you guys don't need it. Don't need those credential things. if you're been doing it for that long. But you're from a different time. And you're on your 4th data center, fair enough.
Look even further into what's going on the other side of the world. So in the United Kingdom, when they launched the Online Safety Act,
Okay.
one of the ministers, one of the people on TV came out and started saying this about VPNs.
And for everybody who's out there thinking of using VPNs, let me just say to you directly, verifying your age keeps a child safe, keeps children safe.
What does that have to do with the children, though? If you're not a child, what the fuck?
In our country. So let's just not try and find a way around. Just prove your age, make the internet safer for children, make it a better experience for everyone.
I mean, if you have to use a VPN to access anything, I wouldn't call that a better experience for everyone. Especially when you're just painting a bunch of targets on your backs for, like, malicious people to go and target and try to find their way in to steal all your data. You know? There have been data breaches on so many things in the past. But, like, they're going to get a lot worse with these. Let's be real.
Dog, if I have to give my identification card to every single website and game and
Exactly. The reality is they want to gather your data so they can sell it. That's the reality. And then malicious actors will try to go and get it so they can do other things with your data too. Like, no. No. Like, no. Like, all these other things will end up happening. Why are we giving it to them?
service that is not a fun experience. That is actually so fucking friction and annoying that I don't want to deal with the internet. Now, it's funny that I looked at this and, you know, I always kind of joked around and said, man, all these laws are probably getting passed by VPN lobbies. Like, they just want to get their stocks going up. But the thing about it is, obviously, the VPNs were never going to be an answer, okay? Because it even came out that apparently some of the people in the government, like, had expense sheets that came out because they're public servants, that apparently they were paying for VPN subscriptions. So really, it's rules for thee, not for me, that kind of bullshit. And the thing about it is, obviously, with these laws being passed where they want to verify, you know, actual people's identifications, VPNs are not going to be a tool that is going to be around much longer if these governments or these organizations are really gung-ho on taking away your privacy. Now, that doesn't mean that you should give up on VPNs. Like I've recommended, Mullvad VPN is a pretty great option. But even when it comes to things like YouTube, right? There was something that I saw floating around where apparently YouTube was blocking VPN usage. The internet is genuinely dead. I just got this for the first time. I live in the United Kingdom, so I don't want to submit ID. And of course, it all came up to this VPN proxy detected on YouTube. Now, I want to kind of, you know, disarm this because I think it's actually misinformation. So, for instance, on YouTube, there's a channel known as Formula One. And over here, you can see that I've loaded up a 8-minute race highlight. Now, why isn't this loading up necessarily? Well, it's because if I fire up a VPN really quickly, for instance, like NordVPN, connect, God forbid, the United Kingdom, and I hit enter, you can see that, again, if I refresh this page, this video will give that little error VPN proxy detected. You might have seen it for a half second, but that's just kind of how it works. So why is this video not working? Well, it's because they've actually restricted the Formula One channel, from my understanding, from reaching to generally every part of the world, right? There are actual licensing limitations.
Alright, let's see. If someone came to my house and tried to arrest you for a Facebook post, you promise you would throw them out of the 4th story window? Yeah? Fair enough.
You can actually see this happen with like movies, sporting events, just YouTube TV in general. Now, the thing about VPN services is that they're not necessarily services that, you know, are undetectable. If you go to Netflix with a, you know, VPN that, you know, doesn't do its effort to hide itself well, then all Netflix has to do, or really any service has to do, is find out where that VPN is hosted and just block those servers. So for instance, if I connect through NordVPN, for instance, you can see that in the United Kingdom, it's given me the ISP Cloudvider Limited. Now, if you look
Okay.
at Cloudvider Limited is a website that provides VPSs in 11 global locations. So the
Yep.
thing is, if you're somebody that wants to host your own VPN, and I made videos like this in the past with Muda VPN and Muda VPN 2, you can actually rent a VPS really anywhere in the world. So for instance, this is a
Yep.
company called Vulture, which also provides VPSs. Now I could buy one from Bangalore all the way to Los Angeles. So if I buy a VPS service from here, what I can do is basically get access to a really easy script. Actually, let me pull one up here. Now this is WireGuard install, which is a VPN installer. It's a bash script that you can run in these VPSs, and as long as you have access to these supported distributions, which I'm sure the VPS very much has, you can basically install this and connect to your VPS server and use it as a VPN. Now, is it going to be hiding your information or storing it anonymously? Probably not. And if you want to get a really good VPN, I can always recommend Mulvad VPN as an option. But that's just generally how this stuff works. The reason I went to that extent to tell you is that, again, when it comes to these companies like
this is
NordVPN,
bad.
they've probably got deals with a bunch of these companies to host servers all over the world. And if companies like Netflix or YouTube or, well, the government really want to deal with stopping these VPNs, they can have an entire crack team of people looking at the top VPN and just basically playing a game of whack-a-mole with these organizations. And I'm sure the VPN companies will obviously always fight back. But that's kind of the unfortunate grim future. Now, when it comes to the age verification stuff, there's plenty of ways to do it. The most common way right now, apparently, are either the selfies or just sending a photo of your government ID. Now, there's been a lot of people joking that maybe they can go to sites like Fake Name Generator, make an entire fake name, and then maybe edit that onto a digital ID, send that into an organization, and maybe, just maybe, use it to bypass. There's been a lot of people using Gmod and Death Stranding 2 to bypass the facial verification, so much like when I was a kid, there were always interesting ways to engineer your way out of blocks. Back when I was a kid, sites like Newgrounds and Miniclips were blocked on the school computers. But all it took us was to just go to a console or the command prompt. Back in the days of like Windows, what was it, 98 XP? We would just basically go in, type in ping newgrounds.com. And as long as you can get the idea of like this IP address, you could get past the school's word list and succeed. Now, one thing that I want to say is obviously for a lot of these organizations, like, you know, the Online Safety Act, the bills rather, there are equivalent bills that are slowly being pushed in the United States. For instance, one of the bills coming from Representative, well, this is just highlighted by her, children should never have access to adult content online. This is something everyone should agree on. I don't think kids should be watching pornography. It's not a shocking thing. But she wants to pass the Screen Act. So I looked up the Screen Act in the United States, and obviously the Screen Act is there to require certain interactive computer services to adopt and operate technology verification measures. So this is brought forward by Senator Mike Lee in Utah, a Republican here, who I thought they were always for like small government, but not really, I guess. Requirement for age verification measures. So for instance, use a technology verification measure, which again, the government isn't providing, so use a third-party one. Provide
one doesn't everyone follows.
Requiring a user to confirm that the user is not a minor shall not be sufficient to satisfy the requirements of Section A.
Mulvad is not sponsoring for ads and not part of the Five Eyes Alliance,
including known VPN addresses. So what I just talked about earlier, when, you know, governments can have crack teams to knock down which IPs actually belong to a VPN company and which ones are just like your standard, you know, VPS. These are all things that the government is trying to enable just to, you know, take away the little bit of privacy that you have left. Now, I think this is really stupid from a, you know, just freedom perspective, right? Now, if you're somebody that is so worried about the children having access to adult content on the internet, I'm going to show you a quick tip right here, okay? So inside your terminal or command shell or whatever, right? If I just type in IP adder, it'll be like IP config for like Windows people. But if you look up here, you can see that my local IP is 127.0.0.1, and then of course the Ethernet IP I have is 192.168.50.206, okay? Now, this is, again, my local IP address. This is just my computer's IP address in my home network. So here's a fun thing you can do. If you take this digit, if you take 192.168.50 and then 0.1, or whatever your gateway IP is, you get access to your actual, router settings. So inside my router settings, you can see that, it's pretty much a standard page, and most routers have these kind of setting screens. Now, I'm saying most routers because I'm trying to make sure that, in case somebody has like a...
I mean, some of them will have a phone app as well that you can connect to.
Router from like fucking back in the Paleolithic era, you might not have things like parental controls. But on this router, I actually do have parental controls.
Yep.
So you go over your parental controls, you pick which, device little Timmy's iPad or laptop is on. You select that, and you can block all kinds of stuff. So for adult content, I can get rid of all of the adult content. But let's say, I don't want little Timmy to look at that disgusting porn, but maybe the illegal and violent stuff is okay. Untick that. You can even block instant messaging, P2P and file transfer, and streaming and entertainment. If you want to block the entire internet and give them the whole boy in the bubble experience, slap that plus sign and hit a...
I mean, some of these also let you block them entirely depending on what times are allowed or not. You can set usage times as well.
Apply, and you should be pretty good and gravy. If you have a cell phone, for instance, like an Android phone or an iPhone, these have OS level parental controls.
Yep.
So any of these politicians going out about like, think of the fucking children. Yeah, if you're...
It's like these devices already have parental controls. Before you give the phone to the kid that you have, set up parental controls first. And the problem is gone. The problem is solved. Yep.
If you really care about the children, you can just do the blocks yourself, okay? You don't need to destroy the internet access for the entire fucking world. That's just stupid. Now, what's interesting too is I saw another internet commentator called Asmongold. You might have heard of him. He had one take that, I really do want to talk about because I don't agree with this take, but I can see exactly what Asmongold is trying to kind of, come to, right? Like some sort of a compromise. We can't all be anonymous on the internet, but there's got to be some way for us to keep our privacy. So Asmongold says, internet real ID is inevitable, especially for social media. And that I don't even disagree with. I think ever since we've had unfederated access since the dawn of the internet, a lot of these big companies, a lot of governments just don't like humans talking to each other and discussing whatever it is that they want to. Now, I think that the whole internet laws that are being passed is not just for censorship. Like, obviously, we can all joke about, stupid stuff getting removed, but it really seems like a lot of the stuff that's getting taken away is people's access to looking at things like protests, for instance, war crimes internationally that are happening, that are getting blocked out of feeds because of acts like this. We're looking at situations where the wording is so broad that apparently, and I don't know if this is entirely true, but according to individuals who were reading the Online Safety Act and Ofcom, that apparently just like violence between characters like SpongeBob may be enough to necessitate some level of block, okay? So it's weird that more stuff is getting blocked that shouldn't have been blocked under this act in general. Like things like if sites like Wikipedia are having an issue with the law, then the law has problems being written. And I think it's mostly about censorship. But this is where I think it's also about surveillance and control of the kind of information that you are supposed to see. So he says, denying this, it might feel good, but it is a lie, and you know it. What isn't inevitable is private companies having access to our public records. I mean, it isn't inevitable, but I think we all should completely fight back. The best solution is a government authentication token that only verifies info. So in his mind, and this kind of makes sense from a technical perspective, like imagine having a blockchain where I guess the government gives you a digital ID. You show the government your ID, they give you a digital token or an NFT or whatever you want to call it as, and say, okay, this token number is 200, and 200 is verified to be Mudahar's ID in the United States or whatever country. So anytime I go to a website, they'll ask me for that token, and that token just verifies that my information is valid by the government, which I think is cool. But what it also means is that that token now signals me as somebody that they can basically catalog exactly what website I myself go
that's
to.
the problem.
So one guy says, we're not going to comply, period.
Yep.
And Zach goes, you've already complied by providing your information to your internet service provider, which is true. If you want to get access to the internet, I got to pay a substantial amount of cash to whatever ISP is in Canada to get access to the internet. And through
Yep.
that, they know who I am because I pay for the internet. They got my name, they got my fucking ID, they've got my credit check, they got everything. If the government subpoenas your data, your ISP will give it to them. And that's true. In fact, that goes true for most tech companies. I think Ethan
Yep.
Klein right now is suing a bunch of content creators for violating his copyrights. And so he went to Reddit. He's actually like suing a bunch of like these snark Reddits. So in fact, he's went to Reddit with a court order that grants him access to people's information. And even if you think you can delete your information, you thought you were completely anonymous, you never really are. Maybe you gave an email that links you to something that can connect you to your actual ID. You never really are truly anonymous. That's the thing, okay? That's the grim reality of the world we're in. In a way, Asmongold is right. For 99% of users, anonymity is a mirage. But the thing is, these kind of tokens, these kind of verifications serve as surveillance because there
Yep.
are ways to have your privacy on the internet. Now, I've talked about this plenty of times, but to give you guys an idea, there are something known as browser fingerprints. So even if
Yep.
your IP address belongs to a bunch of people in your house, your browser fingerprints or your device fingerprints are actually very unique. So under Google Chrome, which is one of the most used browsers, I went to the EFF's Cover Your Tracks website. And
Okay.
through this, it generated a report that shows you just how much information is leaking out. So for instance, just off of this, my time zone offset and my time zone are available. So
Yep.
let's say you use a VPN and you connect through France with a time zone of Toronto. That's probably going to sketch any system out.
Exactly.
But then you can go down even further. And of course, there's more information that comes out. These systems can figure out your GPU, for instance. My RTX 4090 comes through the WebGL vendor and renderer. Even going down
Yep.
the road, you can identify languages, the operating system of a user, even down to how many CPU cores that they have on their system.
Yep.
All of this builds a fingerprint that can be used to track you from site to site. And the thing is, for any government agency or any person that wants to truly spy on somebody, they're probably going to look at that stuff in coordination with IP addresses and other identifiers. But if you're somebody that wants your anonymity, nothing stops you from going with privacy-focused browsers, you know,
Yep.
a burner computer, and accessing through like libraries, through like public mall Wi-Fi points, through any like publicly accessible Wi-Fi. And sure, even if the government wanted to hunt you down, I'm sure they can dig up like fucking camera footage and see who's connecting and what specific time a request is made. But there are ways
Okay.
to get your anonymity. This, if implemented, basically gets rid of any anonymity you could ever hope to achieve.
Yep.
And it puts a lot of liabilities on every website. There's not going to be a lot of websites that'll have the ability to afford this level of verification across
Exactly.
the board. For a lot of the mainstream stuff like YouTube, for a lot of stuff like Twitter or anything, they'll be able to weather it because they're big billion-dollar companies. But not the small site. They'll have to deny access for people all over the world just to keep the lights on or the servers running. You know, there's a video game that I played back in the day called Deus Ex, and still very much recently
Okay.
played. Great game, by the way. It came out in the year 2000, and I feel like it predicted the world of the internet that we're in. Inside the game, towards the middle section, you get to meet this AI called Morpheus, and it tells you all about actually spying on individuals. So listen to this clip and let me know how it actually relates to the world we're in.
How about a report on yourself?
I was a prototype of Echelon 4. My instructions are to amuse visitors with information about themselves.
I don't see anything amusing about spying on people.
Human beings feel pleasure when they are watched. I've recorded their smiles as I tell them who they are.
Some people just don't understand the dangers of indiscriminate surveillance.
The need to be observed and understood was once satisfied by God. Now, we can implement the same functionality with data mining algorithms.
Electronic surveillance hardly inspires reverence. Perhaps fear and obedience, but not reverence.
Yep.
God and the gods were apparitions of observation, judgment, and punishment. Other sentiments toward them were secondary.
No one will ever worship a software entity peering at
What do
them
you mean,
through a camera.
sleepyhead?
The human organism always worships. First, it was the gods. Then, it was fame, the observation and judgment of others. Next, it will be the self-aware systems you have built to realize true
Oh yeah, the
autonomous
background, it's been like that for a while.
You underestimate humankind's love of freedom.
The individual desires judgment. felt that desire.
You just noticed?
Proves it is impossible. And so, the civilization
But yeah.
And you know, people say Metal Gear Solid predicted the future, but I would say that Deus Ex predicted the future in a much more intensive way, especially back for a game that came out in fucking 2000, bro.
Damn.
That is insanity.
You've been
But
looking at
speaking
it
of
all
even
week.
video games, right? You think it stops at the social media websites? Well, video games themselves are social media services. And one
Yep.
of the things that I saw floating around was apparently even GTA Online might need access to some level of
boy.
verification. So what you're seeing over here is code that has been dug up by leakers. So here you can see age assurance QR. So they're scanning QR codes to verify your age to access Grand Theft Auto Online. So again, through accessing your service, right, they're going to allow access to the internet. They're going to either allow you to access the store in the game or Snapmatic. Things like phone messages or text chats may be disabled because, again, these are social services. We're trying to limit children from having access to online stuff, right? We're trying to limit people. And a more visual style of this is something like this. So when you go to a video game, it'll be like, hey, buddy, verify your age. And the thing is, if every video game starts asking me to do this, then I'm just not gonna fucking play many online video games, okay? Maybe I might play GTA Online 2 because I have a serious interest in it. I mean, me and Amaru and Kyle will probably play the shit out of it when it comes out. But when it comes to many online games, that level of friction and weirdness is probably gonna be enough for me to say, I'll just stick to the single player stuff, okay? That's where I'm gonna be at. But even when it comes to some of the goofiest shit like this, man, it's not even just the law you have to worry about. It's also the private company. So for instance, right here, ladies and gentlemen, you might have heard of, you know, this company known as MasterCard or Visa, you know, the guys that were responsible for, I would say, limiting the kind of content that we got to experience on platforms like Steam, itch.io, so on and so forth. There was a whole video game set of bans. And even MasterCard came out and said, hey, MasterCard has not evaluated any game or required transaction of any activity on game creator sites and platforms.
Sure they
Contrary to the
haven't.
allegations. Our payment network follows standards based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow all lawful purchases on our network. At the same time, we require merchants to have appropriate controls to ensure MasterCard cards cannot be used for unlawful purchases, including illegal adult content. And that's true. If you actually look up the MasterCard merchant rules, 5.12.7, which are illegal or brand damaging transactions, the corporation considers any of these to be a violation. So the sale or offer of a sale of a product other than in full compliance with the law, then applicable to the acquirer, issuer, merchant, cardholder, cards, or corporation, the sale of a product or service, including an image, which is patently offensive and lacks serious artistic value, as such as, by way of example and not limitation, image of non-consensual sexual behavior, sexual exploitation of a minor. Now, I'm going to leave it right over here, because my next point is talking about one of the more disgusting things that I've seen this week. Now, you might not know, this is a, online influencer known as Lil Tay. You've probably seen her, she was a kid back years ago. She was on TikTok flexing around, and she was a kid. She literally is just a kid back then. But, she turned 18. Now, when she turned 18, apparently she started an OnlyFans account as soon as she turned 18. And if you look at the bio, it was freshly 18. So it's disgusting. Please don't tell my mom. My 18th birthday exclusives shot at 12:01 a.m. So these were shot at 12:01 a.m. Only available for 24 hours. Come see me in my birthday suits, replying to all DMs. So immediately when I look at this, I'm just like,
Mesmerizing hypnotism got banned from Fansly, for example, because of payment processors. I see.
And she made money on OnlyFans. Apparently it was a tune of $1 million. Now, I have to imagine, if these were shot at such a time, the only way that these could still be up on OnlyFans is I would imagine that they proved to OnlyFans that they shot these things on her birthday, which hopefully happened a few weeks ago. And then these images were posted, and it's just kind of like a goofy meme here, even though it's I'm liberally using the term goofy meme here. But it could literally be that maybe these images were taken before she was 18. She posted them up for OnlyFans, and people use their credit cards to get access. Now the thing is why aren't Visa and MasterCard shitting on OnlyFans? Why are they going after video games and not a real possible situation like this? So actually, if you go back to, you know, just 2021,
I
OnlyFans
see.
did actually have that brief period where they banned like sexual
banned
content,
those
or they
things
were
too on
trying
there.
to step away
Yeah,
from
I
it.
don't know what
And
the hell
obviously
goes
people
on
were
those
mad because
platforms.
they
I
built
don't
their
pay
whole
attention,
website
but
on being a
that's
pretty big
interesting to
platform for
know.
individuals who wanted to share lewd stuff. So according to OnlyFans CEO Tim Stokely, he blamed banks like the Bank of New York Mellon for the company's decision. In an interview, Stokely said Mellon blocked payments from OnlyFans to its creators and accused banking giant JP Morgan of shutting down accounts of sex workers. So OnlyFans' decisions to attribute its policy change to payment companies reflects how the financial sector has increasingly leaned against sites that share adult content. But again, it shows that even if the government ain't involved, Visa and MasterCard will do the fight for censorship, at least in the private sector. And when it comes to other adult video games, even on platforms like Zoom, they actually had to talk about this. GOG even sent me during the week, like some of the guys over from Good Old Games, they ran like a 48-hour campaign to distribute a bunch of video games that were being delisted because they were adult video game experiences. And even when it came to Zoom, one email to Gaming on Linux said that one of the teams said that they expect the delisting situation to expand further, and in their discussions, titles like Grand Theft Auto, Duke Nukem, and Saints Row were described as potentially at risk. Now, I assume they mean games like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Vice City, Grand Theft Auto 3, and if those games are getting delisted, possibly, then imagine a game set in modern-day Miami, where drugs, booze, and violence can be a pretty normal affair. Wait, I don't have to imagine. That's just fucking GTA 6. Imagine how bad things can get when video games that are played by hopefully 18 and plus individuals, 17 plus individuals, is just getting regulated to ever-loving hell. Not by the government, actually, because it doesn't violate any legal law, but by the fucking payment processor.
Oh
Look,
boy.
I think the future of the internet is honestly a bit cooked. And there's really no other way there's almost no way around it. Like, I don't want to I don't want to use the term black pill.
Ban going
really is a
outside
black
is like
pilling
powder them
situation. You know,
outside.
when I
Oh
grew
boy.
up, the internet was this last bastion of true freedom. And I really feel like in the last 2 months max, there has been a concerted effort to take away all of that freedom overnight, basically.
Yep.
And I don't know what else there is that anybody can do other than just kind of sit there and enjoy the time that we have left. You know, that's really all that one can do. And sure, you can use technologies like Tor, you can use plenty of technologies that still provide anonymity, but who's to say down the road that the government's not going to start saying that, hey, if you start using Tor, only criminals use the dark web, we might want to restrict access to that. Or if you're using tools like, I don't know, Cleopatra to encrypt messages and send them to people, like if you want to send encrypted messages like this message, you can encrypt it into a, encrypted file, you can send that to your friends, and as long as they have your keys, they can decrypt your message. You can send this message over like actual public services, and governments won't be able to decrypt. A lot of the stuff that gives us privacy and communication between people, that's slowly being taken away. And that is, by far, some of the most black-pilling shit that I've actually ever seen. But, it really makes me wonder, like, what my future is, too. And I'm not saying this is like I'm retiring right now, but I wouldn't honestly say expect the video even tomorrow, or expect the video every day. Because my time on the internet, me personally, given changes in my life when it comes to my personal stuff, I would rather dedicate my time to family first and most important.
Okay.
At this point, I've made my money, I've made my time, made my mark on the internet. It is what it is. And I would rather focus on, a part of life that isn't being invaded by the government and it isn't being invaded by third-party companies. Because I really do think that what we're seeing now is just sort of the start. I think the internet is going to look a lot different in a year. And I think that literally is going to happen because I think a lot of people that have been used to the anonymity, that have been used to it being one of the last frontiers, that's going to be taken away. So for me, I don't know. I'm not to ever completely retire off the internet, but, if I decide to fucking log off and focus on fucking other things and ventures that aren't being invaded by the government and third parties, that might be where I want to go down to, okay? That might just be the future. Honestly, like, this whole, like, what's been going on with governments and everything has been one of the most mind-boggling things to see. And I feel like everyone wants to fight back, and everyone is trying to fight back. But every time people do try to fight back, these agencies, these governments just say, yeah, we heard you, we also just don't care. Like, hundreds of thousands of people signed that one petition about repealing the Online Safety Act, and the government basically told you to get fucked. Like, that's basically the whole story.
Yep.
So yeah, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Okay, we go to the next one. That was crazy. What's this one? GPU smuggling? I think I heard about this. I heard something about a GPU smuggling thing. And then there's Clippy after, I guess. Come on. Get loaded up already. Why is it taking so long to load?
We've been investigating the NVIDIA GPU black market in China for the
I'm using the Brave browser though.
last 3 weeks, and this is our biggest story yet, and also, I may or may not have been detained for an extended period of time for questioning at customs by one of the 2 governments involved in relation to getting this story, but I've been advised not to talk about that today. Also, we might upset NVIDIA.
Okay.
Again. So this story is pretty crazy because we found and spoke to smugglers, middlemen, and users of so-called AI GPUs, which have been banned by the United States government for sale into China. And in a world first, we got several of these people involved in the chain of fueling this black...
Wait, they're back? Okay, give me a sec. Right, we should be good now. Right, we should be good.
Market of GPUs to go on camera and talk about either selling them or using the cards.
Oh, here. I'll put my mini randomizer.
As recently as a day ago, the U.S. government arrested 2 Chinese nationals for smuggling GPUs past U.S. borders for export into China to be sold on the black market. We're making a full-length movie about all of this, and we need your help. In this story, we spent 2 weeks traveling over 2,300 miles, or 3,700 kilometers, inside China to talk to those in the know.
I'm doing fine.
We then spent a week in Taiwan to find intermediary companies. We worked with this guy in Huizhou, known as Mr. 5. And we asked him this question.
你觉得
NVIDIA
知道这个是当然知道的，但是就是它是
But they are, how do I say this?
睁一只眼闭一只眼。
One open one eye, close the other.
This
They
was
turn a
the
blind
exact
eye.
same idiomatic proverb given by 2 other middlemen in Shenzhen.
Exactly, because they're making money off of it.
Knows? Do they try to stop it?
就是它是这样，可能就像睁一只眼闭一只眼。
They agreed to let us record the conversation, but said we couldn't show their faces.
可以，就是 just can't show their face.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And our company name.
In Hong Kong, we visited Dr. Vinci Chow's hand-built server at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, a user and purchaser of GPUs which are now export controlled.
I mean, but it's supposed to be banned, right?
Yes.
But you can just buy it retail in a store.
As I said, it's not illegal to buy them.
Right. But I guess what's surprising to me is how easy it is to buy them.
With the right price.
We met with a dealer of smuggled GPUs in Huaqiangbei who told us just how easy it is to get these supposedly banned GPUs in China by walking us across the street to introduce us to his suppliers.
Alright. And this is how they got the most.
Does he need to make any trips to SEG
exactly.
to buy stuff
They have them
go
anyways.
with him for? You know what I mean? Like if he has any need to go to Saigo to buy stuff, would he be interested in us following him to accompany him?
Yeah.
If you could find a soft way to present that, I guess.
His cousin made tea and told us about the integrated circuit supply business, which fuels memory modules to people like this guy, Brother John.
你在这里有
48 gigabyte 4090s damn.
我们可以现做。
I heard about those.
right now.
Okay.
They're gonna make one. Damn, they're making 48 gig
Brother John
4090s.
takes defective NVIDIA PCBs and extracts the GPU while adding new memory modules to create high VRAM capacity GPUs like 4090s and possibly soon 5090s that not only aren't supposed to be sold to China according to the US, but aren't even official SKUs from NVIDIA. And they're in high demand for AI
Reggie.
servers.
So what did he say? Sometimes he will
Reggie
buy like
and
10 or 20 at a
okay.
time or something?
He gets a 10 or 20 orders.
Wait, let's get an ability Reggie
for
gigas.
AI.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Running like language, running models or.
We were also guided around Dongguan by a guy who called himself the Chinese Eminem. We then realized the best way to understand how GPUs get in and how this black market works would be to buy a GPU which was smuggled.
What the reason why they don't, the thing is, basically it's this. They don't want China getting access to the GPUs. The reason why they don't want China being able to get these higher end GPUs is just the high performance of them to be used in various different applications. Such as AI servers. But there are other things that you can use GPUs for as well. You can use GPUs to also, like, the raw compute of a GPU, for example. You can use them for things like encryption and decryption of data as well. For, like, just really intensive computational stuff. Exactly. So, like, there are other uses outside of that as well. And the thing is, the reason why they don't want the highest end ones, especially, is just the sheer size and density of them. Like, the actual density compared to the other stuff out there. Because technically speaking, for example, the 5090, for example, right? Technically, you could get two 5080s and get within the ballpark of a 5090. The problem is, you need more PCI Express lanes to address them. You're going to need to have more machines built out as well. And that's also going to draw a lot more power than just having it on one chip. Well, here's the other thing, though. They can. That's the thing, though. They can. You see... Oh, wait. Let me adjust the volume there. Yeah, so, like, the thing is... One of the other things as well, like, doing the computational stuff. So one of the things that's also very handy, if you're designing things and stuff like that, is to run simulations. Running these simulations is not... You can't run them in real time, a lot of these simulations. Especially if you're going to be testing weapons and stuff like that, for some of the stuff that they're trying to compute for. They take a long time. And they're not the... Depending on what you're using, they're not the easiest thing to parallelize on a large amount of devices and have them scale linearly. There is some drop-off and extra latency involved between communicating between different machines. The thing is, the more powerful each individual chip is, the less you have to rely on that. Which means you can get your results and simulations done a lot faster. And, like, this is used for a lot of things. Actually, here's the thing, right? So, like, you might not know this, but, like, let's say game engines, right? Like your Unreal Engine, Unity, and then various other engines as well. Fun fact, there's a different type of license for stuff like Unreal Engine and Unity for enterprise customers that are not using it for game development. Because of some of the physics simulation stuff in there, they can actually get used for other things too. And there are companies that do that. But it's not even just that. There's also just a lot of other just applications that are built for simulating certain things as well. But yeah, simulating the things and trying to get this stuff done faster, especially because like you kind of basically you start basically after in the brainstorming phase or whatever, right? You make a simulation of what you're going to make before you go and make it. Especially when whatever you're making can cost, you know, millions, tens upon millions, or hundreds upon millions, or billions of dollars. Right? You're obviously gonna want to do certain things first. So you would have like a simulation test and stuff like that set up. And then you'll do like a limited construction test before trying to scale it up. And because like the idea is like you want to see what works and what doesn't before you end up spending a lot more. And yeah, for that application too. But that isn't the main concern. The main concern that they have is more so the AI stuff, because that's even more intensive to run and get working. A lot more. And like, yeah, being able to fit more of them in less space is huge. It's huge. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, we've seen how fast they've come without the latest. Though they've also had some of the latest smuggled in, but obviously they're not going to talk about it. But yeah, other than that, you know, we're not really just going to get much further into politics there. But that should give you the idea there. I won't say anything about right or wrong or whatever there. That's not what we're here about, but we're just talking about the fact that this is happening, and this is why it's happening. That's all. You can look at the other stuff however you want and make your own decision. Right? We're not a political channel or anything. But, like, yeah, the reality is people want to get their hands on it. There are people that are going to smuggle it in and do whatever it is. That's just how things have always been. Doesn't matter what the thing was. Right? We literally have thousands of years of history where people have been doing this anyways. For other things. For other reasons. But yeah. Like, of course this is gonna happen. Yeah, and on top of that, yeah, exactly, now they do custom. I mean, the custom unofficial SKUs have been done for a while. Like, someone made like a 16GB 3070 a couple years back. But that was just some guy, like, just desoldering RAM chips to
so
the
we wired
walls
thousands of dollars
and putting in better RAM chips.
Yeah, how's it going?
But yeah.
Yeah, so I've got $3,289 going out, and they're banked.
You'll find out if that worked in the full-length movie we're making. For this story, no more anonymous sources say bullshit that you see in all the big publications. We spent months finding people to go on record and on camera. So, this story is special, but to finish the story, we need your help. We're launching our own version of a Kickstarter that we've linked below to help fund our production budget. This movie has a release date, August 15th, so it's coming out in just a week. To make this as good as we can, we want to pull all resources to focus on only this.
Shiny
This will
chandelier.
help fund our existing research, travel, staff, and production costs, thus far totaling about $100,000 now, most of which has been months and months of time across multiple team members researching, finding leads, and training for this trip. Our backer rewards include exclusive benefits like additional footage and bonus videos only for backer tiers, a very small group live stream Q&A sessions with me where you can ask about the project, our testing, or even job-seeking advice in the industry if you want, and more, like behind-the-scenes videos with the production and research teams for this unique story. All of these tiers are named in a way that's themed around smuggling, and so the highest tier here is the Kingpin, which includes Kingpin KPX thermal paste. That's right, I contacted the actual Kingpin to provide Kingpin thermal paste for our Kingpin backer tier. We're also launching this brand new Turn a Blind Eye t-shirt referencing the Chinese idiom
since
that our
EVJ is
contacts
like
kept
dead.
uttering when we asked if NVIDIA was aware of the circumvention of export
What is he
control
up
for
to
sale of its
anyways?
GPUs into China.
睁一只眼闭一只眼。
The text is written in traditional Chinese characters. It's read top down, right to left, and it feels sort of like a skyline from Hong Kong, inspired by it. This is handmade art by Andrew on the team, showing one open and one
they're not
closed
doing
eye with
eShop
cyberpunk
anymore? That's
style, Blade
unfortunate.
Runner-esque theming to fit the Hong Kong part of the trip. Our highest tier also includes a credit in the video if you bought on or before August 14th, and includes a watercolor painting of the Hong Kong city skyline on canvas that my mom actually painted based on one of the photos I took. We need your help more than ever to make this story a reality. Some of our stretch goals include publishing the most complete timeline of GPU bans on the internet so far, using our website and posting the article ad-free. Another includes publishing large parts of our research document as another article free of third-party ads, with another stretch goal eliminating any third-party direct ad sales from the movie itself, to restrict the movie to only have GN store ads and of course the usual YouTube AdSense. Our research document for this investigation is already over 450 pages and has been collected over a period of 4 months now, making this our most expensive and extensive video yet.
Damn.
But also, we think the most important. We want this to be the most comprehensive and interesting piece looking into this peculiar world where a black market now isn't just drugs and guns, but is also video cards that at one point could have been perceived for just gaming. We're launching the video on August 15th. It has a firm release date, and all that remains now is how much we can polish it and refine it. We're trying to hire drone pilots for additional shots. We're working on getting custom music made by Matt Heafy of Trivium fame and by Aaron Pauley from Of Mice and Men, among other tracks. And we're hoping to pause production of several other video projects so we can use the budget to fully focus on making this our best investigation yet. It's something that GN is uniquely capable of doing in this space, so we want to make sure it's good and provide something that you haven't seen before. The digital rewards are only included in the backer tiers, like the wallpapers and the bonus videos.
Fusions have been in there for a long time.
And the titling. Those are only available for a few weeks. Most of the physical items will remain available on the store after or individually. If you'd like to spend
currently using a fusion of Togekiss
the
and
whole story is
Heatran.
fascinating and took us all around Asia, and NVIDIA has been incredibly sensitive about this subject. Months ago, there was a company talking about how GPUs were being smuggled in with lobsters. NVIDIA responded defensively, stating that it'd be better if American companies would focus on innovation
that way I
rather
have
than making up
a
tall
fairy
tales
steel
about sensitive electronics
with
lobsters.
Flashfire.
And we looked into that too.
I have a fairy steel
But I gotta
type
save
Pokemon
some
with
things for the
Flashfire.
It's interesting further that if you really think about it, a lot of the cards that are banned for sale into China by the US government, they're made in China.
Yep.
So they can make them, but technically the US says that the companies that have them made are not allowed to sell them to China, where they're made. And so we looked into that too, because it's always possible for a card to fall off the back of a truck on its way to a port or something, and that was something we were curious about. The GPU silicon isn't made there, that's made in Taiwan, but the assembly and the making of all the other parts, like the shrouds, the PCBs, most of the VRM components, that tends to be done in China. Most of that is in Huizhou and Shenzhen, which we went to. Speaking of Taiwan, we also hopped over there to spend time speaking to people in the GPU supply chain for the story. The whole story is just interesting because it's really bizarre and dystopian, and this sort of, it's like a future that we live in now. You'd see it in a movie or something where normally a black market is for drugs or guns or something that you'd think of as really bad in some capacity. So you're definitely not supposed to be able to get, but you can through these illicit means. And yet the people we spoke to as part of this story who are involved in GPU supply into China, where according to the US government, they're not supposed to be able to get a lot of these cards, the people we worked with referred to it as a black market for GPUs, or sometimes a gray market. And at the end of all of this, you have something where you just take a step back and look at it, and it's like, these are video cards that feasibly you could buy for playing video games, a lot of them, 4090s, 5090s. And yes, there's bands of Blackwell, B100, B200, H100, those to A100. The high-end AI GPUs or data center GPUs that wouldn't be for gaming, those are of course on the list too. But the fact remains that cards which we've reviewed and benchmarked in, I don't know, Final Fantasy are so valuable that they get smuggled into another country for sale. And of course, it's for things outside of gaming, but it could be gaming too. And when you look at it through that lens of, this is a thing that we all in our audience know from just a hobby of PC building, and it is so obscenely valuable outside of that hobby that people are willing to risk some kind of fines or potentially detainment or maybe even jail getting it out of places it's not supposed to get out of because
Who
it's
knows,
so valuable.
man?
Then sell it somewhere it's not supposed to be sold, and that makes it fascinating to us. That's why we covered this. So it's a big adventure. Tannen went with me for this. He was the one on the camera and running the audio for that. So just for context, normally, as far as like how important and crazy this story was, someone on the camera team would go with me for that. But due to other scheduling conflicts and how kind of down to the last minute this came across the wire, they weren't able to go. Tannen is a writer. He writes content. He had zero experience using like a studio camera and audio gear before we went. And so Vitaly, Andrew, and Mike spent 4 weeks doing extensive training with Tannen to get him ready and prepped for this trip. And he went with me and we shot it all. He spent 3 weeks in the field with me for his first real project. And it came together great. We're really happy with it. So he killed it, the team killed it on training him, and now we're in the editing stages where myself and the rest of the team, we're getting it across the line to finalize it. Really crazy story though, where the team is heavily involved here at all stages. I mean, on Tannen's side, he went from zero camera experience to having to do this trip and did well with it. Ben on the team is the one who put together hundreds of pages of research. He has, I think it's over like 140 hours on this project now, just researching and helping me figure out who do we talk to, where do we need to go when we're in China. On my side, I spent a lot of time studying Chinese so I could just use the right words having these conversations. Because, like, believe it or not, it never came up in my tutoring sessions how to say black market. And I really felt like I would have had to explain that if I had asked. So that's where I spent some of my time, in addition to the research and the planning and all that stuff, logistics. But we're excited about it. And in the meantime, to help us finalize things, please head over to our page and support our project. Tiers include new shirt designs like our Blind Eye t-shirt, our Blacklisted t-shirt that I was wearing in this video, and our GPU paper launch shirt. We also have GPU backplate stickers and side panel stickers that we've designed, like this one that says Black Market in Chinese characters with a Nexus Smuggling Company label. We sized it to fit most modern GPU backplates and fit that sort of cyberpunk dystopian theme for your build. That's in addition to digital wallpapers, exclusive Q&A videos, and more. This video is pretty unique for GN. We've done a few of these now where, I don't know, if you think about our 3-hour tariffs deep dive, we learned from that process and that format, and we're continuing to iterate on the format and apply it here. So that's what we're trying to do again, but keep improving on it. Really fun stuff. We're best known, I think, for the benchmarks and reviews out of the things that we do, but these are becoming more common. We were able to do that because of your support. This stuff's incredibly expensive, both in time and just actual cost. I mean, again, we spent 3 weeks out of the country to produce this. So, and again, we've got a firm launch date on that video, so it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of how much we can polish it and continue to refine it in these last 2 weeks or so of production. So hit the links in the description below to help us out. Visit that page. We could really use it on this one more than anything we've done in the past.
I mean, that video
always,
sounds like it'll be crazy. I do want to see that one. The Black Market movie. That I want to see. I do want to see the Black Market movie. That sounds like it'll be really interesting to see. What the? There we go. Alright, they're gonna talk about the Clippy situation now.
This is a Microsoft 2003 Word document. Oh my god, is that Clippy? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Windows XP, and that is one of Microsoft Office's greatest virtual assistants. Now, over the last day, I've basically seen my comment section flooded with Clippies. And a lot of that actually has to do with Louis Rossmann. He made a pretty good video where, again, it kind of really inspired me to sort of kind of talk about this, because it's been something that I've been yelling into the heavens for years now, okay? You know, I'm not going to sit here and blackpill you and say the world is just dark and depressing in a lot of ways. It is, but there's ways for you to take back a little bit of control in your life.
Wait,
now, why are we talking about Clippy, aside from it being, you know, a little cute Microsoft product? Well, because Clippy, no matter how you want to cut it, just likes to help. Now, you can animate Clippy, make him do a lot of scientific thinking, and some people may not know this, but there's different types of Clippies, okay? You've got Clippy right here, or Clip It, and then, of course, you've got the dot. Of course, you've also got F1, for whatever reason you would enable this, the Office logo, and, of course, you've even got some magicians and Mother Nature. Now, to give you an idea, Clippy is important because it's one of the first eras of actual artificial intelligences. Nowadays, you've got things like Microsoft Copilot, you've got ChatGPT, Grok, Perplexity, Claude, every single type of AI assistant. But, you know, if you wanted to just talk to Clippy, you know, all you could do is say, hey, Clippy, help me write a memo, for instance. And Clippy would be nice enough to just give you a couple of these options on the side. Clippy would not be reading through your information. Clippy would not be sending your information to Microsoft servers so they could make their AIs better off of your personal information. So you could just ask Clippy, yeah, I want to make a memo, and it would just guide you through. It'd be like File, New, and then of course you would just do in New Documents, Templates on my computer, and of course Memo, pick any one of these. Let's go with the professional one, and boom, Clippy helped me out. Now, I think it was easy to rip on Clippy back in the day, but of course,
not
it wasn't
anime,
just
though.
that, okay? I think Clippy was a harmless character. And granted, he didn't really do much to help at the end of the day, you know, not compared to his other friend, Bonzi Buddy. And, you know, Bonzi Buddy was a pretty nice fella, too. You know, you could right-click on him, you could ask him, hey, tell me a joke.
Anything for you, bully. Why can't you play jokes on snakes? Because you can never pull your legs. I even amused myself with that one.
Damn, he got the whole jungle laughing with that one. But of course, with all these characters, you could basically just have all of these little goofy, you know, 90s or, you know, early 2000 AIs just basically act the way that they did without interfering with your personal life.
Some of the information that I need to check your email for you is missing. Please make sure you enter your mail server, username, and password on my email options screen.
Anyways.
Wait, no, there's a new kind too. I remember I saw this video before. I saw this video a while back. It was called So I Tried Your Mother. And then there was like more of them. There were more of them. I'll show you.
Miku, I have got some explaining to do to the viewers. I will be back soon. So you read the title correctly. I am going to try Your Mother. The app, not your mother. A computer desktop companion. Okay, it's got very positive reviews. It's just came out literally at time recording. With the original price, it would be 89 pence. But the app just came out, so they're giving it a discount.
Because they tried Your Mother.
Somehow, Power Wash Simulator is similar to Your Mother. Okay. I like how in the requires agreement to the third-party EU LA, it just comes up with, I promise I will be nice to my mother. Let's try out Your Mother.
They're gonna try the mother.
Hi, darling. What are you playing? Oh dear. You've really gotten on my nerves, love.
So this is the companion right here. So we've got some settings. If you click on her, change outfit, okay?
Okay.
小孩，哎我你玩点什么玩意儿不好？你
I think they changed the language.
When you change outfit, most of the time is it just changes the necklace. That's the main difference, really. You can increase and decrease the size of your mother. But if you zoom in into certain parts of your mother, then she will give you a big slap.
Excuse me, make some room.
This app supports Steam Workshop. So if you click on change outfit and click on customize, then it should load you up into the workshop. I'm sure in the future though, there will be many mothers you can choose from. As of right now, it just shows samples with no star review, so I'm not really going to try them out. Of course, your mother has jiggle physics, but only when you're moving around with your cursor. If you hold and move around, it doesn't really have any jiggle physics whatsoever, just only when you move your mouse around.
Stay safe, darling.
And there's more of them. There's like more of them. But like, yeah. I saw this and I was like, what the fuck? There's like your sister, there's the cat, your wife, your daughter. I don't know why. Like, these are a thing. I saw them. I saw a couple of them. Like, it's something. You could have the whole family. You know, you could have the whole family here. They got the cat, the sister, your wife, your mother, your daughter. But yeah, it's a thing. That's the new version. That's the new age version of that.
Talking about like what Lewis was. Okay, hold on a minute. All right, buddy, we're gonna have to. Shut the dude! I forgot why that was considered malware. Jesus Christ! What a genuinely uninteresting piece of software. My God,
Ooh,
I felt like an actual hemorrhoid in my ass.
In the master ball you go.
One of the things that I kind of wanted to talk about is obviously with a lot of tech companies these days, things have really dramatically changed. You know, one of the things that people really don't talk about, but I want to bring up, was back in 2012. One of the most disgusting things that happened over on Facebook. Now, obviously, we all know the history of Facebook. One day, a DARPA project happens, and on the same day, Facebook is born, okay? No weird, shady coincidence there, but one of the things about Facebook is it's one of the biggest social media networks that everybody has kind of used, right? Like, all of us have probably played around with Facebook at some point. But I don't use Facebook. In fact, I really don't use much social media. Like, unless that social media does me a benefit, like maybe pays me out or something, I might engage with it. But other than that, it's actually just a genuine waste of time. If I want to keep up with family and friends, I will literally just call them on my phone. Simple as that. I don't have a yearning to post about my life and share photos all over the internet, especially when it appears that those photographs may be used by these companies in shady ways. Back in 2012, Facebook had launched a actual experiment on users without telling them. So for 1 week, Facebook manipulated to the extent of which people, which apparently, you know, we're looking at 689,000, were exposed to emotional expressions in their news feeds to test whether exposure to emotions led people to change their own posting behavior.
Talk about
and
emotional
of course,
damage,
one
man.
in which exposure to friends' positive emotional content in their news feed was reduced, and one to which exposure to negative emotional content was reduced. So basically,
get
they
that
were doing
emotional
like
damage.
emotional play on their user base. And what's ethically damning about this is when you're experimenting on somebody from a psychological perspective, you should be telling them what's happening. The fact that Facebook did this and realistically suffered no massive penalty from this is actually insane. Now, Lewis in his video talked about, back in the day when he was younger, in the 90s, Microsoft released, and they actually got into serious trouble with the United States Department of Justice in an antitrust case when it came to them bundling their internet browser and deliberately making it difficult for competing browsers to show up on Microsoft Windows. I mean, here's an actual footage of Bill Gates being literally grilled and trying to, chess move his way out from the Department of Justice. Obviously, this was a huge issue back in the day. But I think if this happened right now, if this happened in today's day and age, it probably wouldn't be as big of an issue as it was back then. So one of the things that I found really disturbing in this story too, that Lewis had kind of brought up, was I didn't know this until today, but apparently even when it came to Facebook, and this is an allegation, but one Facebook insider ended up blowing this lid where they said that apparently, so the social media company likewise tracked when teenage girls.
You just sent me a picture of Minecraft.
So they can serve a beauty ad to them right at that moment. So at the most vulnerable a young girl feels about herself, that is when Facebook as a company allegedly decides that they're going to absolutely
finally got that
targeted advertisement to somebody.
One less starter I need
to
now.
understand how much of a fucking Black Mirror episode the world we live in, if that turns out to be true, Facebook should absolutely be suffering some massive penalties. One of the things that I also didn't know apparently was a company known as Tato. Now Tato, for anybody that doesn't know, produces thermometers. And you might be like, well, Muda, how does a thermometer company get into controversy?
Wait, this is
according to people that purchased this actual thermometer, they would go to the actual thermometer services, and one day they would be greeted by this screen right here. So we would like to inform you of a change to their app, right? So imagine you buy like a smart bulb, smart thermometer.
Get in the bowl for a
I hate
Rosa.
how everything these days has to be a service or an application. Because again, generally speaking, if I'm going to a thermometer, I'm just changing my fucking, temperature. I'm literally using it for a purpose. If you lock behind the only thing that I use it for across a paywall, even if that paywall is a penny a month, I'm gonna be pissed. So there they asked the screen where they're like, hey, in order to give you the best, experience, they were facing server rental costs, data costs. To continue offering you innovative features and top-notch services, they're introducing a fee of €1 a month per household. So imagine you have to pay money for this, and people were like, oh shit, I need to use my fucking thermometer. They would put in their payment information, and they were just like, oh, wait, hold on, guys. It was just a marketing test. We were just trying to see if you were dumb enough to actually fucking pay us money to use a thermometer app. But now that we know you actually are dumb enough, maybe we might consider it. I mean, like anybody, like any normal person would say, if somebody is testing you, if somebody is running psychological experiments, whether they be Facebook or a fucking thermometer company, you should stay far, far and away from them, right? I think one of the craziest things about this too, and one of the reasons why like Clippy was really brought into it, is like the world we live in where artificial intelligence is such a popular thing. It's such a huge thing. You know, everything is using AI these days. You may not know about it, but obviously even features like Windows Recall, which obviously was panned when it came out, is still here. And according to some researchers, it's still actually gathering some pretty sensitive stuff on your system, whether it be credit card information or passwords even by mistake. Stuff that gets saved if you choose to enable recall, and stuff that could potentially be exploited by a hacker. Not something you ever want, ever. Now obviously, a lot of these features are powered by artificial intelligences, and sometimes they're run locally on your system, which is cool, but a lot of times, depending on how impressive the feature is, all your information gets pulled into these AI services. So for Microsoft, it would be Copilot. For Apple, it would be Apple Intelligence, and so on for whatever service. And generally speaking, every time you send an image to any of these services, like ChatGPT, Grok, whatever, every time you send a little snippet of your personal life, a little bit of your voice, all you're doing is sending your personal information to help train these services. And maybe you might get something back in return, but in many cases, some of these services aren't even entirely free. You're actually paying money monthly just to basically offload your personal information and train these big models. Also when it comes out to other things like even Adobe, if somebody is editing their content, like I edit my videos, you probably use Adobe Premiere. And Adobe has been panned pretty heavily for forcing its artificial intelligence onto the user base, and also looking into people's personal private, feeds, personal private content, and potentially using that to train their own shit. One of the things that I really do dislike about the world that we live in is how much everything is now a subscription service, right? Like,
I hate it too. I hate all the bullshit subscriptions, man.
All these AI companies, are basically charging.
I don't need the AI crap.
Every single media streaming service, obviously they're going to be charging a fee, but it seems like they want to keep pushing in more ads, removing more content, and basically making us pay more fees for actually less stuff over time.
More for
We're
less,
getting to a point where companies feel brave enough to be, thinking that, hey, if you're going to be using any of our features, if you're going to be using basic features that, should not be locked behind internet paywalls or just paywalls in general, maybe we want to try out seeing if people are willing to pay us even $1 a month just to have access to things they would have basically been taking for granted 10 years ago at this point. That's the fucking world we live in. Now, one of the things that, kind of came out of this that, I saw Lewis bring up, not directly in the video, but it was actually a segment of a law that blows me away. Now, if you don't know this, this is 17 U.S. Code 1201, Circumvention of Copyright Protection System.
Oh boy.
So generally speaking, anytime you have companies that prevent you from having access to features that you once had for free and they arbitrarily lock it behind a paywall, the normal human thing to do is always to try and pirate or crack something because you know what you're paying for is actually bullshit. They're just trying to take away actual features from features you paid for, by the way. Okay, they are changing the terms of the deal without your consent. Okay, that is fucked up.
Exactly,
But when you
very
look into
fucked
it,
up.
right? No person shall circumvent a technological measure that effectively controls access to a work protected under this title. The prohibition contained in the preceding sentence shall take effect. So again, no one can actually circumvent a technological measure, even if that technological measure is bullshit, okay? Imagine you buy a car, right? You know, there were BMWs that were being sold with heated seat subscriptions. Imagine
It's not just
if there was a way
BMW,
for
Tesla
you
and
to
shit does
install
it too.
BMW Crack Tool 1.0 that would give you access to the fucking heated seats in your car without giving a dime to BMW. Most people would use it. It shouldn't be illegal.
I think it was
to do
like
that, but
Toyota's like
technically under these laws,
for some
it
of their cars
actually
they want
is.
you to pay for
Now, the thing is,
a subscription to use your key
situation
fob as
kind of
well
bleeds into
for
what
some
right
of their
to
newer
repair
models.
really
I
is.
think
And
was
right to
I think it was
repair is an
Toyota
important-
or something I heard
important
about.
movement to get behind because it doesn't really just affect people that play video
Doing
games
that.
or fuck around with computers. It can affect people that, you know, or even farmers fucking around with things like John Deere tractors or John Deere equipment, which is notorious in this situation because in some cases farmers can't even legally repair or modify software. Instead, you know, they have to go through actual official channels, which usually are designed to buttfuck you financially because they know they're the only player in town. So even if you actually own what you buy, all right, you never really actually own it as long as these companies are allowed to change the terms of the deal
Exactly.
and modify it at any given point up to them. Laws like that are meant to be civilly disobeyed. They're meant to be fucking ignored. Because ultimately, at its core, it's bullshit. We sit in a world of planned obsolescence and letting companies legally buttfuck us. We allow companies, we allow big corporations to run psychological experiments without user consent. We allow them to effectively control every single thing that we can do or use on the actual hardware that we buy. It used to be when you bought something, it actually just belonged to you. You know, it was just yours. Now, the thing is, for civilly disobeying that law, what are the actual penalties, it seems? Well, you could be fined not more than $500,000 or imprisoned for not more than 5 years, just to try and steal back what you legally should be allowed to have. That's insanity. So I guess to tie off this video, why Clippy? Because like I showed in the beginning, Clippy is simply just a tool that wants to help. You know, unlike Bonzi Buddy, which is, well, even Bonzi Buddy wanted to help, Clippy was literally just something that, again, if you fired up any computer from back in the day, Windows XP and Office, like I just did at the beginning, without any form of internet connection or any online requirement to some server, it would literally be just there to help you. It wasn't pilfering through your data, sending it over to Microsoft, and using it to train through a giant cloud. And it was also from a time when many softwares and many things could still just be purchased without having access to unnecessary subscription services and signing unnecessary terms that never benefited you. So again, I guess the best way that Lewis has kind of put it, and what makes the most sense, is using Clippy anywhere like this is always just usually meant to be a way to express some form of silent defiance to a lot of these tech companies that would be willing to experiment on users all the time over and over. That is what Clippy is for, ladies and gentlemen. That is what Clippy stands for. And honestly, I feel like people should at least somewhat let these big tech companies know that this is something that is intolerable by all of us, okay?
It's
and
hidden
honestly,
ability.
I think it should be a point until, of course, laws
Too bad
like the
those
one that I
monkeys
just
are
showed you
garbage.
in regards to the DMCA should be
But hey, a
repealed.
shiny's
I
a
think owning
shiny.
your shit should be a right, whether that be for video games, whether that be for lawnmowers and tractors, or computer parts, or shit we subscribe to and get taken away. You know, ChatGPT 5 just dropped. It's absolute dog shit, in my opinion at least. And it's crazy to think that paying for a subscription suddenly means that having access to those older models that actually do the job better, in my opinion, just get taken away. You know, anything can come out and get yoinked without any of your consent. All you have to do is just keep paying for it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Well then, that's the Clippy movement. Alright, let's Check mark that. The fuck? Oh boy, what is this? Sonic X Minecraft what? Okay. But why? It is Minecraft. Yeah, at least it's not console exclusive. Well then, that was something. What's this about censorship? Wait. What's this one?
Here. So today we're once again talk about censorship-related issues. Now, over the past couple of weeks, we've spent a lot of time talking about
more on that
collective
censorship
shouts,
thing.
as well as payment processors like Visa and MasterCard. Now, today we're going to go a little beyond those groups, but I wanted to start off by talking about the most recent development, and then we'll get into the main topics for today. And as always, in case you're not familiar, there'll be new changes on YouTube. Even if you watch a video in its entirety, your view might not count unless you're a quote-unquote engaged viewer, aka someone who likes, comments, or subscribes. So doing those actions helps your view count and helps promote my video and spread the message, like we're going to talk about today, involving censorship-related concerns. Now, like I said, we're going to start with Collective Shout. There was a petition on change.org where there was hundreds of thousands of signatures on a petition going after that group, a group of feminists in Australia pushing for censorship, not just in their country but across the globe. And they have been very successful recently with their new campaign where they put pressure on payment processors like Visa and MasterCard, which then in turn causes platforms like Steam or itch.io to censor or ban related games that are featuring adult content, or really anything that is problematic in the eyes of these groups like Collective Shout. But anyways, this is the quick update. The change.org petition involving Collective Shout has been removed.
Damn.
Yes, this is very spooky stuff, because at the end of the day, pretty much anything can exist on change.org. You can start a petition for pretty much anything at this point, and I'm sure it will be left standing. But this one involving Collective Shout has been taken down.
Of course they do.
Little suspicious if you ask me. But, of course, like I said, that's the only real news we have with Collective Shout today. But there's a lot of censorship-related concerns involving other platforms, beginning with Adobe. So we had this Japanese artist saying this: I was uploading not safe for work illustrations to Adobe Cloud, and my account got banned without any prior warning. If I had known they were even monitoring the cloud like some kind of censorship, I wouldn't have trusted Adobe in the first place. I'm in the middle of filing an appeal, but if this doesn't work out, I might have to ditch Adobe altogether. They're just too high-handed. Here's the breaking free from Adobe. You can see the message down here, but basically Adobe is joining in the censorship crusade, where they're now watching what you do in the cloud and banning artists for their adult content, which seems a bit dystopian. Not too surprising given the current landscape we're facing right now, but very disturbing stuff. And we see this guy right here, okay, Zenko, who is a Japanese politician. He says this in the quote, saying, reports of censorship in Japan it has been reported that after uploading not safe for work illustrations to Adobe's cloud service, the account was frozen without prior notice and the appeal was rejected. It is no exaggeration to say that even the contents of the cloud are now being monitored. Yeah, well, this individual, by the way, Japanese politician who is anti-censorship, not just for Japanese content, but globally. This guy's doing a very great job, and I am very thankful for his work, and I'm glad to promote the guy as well. But he made another post, this time involving the Pixiv subreddit, saying this: I received a report from someone in the United States that the subreddit related to Pixiv on Reddit has suddenly been banned. The reason is still unclear, but since it was used as a platform for interaction among Pixiv's overseas users, there is concern that this could lead to a decline in Pixiv's ability to reach audiences outside Japan.
That's
apparently
crazy.
Quite rare for a subreddit related to a major
the
site to
Pixiv
be
subreddit
banned.
is banned.
Reddit may not be familiar in Japan, but it is a major bulletin board service in English-speaking regions. I told you guys, Pixiv was one of the many platforms that are very popular in Japan that have been targeted for a very long time by payment processors like Visa and MasterCard. Okay, we've all noticed very recently what's going on with Steam and Itch, but over on the Japanese side of the internet, these payment processors have been cracking down on many Japanese-centric platforms and services for a very long time now, and to see the Pixiv subreddit getting banned like this, it's all seeming very connected at this point, and very bizarre, to say the least, and concerning. Now, today we talked about censorship-related concerns involving Adobe, as well as Pixiv and Reddit, but let's move further. There's been other platforms that have been cracking down for, well, reasons, as we'll see. So now we're going to focus on the Archcast. This is a YouTube channel that has been completely deplatformed by PayPal, another payment processor.
Boy.
So here's their post on Twitter saying this: I was just randomly deplatformed from PayPal, no reason given other than unusual activities. Nonsense, of course, and I was redirected to a page telling me about the rules of card companies. Please make sure to make some noise about this if you can, and spread the word. Yeah, the reason they were given, the reason their account was ripped away and also their money was ripped away, was because of unusual activity. Huh? What does this mean? Unusual activity. Care to explain? Now, PayPal will never explain the direct reasons why accounts like this have lost their money. Not just their account, but their money they had in their account. Because if they set a specific reason why, that might be used against them. And in this case, let me just say this, guys. For any, especially content creators out there, if you have a PayPal, I beg of you, dispense your payments as soon as you get them. Do not let money sit in your account, because PayPal at any moment can drop you, as we see here. And what they do is they drop you, they ban your account for whatever reason, and they take your money. Now, of course, you know, your account is no longer welcome there, but your money is. Oh, your money is. They will take your money and they'll basically say, go away. And here's another example of this. And, you know, looking at this guy's account, like, what does he do that is so controversial that he deserves to have his PayPal account taken away? Just looking through this guy's account, right?
Yep.
He just looks like an anti-censorship type of guy. That's it. There's nothing super controversial here. The fact that his PayPal was ripped away is insane, and the fact that PayPal can feel so disgusted with his actions but still accept his money.
Oh yeah, look at this alternatives that I'm gonna wall.
Hopefully this gets
because it only has fire moves and poison and dragon moves.
In PayPal,
and I have a mute
well, they're untrustworthy. Now, let's move on.
I'm about to wall this
example of some censorship-related concerns involving this artist, Sin.
Yeah,
Now,
exactly.
What did they do? Well, their Patreon account has been deleted without notification. That's right. Well, sadly, I've seen this coming for a long time now. Patreon is not an advocate for free speech. They've been slowly but surely clamping down on anything they find problematic. And artists, I hope the best for you, but unfortunately, Patreon is not reliable right now. I've seen so many people have their accounts deleted like this without notification or warning because they have quote-unquote problematic fictional content, and it's horrible. And apparently this person's their attempt to file an appeal was rejected as well, and it's so frustrating. I feel so bad for people like this who've been shut down for absolute nonsense, and they have a whole thread going through why their account was removed, which of course is no reason. There's no reason. And it's very frustrating. I feel for people like this. You know what? Like, I'm very careful about what I show in my YouTube videos. I don't want to get in trouble or get dinged with any sorts of systems. But, like, this is the art we're talking about, right? Okay? A 22-year-old and a 24-year-old MC. Or OC, sorry. This is it. This will get you banned from Patreon. Absolutely insane stuff. I literally don't know what else to say. Unfortunately, it's just the way things are. I mean, we've looked at like 4 or 5 different platforms engaging in arbitrary censorship, mostly not even giving a reason as to why they're doing it, and it's a sign of the times. It really is. You know, we move beyond like collective shout and the payment processors, but there's so much going on right now, and spreading the word definitely helps, and I hope everyone featured in this video finds their way back to their accounts or has some alternative. But right now, this is completely ridiculous, and I'll follow back this individual because their art's good, but also I feel for them.
It's just crazy though.
Yeah, just a terrible state of affairs right now. But anyways,
yeah,
support the people in this video.
Who knows why?
That'll do it for now.
But
and
it's just
always,
crazy.
Feel free to share your thoughts about it.
It's just fucked, but that's just what's been happening. Alright, it's just the whole thing's been fucked. What is this one? This guy played the worst one.
Anime is one of the biggest forms of media on the planet.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about a medium that has been
Just
seen
scared
by
of
nearly
4-letter
a third
word,
of the
I
world's
know.
population. So, making a game involving some of the most iconic characters from the genre should be easy money, right? Right? Well, Unicorn Whale Technology thought so and created Enigma of Sepia, a game where the whole premise is gender swapping your favorite anime characters.
Okay.
And that's pretty much it, if I'm being honest. This is one of the funniest and best experiences I've ever had playing any game, but in good faith, I cannot recommend this to anybody. So let's see why this is the worst anime slash gacha slash mobile slash just game in general that I have ever played.
Oh god, am I also walled by this eternity?
Was that fucking shit, Ron? So, right off the bat, you're probably thinking, this game is just stealing characters from popular anime. Is there anything original in this? And I feel honored to know that out of the probably 6 people that have played this game, there is something original. The story. But it's like 4 boxes of dialogue long. We are a time traveler from the era Who Gives a Shit, and we need to stop Sepia from being revived because she wants to destroy the universe. That's all the game tells us, and if you even look online, it's only like 2 more sentences. Well, that checks off one of the boxes for making a game, so let's look at the actual gameplay, and to do that, we need to pick a character. And no, silly, it's not the person on the screen. We have something even better. I'm Vanagoid. Grown on Earth, I will become the king of the seas, protect peoples I love with fire's will. This is the best game I've played all year. Oh my god, I'm crying. 3 minutes into this game, I'm fucking crying. The advertisement advertisements for this game show a unique gameplay experience.
Help! Our leader's been caught by the hostile guild. Don't mess with me.
So how much of that translates over to the actual game? Fight! Come on, Goku, let's see what you have. Oh, okay. So do we just lose? Vegeta! Oh my, Vespera's here! Let's give them a taste of our joint attack. If you can't find me, try looking in the summon. You want to see the combat? Get fucking ready.
Yes. Fight.
That's it, by the way.
Wait, are you
That's
serious?
it. Oh, that's it? It's just happened.
Oh my god.
His fucking costume.
Bro, ain't no fucking way.
The combat in this game can be divided into 3 sections. Characters versus enemies, players versus menus, and the game versus itself. And would you believe me if I told you that the one that required the least amount of effort was the first one?
Can we see an ult from somebody real quick?
Eli, I've pressed my button once this entire
Hell yeah.
This game is an auto battler, and for those unfamiliar with the genre, these are mainly found on mobile games. All you do is place your units down onto the grid, tap the screen, and they fight while you do whatever. Personally, these games aren't really my type, but they do have an audience. However, I have to ask, genuinely, what would your reaction be if you saw a coworker, student, or friend playing this on their phone?
Dude, put that thing away. They're like
children here. Okay, so for the gameplay, the characters are divided into 4 categories: Zenith, Sword, Mastery, and Deity.
What is Goku?
Goku's a Zenith, I believe.
Okay.
What do these classes mean? I honestly have no fucking idea. I mean, I get that sword characters are in the sword category, but I don't know why you would need a sword character for one situation versus another. As for the team formation, I still have no idea what I'm doing. For some reason, Levi works better in the back middle more than the back right. Alphonse doesn't like the middle, but she likes the bottom right. Why am I even talking about this? You can literally just press quick and the game will do everything for you. It's not like this game requires strategy or anything. There's not any obstacles in the path like in other auto battlers. The entire game takes place on a fucking bridge. Then we have the menus. Oh dear God, the fucking menus. There are so many menus in this game for you to click on, topped off with the fact that it has one of the ugliest interfaces I've seen.
Oh, it even has like the shitty game interface.
Why do they make these circles so big? And it's so big, it doesn't go where it needs to. It's not even centered. I spent an hour playing this game on both accounts, and in that time, I had to click through more menus than I did the fight icon on the combat screen.
Dude, she does not stop talking to you.
Tap on a hero in the list to deploy or remove them.
Appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for the help. And I don't even know why the minds behind Unicorn Whale Technology, yes, I'm going to keep saying that name, want you to go through the menus because the game can barely load them. I thought the game crashed. There's no loading screen. The game just freezes. Then bam, there's Goku's ass. And you want to know what happens when you put all 3 pieces together? The game has a fucking seizure.
Don't forget to claim the rewards. Don't forget to claim the rewards. Don't forget to claim the rewards.
I wish I could tell more if I could fucking see.
Bro, if this thing ran, it would blow ZZD out the water for the Gooner game.
Yeah, unfortunately it works.
Bro, this shit stumbles, it crawls, it don't even talk.
So far, we've read about the story, and we've played the game. But these aren't the reasons to install Enigma of Sepia. So let's go ahead and get to the main event, why we're all here, the gender-bent anime characters. Just like the UI, the ads for this game are all over the place. Hell, they might even be on the sides of this video or even playing right now. I found this game earlier this year because of gems like these.
Girls playing Enigma of Sepia. Wow, so many fabulous roles. This one looks good.
This is also nice.
Okay.
Wow, kawaii.
You'll notice in a lot of these ads that, 1, the gameplay is nothing like the actual game, which is evident from the lack of this one singular bridge that seems to be the entire fucking game. And 2, these characters are referred to by their actual names. That's right, the game advertises these characters as Vegeta, Satoru Gojo, and Naruto, but in the game, they're Vespera, Satoria, and Little Rossi. Now, I'm willing to defend them and give them the benefit of the doubt that they were just
I heard about
inspired
that.
by certain anime characters.
The Power World
so
copy
let's
one.
look through this roster and determine if these are legally distinct.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, the frames! The frames, bro!
What an animation.
What was just happening?
The Joker!
Wake up, get out there. Oh, it's like the shooting exams, that's right.
Tear it all down, then build it anew.
Oh my god.
Oh, is this the Phantom Raid? I remember when he did that in Persona 5.
Yeah, but look who we're fighting.
Is that
Gilgamesh?
Is that fucking Gilgamesh?
Tanjiro?
That's Tanjiro,
Yeah, that's Tanjiro, yeah. Water breathing, first form, copyright strike.
Goku!
Oh.
Sasuke!
Those feet are hella
I'm just gonna PP stall out and turn it as I think.
He's a 5-star and Goku isn't.
He can't hurt me, but like I can't hurt him.
Oh, big side.
So I'm just gonna PP stall it.
Yeah, big cross on the side. Yeah, the Tanjiro girl had a massive forehead.
Yes, she also had massive knockers.
Oh, that's like a given for this game, except for Naruto for some fucking reason. Is that Dr. Stone?
Yeah.
Is there, that's bad.
Okay.
You wanna know what her name is? Scientina.
Scientina?
Instead of Dr. Stone, it's like...
Yeah, it's the world.
Oh my god, look at the HP when it's maxed out.
Hey, Kumaki.
Frost.
Yeah, you're not gonna believe who this is based off the picture. You're gonna lose your shit.
It's
it's fucking Ichigo.
I remember this. This is when he saved Rukia.
Okay.
I remember that.
Oh yeah, I was there for that. Damn, Ichigo's pussy is straight in the camera. Bipolarist?
What?
Is that
Bipolarist? What?
What the fuck is this? Who is this?
Bipolarist? What the fuck kind of name is that?
Why does she have to team up with Goku?
You said you didn't finish Tokyo Ghoul, right?
He also.
I did not finish. So these designs are definitely something, and trust
But
me,
yeah, hi,
they
come on.
only get better. Just wait. I just wanted
Okay.
to pause right here to read off some of the backstories that the writers behind Unicorn Whale Technology came up with on their website.
Alright.
This website is a mess, by the way. All characters are listed as a curse and debuff unit, and here's the latest news on here. But let's get back to these origin stories. Dreaming of becoming a navigator, she accidentally gains an elastic body after eating a wild fruit. Now she has sailed to new worlds with other navigators,
this is
pursuing
just
freedom
lovely.
and treasure, challenging powerful enemies, and writing the legends of their grand voyage.
They just started One Piece like 2 days ago, right? So
Denise.
Denise, okay.
Fucking dingy.
That's just poaching of a blue. That is just poaching of a blue.
So it's not poaching the
Burdened with the heart of a demon, she transformed into a chainsaw devil, straddling the line between life and death. Through her unique identity, she has embarked on a complex journey to explore the meaning of humanity and existence.
I took the time to write these.
Yeah, I think that's similar to Dingy.
And then we have my personal favorite, Lyra. Though born without distinct personality traits, she yearns to be a hero. After inheriting special powers, she attended the Detective Academy, overcoming many hardships. She is determined to become a top-tier hero and safeguard peace.
And her favorite ability, Some for Us.
Some for us.
The rest for them. That's her
Rest
rival. And they didn't stop with the backstories. They made sure to include these characters' iconic voice lines. Do you remember that powerful moment in My Hero Academia when Deku was battling Todoroki in the tournament and he said, "Real dishes, real dishes."
Real dishes? What does that even fucking mean?
or when Elle was on track to finding out Kira's true identity and exclaimed, winning, and the fun is just getting started.
Right.
Ability, Iron Fist, and Word.
That's Jotaro. No fucking way.
Dude, what do you mean? That's Cronus.
Oh my god.
I do not remember Jotaro doing this.
I do.
Remember
I
he
do.
had that
I
concert.
do.
Yeah, and he just he did the song Rock.
He
Hey,
said, my
4
name is
mil
JoJo,
HP
and
is
this is my
crazy.
bizarre band. Let's
We
rock.
googled.
Is that Killua?
Killua?
Yes, I don't know why Killua has the Star of David on her yo-yo.
I'm about to say, why does he have the Star of David on his yo-yo?
Oh yeah. Dude, that's like the fucking meme! Well, you know the meme where it's like, I love Israel. I love Israel.
Capybara? Capybara! Coconut dog.
Gone. I love Israel. I love Israel, Gone.
Okay.
Gone. I love Israel. Israel.
That's Death. Holy shit. That's what's his name?
That's Death Note.
Oh,
That's
That's Ryuk.
yeah,
right.
it's L.
No, this is Light Yagami.
That's Light?
They couldn't afford the note part.
They only got death. The death
Luca
book.
got his dogs out.
It's the
Whoa.
death book.
It's Yukari and it's her dogs.
Oh.
Okay.
Is that in Shibuya?
She gets a motorcycle?
She's got a wanted poster. How much money is this?
Zip it.
I
Hey,
can't.
zip
I
it.
can't.
Yeah, you can.
And
Yeah, you can.
You said this game is free to play, isn't it?
This Genji?
Yeah.
Oh!
What the fuck? Why is Genji?
Why?
It's not even a fucking anime character.
Oh, Aranor.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh.
I can't tell. Oh.
They did not turn this into Attack on Titan. They did not.
Dude, the soap. Hold on. Look at the soap in the bathtub. It's just a dick.
Wait, what?
No, look.
No,
No,
it's
look.
not. Just actual soap.
Her left shoulder on the back. It's like a dick with a little shotgun out.
You're going way too hard, Chris. You're going way too deep. You're going way too deep, bro.
What is it? You know what I'm saying? If you go searching for nails with a hammer, you know what I'm saying? You go find it.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
this is like full Sukuna with all of his arms out.
All of her arms out. Yes, Anguina.
What
Yeah,
is charm as a hobby? Their hobbies are wine, charm, and gourmet.
I like how she's covering her haha parts, but she's got like shorts on that already do that.
That's not shorts.
That's the one beside her. Who is this?
I think this is the only OC in the game, but at the same time, it looks so familiar.
Wait, is that?
Wait.
Okay.
Is that from Castlevania?
That's the angel! That's the angel! The one that threw
I
the
was gonna
spear
say that's
through
just
old girl's head.
Evangelion.
Yeah.
She even has the fucking
Longinus
spear.
right there.
Yeah,
that's the Longinus.
Longinus.
This is the pain batter. Okay.
I got used to ironically calling it Longinus because it sounded funny.
Bro, her nipples are hard as hell.
it
See that
is.
on the right one? The
Oh
right
yeah,
one's
you can
hard.
see it poking
Dude, the
through.
left one is missing, but the right one is.
Yeah, the left one is vacant, but that right one is
Vacant?
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, it's a god! What's his
Sword Art
name?
Online.
Sword Art.
Wait, was one of their hobbies just game?
Is that
Yeah,
just
she's in
Gilgamesh's
here.
fucking caster skin?
It's Gilgamesh Caster.
Okay.
That is just straight up Gilgamesh Caster.
Oh, that's awful.
This is for a normal SR. Look at this animation.
Kiritia. Yes. Kiritia.
When?
Wait, we didn't see the animation. It just happened.
Wait.
Wait, no. Or you can change it, right? Right? Because Kirito, I think, was the name, right? Just replace the T with a K, and there you and then put an A in there. I don't know. Make him Kiriko or something. Just replace 2 letters there. For the SAO one. I don't know. And then you just change the thing. Fair enough. But yeah, these are something, man.
No, that's not Dante. That's fucking
Helsing.
That's Van Helsing.
Oh yeah, it's Helsing.
Okay.
I saw the gun. I thought it was fucking Dante.
I hope we get Cronus. Please, Cronus. Cronus. Come on, guys. Manifest Cronus.
You're gonna get some goober item. We got a purple. Yep.
We need to get Cronus, so we all just need to say Cronus on 3.
Alright.
Alright.
1, 2, 3.
Cronus. Spin around your
Shut
chair,
up,
spin around your-
We got 2 of them.
Wait, 2 SSRs!
Oh my god.
We got Dr. Lorena!
Dr. Lorena! It's Lorena! It's Lorena! Oh my god!
Oh!
Fuck yeah, fun.
It's the fucking, it's that alchemist guy! Do you feel the dopamine flowing through your mind, Chris?
Like a cancer. Are we done for the day?
We might be. I mean, this is as far as I got on my first account.
Is that picture of the dude mining and stopping right before the diamonds?
Gavin had a point. We couldn't just stop here. Surely, there has to be more to Enigma of Sepia than lawsuits and this one bridge. And lo and behold, there is. We have PvP, which means that yes, other people have played this game.
PvP?
PvP, oh my goodness.
It's like the Raid Shadow Legends PvP.
I don't even know what that's
you
like.
gotta get into
Yes,
Raid.
I can't tell you what that's like.
Are you guys feeling the competitive spirit?
Oh wait, never mind.
Apparently not. Get in there.
Damn.
Holy shit, get him! Dude, fucking easy claps. That guy just got pub stomped.
It's running better. Wait, why is it running better?
Oh wait, never mind.
Oh wait, no. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, new bridge!
Oh my god,
Oh,
what a new bridge.
Oh, what just happened?
Push you on the ground.
Your opponent is very strong.
Historical force, that's what it's called.
Oh,
I'm pretty
hold
sure
up.
you gapped him by like 20k power. Oh, wait, D9 spin a
Oh, Chainsaw Storm!
Oh.
Get him, Goku.
Oh, they're healing.
Go get him, Goku.
Big targeting.
Oh, genius! Genius! Exposed. What is that?
Goku! Ganbare!
Ganbare, Goku!
Oh!
Extinction! Oh
That's the cleanest all we've seen so far, I think.
Yeah,
Every
actually,
other one has been like 2 frames.
There's 2 PvP modes in this game. They're the exact fucking same.
There's PvP and the same shit. Okay.
So, this game is definitely, real. But I wish it was just a fever dream. The gameplay is one button, the UI is atrocious, constant interruptions for the first hour experience, blatant rip-offs of popular anime characters and Genji for some reason, and they have the audacity to change the names of characters just for the sake of legality. Your Honor, this isn't Naruto, that's clearly Lil Rossi. The ads are nothing like the actual game, the game runs terribly, and it's just boring. It's fun seeing all the shameless bootleg versions of anime characters and just pointing and laughing at them, but you combine that with a lackluster gaming experience, menus everywhere in this Temu Paimon that will not shut the fuck up. It quickly becomes a very annoying experience. And honestly, I don't see how anybody could seriously play this game for more than 30 minutes straight. There were only 2 things I liked about this game. When you defeat an enemy, it just says kill. It's not even like defeated, it's not eliminated, it's just kill, and it's very easy to get characters. You get pulls extremely fast in this game, and I think you can even build SSR units using like the shards and stuff. But who cares when it's characters like these? You are only playing this game to goon. Let's all just be honest here. That is the only reason someone would get this game.
There's so much pull!
But why even download it in the first place? Rule 34 is free. If you wanted to see Naruto as a woman, it's literally in the show. Or hell, you could just go to their website. This is the worst game I have ever played in my life, and I did it. So you don't have to. This video's been completely different from my normal one, so if you enjoyed it, I would greatly appreciate it if you would let me know by commenting, liking, or subscribing. So that way I would know if you guys are interested in seeing more, games like these. Thank you all for watching, and now I'll say my iconic outro. Real dishes.
Tell me why I'm here and what's the reason I am here today.
Nope, I can't do that way. But that was something. Those things or something, man. You saw ads for this on BlueStacks, just like Palmon Survival. Yeah, I saw that one too. It's just like, bro, what? Oh yeah, there's this thing. We were going to watch it the other day, but we didn't. But yeah, this one. They lied to you about Cinder. Oh boy. It's been sitting here for a couple of days.
Part of the reason for why I started working on this video. I
might as well see what they lied about.
Part of the reason or why I started working on this video, oddly has nothing to do with Cinder, Shylily, or any of the other creators that will be featured in this video.
And there's
No,
a part
instead,
two, oh
my
boy.
studies into this entire situation were halted when another
Good
very
morning to you,
prominent
Grell.
creator began
Welcome,
receiving a
welcome.
massive swath of backlash. His entire image slowly chopped down as a weave of lies he told began to be unraveled. His situation has already been covered by multiple other people in great detail, so I don't feel I need to spend 5 or so minutes recapping what has already been said about him. The lesson that I will echo, however, is that creators lie, either by fake pedigree or simply by using their clout, something that is
Damn, I need
often
the
cashed
bird.
in like a check to create false narratives, spin lies, and
There we
captivate an
go.
audience into believing whatever they say. Today I'd like to try and share what I believe is another similar situation. One where the creators, using their clout and shaky at best evidence, built a narrative of manipulation, abuse, and blacklisting. A narrative that was unchallenged by their fans, cheered on by news and commentary channels, and sold to you as fact. But is it fact? Or could it be that everything you were told 3 months ago was a lie? Join me as I attempt to comb through those 3 or so months of research done by myself and multiple other people in an attempt to understand the entirety of the situation and why I personally think they lied to you about Cinder.
Oh, I'm
Like Shadow's on blast towards a V-card doing the oh, like how dare you sit there and pretend to be some Boggs legendary of something that you didn't create. Oh, disgusting. Again, if you cope by burning your merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you wanna cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect.
You do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in because I knew that what that would do to your reputation.
Now, before we start on this adventure, let me first explain who I am. I am a drama reporter. I spend a lot of my time listening to dramatic events, both in the content creator realm and in the real world itself. Along with that, I do actively study and research human emotions and psychology. I study why humans decide to take the actions they do, see if I can break it down and understand it, and then teach it to my own audience for their and my own edification. While I am not in any way an expert in the field of human actions and emotions, or have a psychology degree, I will say that the time I've spent studying in those fields allows me to feel like I have a better understanding of the topic that we'll be covering today, and give quite the unprofessional opinion on the matter. With that explanation out of the way, let us turn to the main topic today. That being Cinder herself and Redacted, or henceforth Red, and some of the alleged crimes that people say they both have committed. I will say right off the bat, to quell a lot of people's anger, that Cinder has admitted to some of the things listed in the Google Docs that we will be going over. I will not say she is an innocent bystander, like some people seem to be portraying it. That is retarded. No, instead, I wish to break down what we know based on fact, what can be proven off of the information we have been given, and what should be discarded as hearsay. To now piss off the other end of the spectrum that might watch this, I do believe that what we have been given in the form of 5 Google Docs from the main party, along with 2 videos from 2 of the alleged victims, and many different streams, pictures, and tweets, a lot of what we see is hearsay, unsubstantiated claims based off of quote-unquote feelings and, quote, things that you only would know if you were friends with Cinder. My goal, if anything, is to try and clear the air on and separate both fact and hearsay for you to make a choice on what you think is right based on the evidence we have here. If anything changes, or if Cinder comes back, pause for continuity's sake. As of writing this video, Cinder has allegedly made a $6,666 donation to the immunodeficiency.
Yeah, I never really cared either, but it's like, we reacted to the other thing earlier, so I might as well see the rest.
Coming back,
What happened?
It could also may or may not be her. It is just something that people have observed on Tiltify. I'm adding this just for timeline's sake. If anything changes, if Cinder comes back and offers more information that can be used as evidence for her innocence, I do plan to make some form of follow-up. The same will also be given for the alleged victims of Cinder as well. If they choose after this video to offer up more factual information that would substantially change this video's original meaning, I will make a follow-up video. Not a comment, but a video. I wanted to start this section by outlining the crimes that the original Google Docs mentioned and break them down for people. I'll also be using the 2 videos by both Bao the Whale and Shy Lily for a majority of this, as well as anything else I feel will add to the claims made by them. In the original Google Doc that was published by Nanolus and co-written by those who knew English better, she raised the following concerns about Red and Cinder's behavior. The first being the slandering of other creators. This includes people like Bao the Whale, Shy Lily, Silverveil, and a couple others. The second crime being exclusivity and the potential blacklisting of others through asking Nano to cancel artwork or models with other creators like Bao or Lily or Silverveil or others. The third crime being that of ascribing a value to Nanolus's work by saying that her models and art lost value the more the people commissioned her. Finally, I also wished to include the crime of Cinder knowing everything that was going on, as this does become a big connection in the entirety of the situation. I think this is going to be the most controversial thing for me to break down, so I spent a considerable amount of time thinking about how I wanted to address this. Side note, I will be trying to keep the DMs more straightforward, since a lot of the DMs in the Nanolus doc are not in a concise timeline. Some are recent, some are a year, or even 2 years old. I've done my best to keep the DMs straightforward and give you the dates as seen in the DMs so that you can understand when they happen. We'll tackle the slandering of other creators first. It is worth noting that slander is a very specific term that I want to make sure the audience understands before we move forward. Google's definition from Oxford Languages defines it as, quote, the action or crime of making a false spoken statement damaging to a person's reputation. There are some key things that have to fit in that definition, otherwise it cannot be classified as slander. First, it does have to be false in its nature, otherwise it can't be slander. Then, it is just a true statement. For example, let's say I committed a crime, am arrested, serve my time, and then come back into society. It would for sure suck if years down the line, after I've committed myself and repaid my debt to society, someone used this information on me to talk about me in a bad light or tried to keep me from business opportunities in the future. Now, it does suck if people use my past experiences and say things about me to try and change my perception of who I am right now. But
yeah, they can change the meaning, exactly.
Well, it depends then on what the purpose behind the saying of these statements are. And at that point, it can potentially lead into job or work interference. But I feel like that's too deep for this video. My point is to make sure we understand what can and can't be counted as slander. Also, side note, and really this is just an autistic hair trigger of mine, slander has to be spoken orally. Otherwise, it's liable.
Yep.
Going back to Red and Nano, the slander mentioned in the beginning mostly revolves around Bao the Whale allegedly stealing an editor from Cinder. Starting off in the Nanoless Google Doc DMs on 1/15/25 around 8:29 p.m., we will start off with Nanoless saying, OFC, I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time, LOL. Redacted would reply by saying, well, with blank, she's been given a lot of bias and priority at GS, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better by being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with everything that she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her, since she's already taken our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does. But he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's MV editors is the one that did the Boss Rush MV, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like, model art is the most important thing. That is a VTuber's image. Further down in the images, only 8 minutes later, Red continues on by saying, okay, but like, let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor, and the songs flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in the Boss Rush MV between his work with Bao. Boss Rush's song blows up and he's credited as the editor. I ask him when he's free to do the next project. All of a sudden he changes his mind and is only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically we don't have an MV editor for our next Boss Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song MV for her friends without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original songs last year, that she locked him up so no one else could work with him, and then had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward, like a literal announcement tweet. Now, she's barking up the tree of one of our live 2D animators. So like, and you, and a nano model. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. Now, is this slander? Could be. I mean, Red speaks as if he and allegedly Cinder knows the true intentions of Bao the Whale based off of the feelings that is being shared. The statement, quote, Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while, followed up by, quote, she hijacked our YouTube editor and is constantly picking up artists that we worked with, unquote, to me shows that Cinder, and by extension Red, view Bao as encroaching on people that they depend upon for their work. But is this the case? There isn't really any evidence for it. In fact, there is evidence of one of the said editors, a guy named Sack, refuting some of these claims himself. In Sack's own doc, he says, quote, I asked Bao to go anonymous and in-house because I had been wanting to focus on my own projects for 2025 since I had spent pretty much all of 23 and 24 doing videos for others and was having a lot of people / companies reaching out asking me to work with / for them, and I'm not good at saying no to work opportunities, unquote. This alone, to me, is proof enough to say that at the very least, Sack himself wasn't taken by Bao. Now, he doesn't really share his conversation with Bao about this wanting to go exclusive. However, I am willing to believe that he wished to work on other projects for himself. Specifically due to this, in his doc here, quote, in general, being just an editor is not a long-term sustaining thing in most scenarios. So I wanted to be left alone this year to work on other things than just editing for other people, unquote. In my opinion, this could be a form of libel by Red. It is in its face an untrue statement, and is being made as a response to Nano saying, quote, I want to understand it better, especially if I cancel on her for the second time, LOL. Now, to be fair to Red here, this is a cut-off direct message. We don't really know what they were talking about before this, or why Nano said this in the first place. We do know that they had been conversing about exclusivity a few hours earlier, however, that will come back up in its own section later. Let's look at another situation in the same doc that could be seen as slander or libel. That would be towards Shy Lily. Red alleges on 4/12/25 that Shy Lily had been, quote, acting weird towards Cinder lately, and, quote, dipping out of collabs at the last minute and now ghosting her messages, unquote.
At least.
Red would also allege that when Cinder raided Lily, she would not acknowledge Cinder by name. Later in the same conversation, Red would say, quote, feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama, and, quote, gotta stay competitive even when we shouldn't have to.
Thanks to the follows old Marcus does.
Now, is there really any merit to what Red had said? Kind of.
Eternatus is dead.
In her response stream, a couple of days after this all took place, Shy Lily did have a few things to say about the dipping out of collabs and ghosting messages.
Okay. I did say, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM. But somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord. I'm very distant, I'm very messy, I don't check often, and I'm not very thorough. So, and she knows that too, because it happened last year as well. She knows it too. It's why we have a group chat with her and Buska and me in it. So if she wants to plan something, hello? So if she wants to plan something, she knows where to go, and she has used it. So anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab, because I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asked for a collab, which, by the way, she also only does when there is something business related. AFK drop, B-card drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch. Then I'm important. Then we can network. Then he was business. So I am guilty of that, but like I said, I would like to excuse myself from those 2 sins because she knows better. It's been a thing last year, and last year it wasn't a problem. Only until Nano worked on me, it was a problem. Anyways.
So, in a way, yes. Red is correct that she's not doing collabs, that being Shy Lily. Her excuse for the first is because she, quote, simply didn't feel like it, unquote, but doesn't seem to elaborate on why. For the others, she doesn't really give a reason, but does state that both are business related. I'm going to say, for this section alone, based on what Red said, that this really isn't libel or slander. Red has correctly pointed out that, yes, Lily dodged or dropped out of collabs and hasn't been replying to Cinder's messages. She's admitted to as much. The issue I do have with it, however, is why Red chose to raise it in the first place. I can very much believe at this point, after reading this message and many of the other DMs in this Google Doc, that Cinder and Red talk about her feelings a lot. I mean, come on. They are a couple. I think it would be fair to say, but sometimes women gossip. Some worse than others about people around them. I mean, come on, ladies. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And if any of you are in the comments right now saying you're a wholesome Christian being that never talks ill about anybody, you're lying, and I know you do.
Yeah.
The point I'm making right now is that Cinder, probably like the rest of some of these other girls that she's fighting with, vented frustrations and ill thoughts she had with somebody she thought she could confide in. But is that a crime? Well, no, I don't think so. We as humans need someone to talk to. In our deepest and scariest times,
Okay.
we sometimes need to talk to trusted people about our thoughts and insecurities. But if that person is your boyfriend, going back to Cinder and Red, things are definitely different. I know from my experience as a man that we like to solve problems. Men hear issues and want them to be gone. It's uncomfortable to see something that we can't fix. And if a woman is involved, we definitely want to make their world right. I feel like it would be safe for me to infer that Cinder probably vented to her boyfriend, Red, many times about her thoughts when it came to those she considered her friends. A lot of what Red says and repeats here in the Google Doc sounds like the mad ramblings of a woman who dumped her emotions on her man. In fact, I'm going to bet 100% that that is what this is. So, what's the issue? Well, Red is both her manager and her boyfriend. And just like a boyfriend will want to fix anything that ails his girl, he will also use whatever power he can to push down those he thinks is hurting his girl. This is something that I will be doubling down on and coming back on later near the end, but to the end cap of the slander section, I wanted to point out one other little thing. Red does mention that Lily stopped acknowledging Cinder whenever she raided Lily. Nano and whoever helped her put this doc together, in response, included a clip that shows Lily saying hello to Cinder when she raided. However, like the autistic person I am, if we wanted to split hairs on this, technically, in this instance, Red is correct. Lily doesn't say hello to Cinder. She does say hello, though, to Cinder's fans.
Okay. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Hello! Oh! Hello, Raiders! Hello, hello! I am playing Berserker. It's called The Last Berserker Kazan. We were sponsored, but the game was really fun, so I just kept playing for like a million more hours. Hello, everyone! Hello!
They're all fake, yeah. Of course.
The Pyropop raid! Hello, Pyropops! What did you guys do? I am low-key addicted. I usually... Okay, so most people know me for my gacha addiction, but I really like Souls-like games.
Okay.
And while I don't think this is a grand indictment of the point altogether, I would need to see more recent clips of Cinder raiding Lily.
I'll take that.
But this is the one that was presented by the Nano Doc itself, and I felt important to include it since I personally don't think it counts. The next crime I wanted to address is the exclusivity and blacklisting that allegedly took place. This deal was first brought up on 1/15/25. The same day as some of the previous screenshots we've already read. Around 6:48 p.m., Red asks Nanolis about having model exclusivity. Quote, I mean, like, if we wanted to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? With Nanolis replying by saying, quote, maybe you can share one of your ideas and I'll check what I can think. At first, around 7:28 p.m., Nanolis comes back to Red initially interested in the said deal. Nanolis would say, quote, okay, so asked help from my friends. So, a monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings. Also, how long would this be, and if this counts for models I've already worked on, unquote. Red would reply with stating, quote, the main thing we're looking for are for you to not take on any new model clients and to not make any new models/outfits with Silver Veil ever again. Going back to the Red/Nano DMs, and jumping ahead a little bit here to the DMs that took place at 9 p.m. on the same day, the conversation on exclusivity would continue. Here is where I feel like things got quite retarded in terms of figuring out terms. Red would say, quote, we can pay blank for you, and we'll continue to give you lots of model work. He would also say, quote, You don't work with Bow, Blank, or Silver at all again. Models or art. Unquote. Nano, still seeming to play around with the idea, would respond by saying, quote, huh, is there any way to add a little bit more, since Silver still asks for art every now and then? Sweating Frog.
Okay.
This, at the very least, up till now, was accepted by Nanolus and even countered by her asking Red for more compensation due to the fact that she knows that Silver Veil tends to get more art. Something that Red replies to by saying, quote, we could do it like when Silver asks you for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you still get a job from it, unquote. I should step back and talk for a moment about exclusivity before we continue, because I've seen quite a bit of people get upset at the idea that Cinder or Red would offer to do 100% exclusivity and try to keep Nano for themselves. While I personally don't agree with any of the wording of how Red decided to ask for exclusivity, I also don't think that exclusivity is something that people are uncommon to in real life.
Exactly.
Especially in the business world, which a lot of these girls are used to, I'm sure. Perhaps in the VTubing medium it is uncommon. I haven't really seen evidence to the contrary. But I do know that artist exclusivity is a thing that exists, and it is very normal. Not only is it normal, but for many artists who can make a living off of their art, it can be quite the huge blessing, provided that the terms are good for them and for the business, as it can be a solid paycheck that they can get guaranteed every single month instead of hoping that somebody will commission them. To further add on to this, Nanolus at this point had become quite the big model artist and had quite a few names under her belt. This meant that as more time went on, she would have less and less time for her original baby, that being Cinder, and would spread herself more thin for other big
These are
YouTubers
just like
that were
most of the
going
things I
after
already
her.
had.
It's logical to me, and many other business-minded people, that Cinder might want exclusivity. This industry, even if you aren't competing, is very heavy with people that do end up competing.
Exactly.
If you want resources, like an editor perchance, or an artist perchance, you may need to bite the bullet and offer them more money or a contract for exclusivity in order to keep them working explicitly for you. Otherwise, you might lose slots or time that you need for future projects. Now, the terms for this deal between Cinder/Red and Nano are a bit shaky at best. Most of it seems to be mired around Red stating that he wants to make sure that Nano doesn't work for others. Something he really didn't need to say, but Nano does, at least during this conversation, agree with partially and counter offers asking for more money, something that Red himself is willing to part with. The agreement, if you can even call it one, as I see it, was thus. A monthly fee calculated around the normal earnings for Nanolus. We aren't really sure how much that might be, but we do know that each model that Nano draws and cuts at base are $10,000 USD.
Okay.
In the DMs, Red does say that Cinder was planning around 4, give or take, models in 2025 alone. So at base, not including any changes, that would be roughly $40,000. Now, to the contrary, this also could just be outfits. It's not really specified, and I'm not sure how many new models Cinder really needs at this point, but even if it is just outfits, that's still $5,000 USD per new outfit at the base. So either it's 40,000 grand minimum per year or 20 grand minimum per year. If you combine this with her normal art commissions that start at $2,000 USD and adds $1,500 USD per character, it starts to add up to a massive amount of money only very rich people like Cinder could afford. We don't have a total number of commissions Nano does every year. In her own TOS on her website, she states that things have a turnaround of about 8 weeks, I think. 3 weeks to begin and 4 to work on it unless a deadline exists. If this timeline in her TOS is accurate, I would assume that it would take about 8 weeks to get something done, which is pretty damn good in my personal opinion. Meaning that she could pump out quite a few models a year, provided she doesn't get sick. Which she does. Which I might have to mention more of later. Either way, I don't think it's a bad deal, considering the wage potential for the country she lives in, which is Brazil. All of that to say that, based off of what I have here, it's not a bad deal for her. This is probably why Nano entertained this exclusivity idea in the first place. As to why she backed out, she claims, quote, after realizing what taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out, unquote.
Yeah, that's good money for Brazil.
This turns us to the third potential crime that was alleged in
They were
Nanos'
like,
document.
what, 4,000 a month? So that's 48,000 a year? For Brazil, that's actually pretty good. And that does sound like it's technically more than what she would have gotten anyways. When you consider that and the turnaround time. Like, even at max, right? Let's say she didn't get sick at all and she was making the full models the entire time. Well, if it's 8 weeks per model, that's only 6. Okay. Technically, there's a theoretical cap of 65,000 she could have made then. Assuming she was swamped in work. But, like, basically she was being offered 48,000. Right? Which isn't that much worse. When you consider that, like, she doesn't have to work as much. And then she could probably do something else on the side. Or whatever if she wants to as well. Because she's not going to be getting constant commissions. Right? Like, 4,000 a month for that. And, like, that's, like, because, like, we were assuming before, like, best case scenario. She was, being swamped with things and assuming she didn't get sick or whatever. But, yeah.
I feel like it's important
Hi,
once again,
Sasori.
before I start talking about the worth of something
Welcome.
like digital art, I should discuss how the business world might see its value. A world that Red and, by extension, Cinder are both coming from. My research into the topic of scarcity leads me to believe that Red and potentially Cinder believed that the more people that Nano made models for, the less perceived value that came with the models, or, potentially, the less interesting and unique. Something I've seen many people say about Nano's work. You could perhaps liken this argument to, let's say, the Mona Lisa. One of Leonardo da Vinci's most famous pieces, the Mona Lisa is seen today by many people as one of the most valuable and priceless-looking paintings that has been contributed to society. In this situation, the Mona Lisa is Cinder. She was one of the first people that Nano made work for, and perhaps to Red, he sees Cinder's brand and thinks that her model would be less interesting the more work that Nano does for people. Even parrots something similar, I would argue, on 11/17/2023, 2 years before the main 115 conversation, where he says, and I quote, "Not to discredit any of your work because everything you work on is top of the line incredible, but when everybody's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Kind of been getting the same feeling from GamerSupps lately, though." Unquote. Now, the value is in the eyes of a beholder, obviously. I feel like if we're going to take away the many other paintings of Da Vinci that he made, sure, you could argue that the Mona Lisa would probably be valued higher, due to the high scarcity of it being one, if not the only painting done by the famous painter. However, I could also argue that part of the reason it is as highly regarded as it is comes from the fact that Da Vinci did have so much art and beautiful things that he had made, both paintings and inventions alike. If you take all of that away and you're left with one painting, do you really think he would be as famous and the Mona Lisa so highly regarded? I feel like that's something I can't truly answer, but I'd wager to guess that the answer is probably no. Translating that to Nano's art, could the argument be made that Cinder would be perceived as more valuable or unique if Nano only made work for her, or for less people overall? That, I guess, depends on how you assign value to a VTuber model at the end of the day. So, I would argue that the standpoint of a model being valued less is truly just a businessman's thinking.
Yep.
Which we know that Red clearly thinks himself to be, and Cinder alleges him to be in her apology.
More famous for controversy than its beauty.
I don't really agree with the idea that more nanoless models means that they are worth less.
In that case,
overall.
it's more of infamy.
I do see
if
the
anything.
argument for supply and demand and scarcity, but I personally don't feel like it could 100% fit in this context. I guess it could fit if, down the line, Red decided to commission nanoless less if he felt the inherent value he was putting on these models was lower. Or he could potentially
Just
see
like the
that the
banana tape on the
$10,000
wall,
price
yeah.
tag as too much, and think that the models are worth less because of how many end up existing. I guess you could speculate about this for days about the value of digital art and other digital assets. Going back to Nanoless, she does state in her doc, quote, "Their primary concern is that the more non-Cinder models I make, the less valuable my existing models become. It's hard to say how much this messed with my mind as an artist that by working with other people, I am somehow making my existing models less special," unquote. Now, we don't really have the entire conversation from 115.
But one is an actual
I
painting,
started to notice while writing
exactly.
the script that many of the sections of the DMs in these conversations are cut
Shots
off or
fired
missing
there.
entirely.
But one
and
of
there
them
may
is an
even be a
actual
part where
painting.
DMs are removed from
Shots
a conversation
fired.
in the Nanolist doc, but put back in another doc. Large swaths of time are gone, and we don't have confirmed start or
Yeah,
end
a lot
points
of
for
modern
what
art
they were
is just
talking
crap.
about. To me, this strikes
There's
as
even
odd.
literal
I
crap
think
that
when you want to
passes
do
over
some
as
form of expose
modern
on
art
somebody
too.
and show how you feel like that they've been manipulated,
Like
in
actual
Nanolist's own
crap.
words, you kind of have a duty to lay every single little bit of it out.
Both
Why, you might
actually
ask?
and
Because
figuratively.
context matters. I don't care
That's why
if
somebody
parts of your
ate the banana.
conversation involve you both joking about an event, getting political for a moment, or even spamming emojis back and forth. I want to see the entire conversation from beginning to end. I want to see why the 115 conversation started, and I feel like I need to see more of Nanoliss's responses, something that I noticed was largely absent overall. Hell, I noticed while reading these for the 15th time during my writing and recording that I didn't even see the point where Nano said no to Red on the exclusivity deal. No, seriously, I skimmed all the DMs for the 115 conversation. I even referred to the Powder Doc to read the full timeline to see if I had somehow missed something. Funny enough, it seems that I'm not the only one who finds the cropping of screenshots to be odd
Well, I'm
or
gonna catch a
suspect.
wheezing.
Powder and I and a
Shiny
few others
Weezing,
have
let's
brought up how
go.
weird it is that Nanolith is leaving out DM conversations with
And I
Red.
also got a shiny
What's missing
Rellor.
in them, and why didn't she include her backing out of the exclusivity deal?
Shiny
Now,
Rattata
hang
as
on,
well.
you might yell in the comments. She did
Don't
technically
let
talk
youngster
about
Joey
it.
know.
Well, yes.
I got the real top percentage
technically,
Rattata over
with
here.
Cinder, she did. On 2/11/25, almost a
That's
month
a
after the
Magnezone
initial
and a
conversation,
Wang.
a conversation is had
What
between
the fuck
Nanolith
is
and
a
Cinder.
Wang?
I'd like to mention, by the way, that this exchange is only one of two cases where Cinder's actual direct messages are shown. The other time they are shown is during a conversation on 11/26/23.
Yeah, multitasking
Going back to
level
the
9000.
February 11th conversation, Nano does talk about her
It's a
canceling or
dugong.
stepping back on the exclusivity
fuck
deal.
is this?
She says, quote, "I wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal," unquote. So, where is the rest of the DMs? I guess we'll have to circle back to my gripes with Nanolith's lack of showing stuff later down the line. With all this in mind, circling back to my first point about the model value, we can probably all agree that while Red could be right in a business sense, it probably doesn't translate to Nano. All of her models are highly unique and different, for the most part. I could hear an argument about supply and demand, but at the end of the day, I just don't personally feel like it fits here. At least, the culture behind VTubers doesn't accept it. So, that's the million-dollar question in all of this, isn't it? Did Cinder know and sign off on what Red did as her manager? I feel like too many people are quick and easy to say yes, especially after learning that Red and Cinder were not only manager and client, but also boyfriend
easy to
and
do that.
girlfriend, albeit long distance, based off of some of the things we've seen in the Rain document. Before I go into why I don't think she did know everything that happened in detail, let me explain why she should take some form of accountability for what Red chose to do. For one, he is her manager. He's a spokesperson behind the scenes, and sometimes in the public for her. He is there to represent her brand, and thus, by doing bad things and not acting professional, it can and seemingly has harmed Cinder's brand overall. So, yes, in a way, she should take some form of accountability for the actions of the man, dating or not, that represented her. Side note, this could start a better conversation about how VTubers need to find better managers and encourage better quality in the VTubing space to not have issues like this happen again. I think that's something I'm starting to notice more and more, and we need to sit down with our little menheras and encourage them not to make their boyfriends their business partners. There is a reason why the workplace romance is banned in quite a few companies.
Yep.
With all that being said, while I think she should take some form of accountability for Red, I really don't believe
And then
she knew
Vstreamer
everything
just stuff
he was
happens,
doing.
exactly.
At the very least, I don't feel like I have evidence really proving that she did. And so far, neither does Nano for that matter. The only proof that is claimed by her is a conversation
It's
from
just crazy all the shit that's just
11/26/23, where
happened.
Nano brings up a DM from Red on the 17th of that same month, where he talks about the value of Nano's work. Now, I'm not sure exactly what in this conversation counts as Cinder knowing and signing off on everything, but if I had to wager a guess, it is the first reply under Nanolys's from where Cinder says, "I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course, we love working with
Okay.
you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason for you to help grow and not because you don't like me." To be honest with you, I'm really having a hard time seeing where this is a grand indictment of Cinder signing off on everything Red says or does. It does
Ooh,
read to
shiny
me
him
like
on
she's
top.
saying something like, "Oh,
Mine.
I see what he means, but if you want to work with others, I don't mind." To state again, I struggle to see where the proof is here. If this really is the best example Nanolys has in, quote, many occasions that indicate Red is speaking on Cinder's behalf, unquote, I really am not sold on Cinder knowing. Now, let's be very clear here and not split hairs. Red is Cinder's manager. Boyfriend aside, yes, he does speak for her and on behalf of her. Just like my manager speaks on behalf of me when talking with potential sponsorships.
Okay.
That's his goal. However, do I know everything he says to those with prospective sponsors in DMs? Well, unless we share our DMs, no. I have enough trust in my manager to think that he won't go behind my back and begin saying or doing stupid stuff with a potential client. I do
You know
know
what?
that if I wanted
We'll
to see
see.
these conversations, he would give them to me.
Right,
He
like,
kinda has to,
things
because
are a
it's
lot
about
more
me.
nuanced, right? That's
I
basically
guess what
they're
I'm saying
saying
here is I don't believe that Cinder knew explicitly everything he was saying. She admits in her apology that when it came to Nanolys and working with her, quote, Red was the one among solely doing the communication about new plans and negotiations through his private DMs, unquote, meaning that he took care of it all and she trusted him to communicate what she wanted. Now, due to him being her long-distance boyfriend that she admits she talked about her issues, I can believe that he took both business and relationship to a new level and used his power level to combine both and cause issues for people that Cinder was having internal strife with. But is this really Cinder's fault? Again, I will say that she definitely shouldn't have chosen her boyfriend, someone she was emotionally tied to handle her image.
Yeah.
Overall, I think that in itself is a more appropriate thing to be upset with. Although, if you were to get upset over that, a lot of female VTubers would end up getting canceled because, let's be honest, lots of them have made their significant others their business partners. I don't have a list
Yep.
handy, but ladies, stop hiring your man to manage your business. If you make a lot of money, hire someone else. It would definitely be very awkward if you break up with him later and you still need
yeah.
him to manage you.
Oh yeah, that's
Anyway.
true.
While we don't have tangible evidence to suggest that Cinder actually knew, she has admitted to at least one count of knowingly asking for and trying
Yeah,
through
don't give
Red
power
to get Nano
away.
to cancel a
Exactly.
model. That would be Silvervale. In her apology, she states, quote, "There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering projects with," unquote. This is supported by the fact that in the other DM exchange with Cinder, the talk revolves around Silvervale and the exclusivity deal. On 2/11/25, we get the only real confirmed time that Cinder acknowledges that she had previously talked with Red and agreed on trying to get Nano to not work with someone, albeit in an odd and roundabout way. Nano would state, quote, "I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver is still a client, and it makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal," unquote. Side note, while I do think this is a new conversation, I do wonder if this is the second time that the talk of icing out Silver is mentioned between Cinder and Nano, based off of how the conversation went. Cinder's reply would be, quote, "I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you," unquote, which to me is confirmation at the very least that she knows and agrees that she wanted it to happen. But for the rest, I personally just don't believe it. Now, to be fair to both sides, I'm willing to be proven wrong. However, with the evidence, or really lack thereof, it isn't enough for me to believe that she signed off on everything or knew what Red was doing. What I do have instead is evidence of hearsay from the affected parties. Nano in her doc alleges that Cinder knew. Lily and Bao used their experiences with Cinder claiming that she knew.
I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it, but as a woman, you can't not.
And right after the shit Silver went with,
can't do that. So
yep.
most people stay back. Usually when you have a gut feeling, in my
shit
case,
was just crazy, man.
Usually when you have a gut feeling, you stay back and you observe. You take distance. I'm a very distant, very in my own lane kind of person to begin with. I'm very distant, very minding my own business, very just me and myself time, you know. Usually you stay back and then you observe for an entire year of how nothing goes wrong and how your friends like that friend. You know, everything seems...
Let me get the master ball
and
here.
then you're like, you know what? My gut feeling fucking ass. This is the reason I'm constantly constipated. My gut feeling ass. I fucking knew it. Shouldn't have trusted it. You know what? Should have trusted it. Yeah, I'm sure guys can also be catty bitches, yeah.
And I'm sure many secondhand accounts could come out and claim that based on alleged relationships between Red and Cinder, she either knew or didn't know. But to be honest, that really is all it is. It's all alleged based on hearsay, thoughts, and feelings. And I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't trust or like hearsay. It doesn't win court cases, and it doesn't decide if someone is going to be acquitted. It's often discarded in court because it can't be substantiated by fact. And to be honest, you should be glad that's how it goes. And I know for a fact that if any of the victims in this case were facing the same barrel, they would hope that you would give them the same grace. By the way, speaking of not knowing your manager is a scumbag, Bao herself can probably relate a little bit, as she has had issues in the past with managers herself. It would kind of be rude for me to say that she knew she was being scammed. So vice versa, it absolutely applies here. If Bao didn't know she was being scammed, Cinder should be granted some of the same clemency. Boyfriend or not, unless she was scanning his messages all the time, I think you'd be a massive hypocrite for saying otherwise. Now, personally, when it does come to Bao, I don't have all the info. And you could argue that she wasn't dating the said manager, but I really don't feel like that matters in this case. In fact, I'm going to take it a step further.
Alright.
How many times have we seen scandals by celebrities where they are suing managers for mismanagement of their estate, or harming them or other people? Should we blame any celebrities for not knowing their managers took advantage of them or stole money from them?
It's a lot worse than
the
that.
overarching point I'm trying to make right now is that we don't know. And
you want to see worse? Look at the freaking music industry.
The
it's
evidence
far
to
worse.
it being truth just isn't supported.
Of the exploitation and stuff like that. Just with managers. I just go look at your freaking idol corpus in South Korea especially. You look at your freaking idol corpus there. Like, they're so bad. Like, one of them tried to expand to the US, they broke several laws. They had to, like, shut down and cancel a bunch of stuff. one of the talents that they had in there almost offed herself, and there's like a lot of other crazy shit. I think like Mujin had a video on it. But like, yeah, artists getting that 1%, manager getting that 99. Exactly. No, actually, no, it's worse than that, actually. Actually, what ends up happening is artists have to take a loan from the manager. And then they have to pay back the manager with what they get. So they basically have, like, this neo-slavery, slave labor type thing with them. Where they technically have a lot of money, but they actually have no money. It's actually worse than that, than the 1% thing. That 1% is way into the future after they get around the other hurdle. What they'll have them do, some cases, right? So like, they'll have them live in certain areas, very expensive and stuff like that. So their expenses are gonna be crazy, and they're gonna have them live on credit basically, right? Same time, let's say they need to shoot a music video and whatever. Basically what's gonna happen is they're gonna charge the talent that, but the talent is gonna get a loan from the manager, and they have to pay back the manager. It's pretty much like blackmailing with extra steps. This is kind of what happens, and how this is part of why everything is so fucked for them, because it goes that far. Like, basically, they have to front all the costs, right? And like, surprise, surprise, when we heard about other things with the VTuber agencies, like that we've heard when other people had left theirs and the stuff they had to deal with, that checks out with what happens in like other parts of the entertainment industry, especially the music industry. And then like artists not owning some of their music and getting DMCA'd themselves, all sorts of things. Same time as well, in some cases, you'll have like extra attention and stuff like that, so they have like no privacy and other things going around there. And because of that too, when like with those guys, when they're out in public and stuff like that, they're going to need extra security and stuff like that, which they're going to have to pay. And if they can't afford it, well, you know where that comes, what goes there. But yeah, it basically ends up being some crazy exploitation ring, where basically everyone gets fucked except for the people managing and running the thing. That's basically what ends up happening. And in some cases as well, like, I remember like a while back, you know like those talent shows like America's Got Talent or whatever, or like American Idol or whatever, other things like that. I remember there was one time where like some guy smuggled the actual contract out, and like a couple years back, of like what you had to sign if you wanted to audition, and they leaked the entire thing. And some of the things you would also in some cases lose the rights to, where like your like your own public image and stuff like that. There were things in the clauses and stuff in there where they could manufacture a backstory and stuff on you to farm artificial drama and other things as well. There were like so many things you would have to agree to, and it's like insane. And to some extent, if you had like a social media presence or whatever, they would own the rights to like photos and stuff of you to an extent. It is like ridiculously crazy. Just like how bad of a deal it is, like to go on to those types of things, because like they end up exploiting you. It's like really crazy and really fucked up, but yeah. That's why it's like, it's not super surprising. It's certain people, when they're given power control, they're gonna go power trip and go crazy. Yeah, I never liked them either, because you realize that a lot of it is all fake. Eventually you realize it's all fake anyways. And occasionally as well, they'll even hire people to like, so like, let's say you're like a professional actor or whatever, right? What they'll occasionally do is like, they'll actually hire people that they're gonna have lose on purpose to fake audition. And they fill it with other stuff too. But like, yeah. You'd be surprised just how fucked up some of those things. Oh, and the thing is with OnlyFans, it's not just OnlyFans, so some of them have like Patreons or whatever. Some of those people, they have managers and stuff as well, and who knows what they're doing too, and who knows if the people on there putting out the works of whatever you're looking at. If you're gonna goon or whatever, that's on you. I don't really care. But there's also the case where even the person putting themselves out there is also being exploited. And I remember a couple years back as well, there was this other female streamer, I forgot the name, who's, guess what? They were doing that type of thing. Their boyfriend was managing the thing there, and they were being exploited too. It's crazy, you know? This happens so many places. You gotta be careful, right? You wanna know a secret about American Idol? A lot of the times, oh, they're rigged, of course. I mentioned that before. I said, like, when they were manufacturing stories and stuff like that, it's part of it. The whole thing is rigged. They do it on purpose. They'll even get contestants that are not really contestants. Rather, they paid someone to perform just to fill in, pad out a slot. But they're not going to compete. That they were going to reject immediately. They fill it out a lot of the time like that too. They do it on purpose. But yeah. You always thought it was to cut out the middleman? Bruh, your payment processor is a middleman. The platform is another middleman because they take a cut too. Keep that in mind. Right? Like that's just the reality. Oh, Rainbow Pixels came back? Alright, I'll go fix it. But yeah. Alright, give me a sec. Okay. We should be back. But like, yeah. So like the thing is, there's like so many middlemen involved that you don't see. Right, and this is before getting to like a manager there. Like, let's say, let's say you wanted to, I don't know, pay someone that was in some sort of organization. Like a donation or something, right? So like, what's gonna happen first? Actually, you know, we'll go with like, let's say you were watching someone on, let's say you were cheering someone on Twitch, right? And they were part of some organization or agency, whatever. It doesn't matter which agency or whatever it is. So here's what happens, right? So the layers involved here on where the money goes and takes a cut. First, Twitch takes a cut, right? Twitch, Amazon takes a cut. So 50-50 revenue split. You know, Amazon's going to take that cut first. Okay, next. Now it goes into the account of the thing you donated the bits to. Okay, that's great. But let's see now. If they're part of an agency, the agency will then take a cut, right? And then they will have to do the payout on the payroll there to the talent, right? And if they have like another manager in between, well then that will go there before it gets to the talent there. That's just the reality. Right? There's not like you might think, oh, it's direct, but no. There is more middlemen there, even there. But you also hated how many singers would get Americans Got Talent shows. Like, they already had singer-specific shows for that. Yeah. I mean, part of the reason why they do it is to pad it out. A lot of them aren't going to win on purpose. Like, they're going to fail on purpose. They've already, like, they just hired them on to perform, and then they leave. Like, like, a lot of those, like, would get knocked out intentionally. They'll keep them around sometimes for a few rounds to farm drama or whatever. But that's the whole process there. They do it on purpose. All of these types of things do that. When you realize how they work and what they do and just how awfully exploitative they are, it's just not the same, you know? It really isn't. But that's just the reality of it all. Yeah, exactly. They really shouldn't be called reality. Because, yeah, they're mostly rigged. They're more fiction than reality. Especially when they like to fabricate entire storylines and stuff on the people on there. Yep. Yep. That's just how it is. And again, like, they do it on purpose, and that's one of the ways they can farm that money out of people and exploit more people there. It is what it is, man. Actually, I remember this when I was actually in high school. When I was in high school, actually, one of the students in my high school actually won one of the talent things for children for, like, singing. Like, he actually won. I don't remember his name. But, like, there was an but, like, people knew him. Like, in my high school. He won. But, like, he basically couldn't do shit. After the fact. He basically won before he was in high school. And, like, he was going to, like, he would think, oh, cool, I'm gonna get a music career, whatever. That shit went nowhere. And he was basically just, like, forced into, like, not being able to do a lot of things. That, like, the dude couldn't have, like, certain social media accounts and stuff as well. Because of things like the shady contracts and stuff he signed. It was, like, fucked up. But, like, there was a guy in my high school that actually won. Like, was, like, the winning contestant on one of the things. And, like, people will talk about him because, like, yeah. I forgot what his name was, but it was, like, on a Canadian one for kids. I forgot the name of the thing there. It was, like, a long time ago. But, yeah, it's... it's fucked. I have no idea how that guy is doing. All I know is, like, I heard about it because when I was in 9th grade, the dude was in 12th grade. Like, he was in his senior year. I had, like, no idea. Like, I heard, like, a bunch of things, like, people were talking about it, but I don't remember that much. It's been a long time. It was a long time ago. I remember, though, that talent show that was, like, kind of like the idol thing for, but, like, going after kids, whatever. They canceled the show around the year I went into high school, but, like, yeah. I remember that being canceled, but, like, the dude won in one of the earlier years, but, like, it went fucking nowhere. But yeah, it was funny, like, so, like, the dude was, like, you know, he was 18, and he basically couldn't do shit. And people would, like, spread rumors and stuff about him because of that. Because of parts of the things on the contracts and stuff that were signed. It's fucked. Like, when they realize, oh, they can't exploit them any further, they're just stuck dealing with the aftermath and they just disappear. It's like, it's kind of funny too, right? Like, again, like, the winners of some of those idol, or talent shows or whatever, if they don't make it big, they just disappear. You ever notice that too? Right? They have these things, like, what, every year or something? With a new winner or whatever, and someone, like, gonna pop up or something. But a lot of those guys that win, a lot of them just quietly disappear and you never hear from them. Yeah, you gotta go back to the Wendy's or whatever. No, wait, we're in Canada. You're good luck even getting there. You're gonna find a bunch of foreign imported Indian workers being paid less than the minimum wage and exploited instead. That's the reality. But that's its own other issue. But, like, yeah. it's pretty fucked. How those things can be.
Very well be that she vented to her boyfriend. Her boyfriend then took it upon himself to get back at any of the girls she vented on, and by happenstance, when it came to Silvervale, she agreed to and okayed the idea of icing Silvervale out of a model. Now, I do think that regardless of how many people she knew or didn't know, it's still gross and not okay that she acted like this. Apology aside, I do think that she should be heavily critiqued for this. Granted, she has, and I think her being gone for as long as she is, lead me to believe that she's done some way of recognition of what she knew was wrong and is taking time away. I can only hope that she gets a therapist to talk through some of this grief that she's dealing with. Speaking more on the apology itself, well, I think it's okay. It definitely left me, and I'm sure many other people, feeling that it lacked quite a bit of substance. It did come out roughly 2 days after the first Google Doc, and in my opinion, lacks a lot of thought or depth. To me, it reads like she wanted to spit out a lot of her own thoughts and then get off the internet. I don't doubt that if I was in her shoes, I'd want to say sorry and hide, especially with some of the stuff going on around her, that being the stress of a house being built. Regardless, I would have rather she said nothing and just went quiet, keeping her statements to nothing other than just saying that she fired Red and moved on.
Okay.
That might have been better, but hindsight is 2020. I think the entire time I was working on this video, from the moment I read the Google Docs back into April to now, I have wondered quite a lot on the involvement of Nanolith in this entire situation. Based on the DMs I've seen, that being all the ones that they have decided to publicly share, I don't really believe that Nanolith was manipulated. Instead, the DMs between Red and Nano appear to me as a mix between a personal friend and a business partner. Something that I can believe, considering that Nano has been around ever since the inception of Cinder as a VTuber, with Nano being the one who drew the first Cinder model back in 2022. A lot of the DMs back and forth do appear to be banter between friends.
Yep.
At no point in the Google Doc does Nano choose to share instances where she has asked Red to stop gossiping about Cinder's insecurities as a VTuber. At no point does she say something like, "Hey, this is an appropriate conversation as it revolves other clients of mine and I'd prefer to stay out of it." No, instead, with what we see, she's choosing to engage, and sometimes with emojis and sometimes with a, "Yeah, that's sus." And I can only imagine what she said in the DMs that were cut out. Now, to be fair, she does, however, on 211 tell Cinder that she doesn't wish to be dragged into the drama since it's destroying my mental.
Okay.
But outside of that, I don't see any points where she is asking Red to pull back and stop bringing up drama. And to be honest, and I'm willing to be proven wrong, but this is only what I've seen publicly. To me, this is how I read the entire situation with the DMs between
the
Nanolith
one that
and Red.
wants the cake and
I
eat
think
it
Nano
too.
likes to gossip. And at some point...
To be fair, if you bought a cake, wouldn't you want to eat your cake? If you bought a cake? I always thought that kind of phrase or line or whatever made no sense. Because it's like, if you went to the store, let's say you went to a bakery, and you bought a cake, wouldn't you want to eat the cake you bought at the bakery? That's why, like, I think kind of, like, makes no sense when you think about it. Where did it even come from? It's been said wrong, yeah. It's just like the customer is always right. It's always been said wrong, because the customer is always right is actually... The customer is always right, like, in matters of taste. The in matters of taste would get dropped. Right? In matters of taste. Because basically, it's just the way I'm saying, even if whatever they want is completely retarded, whatever it is, it's correct. Doesn't matter how stupid or retarded it is. Basically. Not that they actually are right. But yeah. It's meant to say, want to have the cake and not eat it too, yeah. Like it's kind of silly when, like, yeah. When you realize it's like, wait, if you have the cake, why wouldn't you want to eat it? It's your cake. You know? That's why, like, it doesn't really make sense of the way it gets sent. It gets, like, said and passed around. Like, there's something missing. And, like, the meaning is completely different.
Decided she didn't
Because of
with
that.
Red. It could be that she felt hurt by the comments that Red decided to bring up about model value, or it could be that she simply decided to step away from drama, or something like that.
Yeah, good old
I kind of got
telephone
that
game,
inference based off of the
exactly.
Lily stream she did. Either way, I do find it incredibly irresponsible for someone like Nano, an
Still
artist
need
who
3
makes
more
tens
Pokemon
of
for the
thousands
decks.
of dollars a year on models to be gossiping with one of the clients about other clients and other potential clients that she could work with. Now, that may sound rich coming from a drama tuber like myself. However, I know when to separate who I should gossip with and who I should remain professional with. I gossip with Mizu. He's my best friend and my gossip buddy. I don't sit with my model artist and talk to him about tea, whether involving me or others that he could potentially work with. I talk to him about my life, his life, and the next piece of artwork I'd like to get, and talking to him about artwork of other friends that I know he's working on. That is where it should end with these professional dealings. And if my artist was gossiping like this with other people about me and taking deals of this nature, I would never retain him. I would not call him out like this, but I would never get art with him in the future. And I'm quite surprised that people still choose to trust Nanolis after seeing what she has posted in these DMs herself. To be honest, I do wonder how that conversation, by the way, went when she approached Lily. Maybe it went something like, yeah, sorry, I was gossiping with one of your friend's managers about you and your friend for a few years, and now I kind of want to come clean. It gets even crazier when you look at Nanolis's website and find out that she has a price for NDA. I wonder if these conversations with Red would be a breach of said NDA.
Damn, there's a price of NDA, damn. Yikes. Got Mojang to tell how makes sense underwater blocks breaks easier. I don't know, man. I don't really care.
NDA if Lily or Bao or any of these other
It's probably
creators
just quality
bought
of
one
life,
from her.
because, yeah,
Side
underwater.
note to Lily and Bao, if you did get NDAs with Nano, I'd consider looking into a lawyer right now.
Oh,
On the
yeah.
flip side,
Look
if they
into a
didn't,
lawyer,
it
yeah.
still really doesn't look good to gossip like this when your business is drawing art for huge VTubers for absolutely shitastically large amounts of money. Along with what I've already said about the matter, I'm not fully in belief that Nano canceled all these models at the manipulation of Red. In the DMs between her and Red, she has stated she has canceled commissions due to her own health. This is something I do believe. And I do believe it because I've seen messages from her on many occasions stating how she's sick, infirm, or that she can't do much that day. This is something that I personally don't think you should blame her for, and I pray that she gets help so that she doesn't have these issues in the future. But I do bring it up to show that I believe that at least some of these models could have been canceled due to her health, and now she's trying to use the Cinder situation as a cover instead of admitting that.
Yep.
Now, while I can believe that
knows?
she felt inclined to cancel some work because of Red talking to her, I personally think that alongside that, health could have played a role, and I don't believe that Nano is being 100% honest about all of the canceled models. Even still, after reading these DMs, I don't believe that manipulation took place. I don't see a smoking gun to show that Red or Cinder masterminded the poor artist Nano to cancel work. All I see is drama and two unprofessional people gossiping about others in their lives. Now, on to more of Nano not being completely honest about things, I do have major issues with how the DMs were filtered and separated for viewing. Many of these DMs shared between Red and Nano take place on the aforementioned January 15th date. What's also included littered throughout the entire Google Doc is DMs from another date on November of 2023 and a couple other scattered dates of various years. The lack of a coherent timeline deeply bothers me. Unfortunately, and this is just a fact that I kind of have to deal with, not everybody reads dates. Not everybody notices that the times and days are separated from each other. And people can, in my opinion, definitely have assumed that chunks of this are at the same time, same conversation, and same day.
Oh
Hell,
boy.
it took me reading Nanolis's doc quite a few times to realize that there was 2 instances of Red mentioning the value of her models. something that I only thought happened once. Just look at this. Did you notice this? I didn't. And I read this live on my live stream with people in chat. And I didn't notice this.
That's crazy.
It's misleading at the least. And it's very malicious at worst. However, I can't get too mad at just Nano.
Yeah, you gotta record it and go through it instead.
This, which brings me to my final point before my overall speculation. One of the reasons why I chose to make this video period was to highlight an issue I see with the way that this story has been told. At the beginning, I briefly recapped a situation where a content creator built a narrative of something, and because of his rank and social clout, people believed and ran with whatever he said until someone came along and said, "No, you." The narrative that was told by the Nanolist doc, in a very shaky manner, makes it sound like Cinder was this mastermind, evil woman that used her connection with Nanolist to withhold models from multiple people. And while I can agree that Cinder has quite a lot of growing to do on her own, I just don't believe Nanolist or the others on any of what was portrayed. What I see instead is a manager, who is a long-distance boyfriend that took the ill-mannered words of his significant other and twisted them into an extreme, and used those to try and get one of his friends, an artist, to cancel work and instead give favor to his partner. And if it truly and honestly is the case that Cinder did not know any of what was going on, the question I started to ask myself was, well, why didn't anybody seem to ask? Did anybody think to approach Cinder and say, hey, do you know what's going on right now? Have you seen this? Do you sign off on all of this? I guess not. According to both Shy Lily and Bao the Whale, the timeline for this all happening started sometime after April 12th, when Lily got wind of these DMs through a, quote, singular leak.
The dominoes fell. The dominoes fell. The actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked. One singular...
So, okay. So the thing is, what happened was there was a bug. So Fiona Synesthesia 1 was bugged to give you the effect of Synesthesia 1, 2, 3... No, not 1, 2. 1, 3, 4, and 6. You used to be able to get all of the synesthesia on just Synesthesia 1 except for 2 and 5. But as soon as you activated anything else further, you would only get Synesthesia 1. That was the recent hotfix. They fixed it so you no longer get all the other synesthesia effects at Synesthesia 1. That was bugged for a couple of weeks. When Fiona Synesthesia initially dropped, her Synesthesia 1 had another bug where instead of doing the 4000% attack damage on discharge over the 10 hits of the discharge, it did it every single hit, and that was doubled in Bygone. As a result, well, the leaderboards for Bygone are completely fucked. You have people with like sub 20-second clears because of that bug. Not 8K, 80K, because it would trigger 10 times instead of once per discharge. So, like, you would basically have a situation where your entire goal instead was to trigger as many discharges as possible, regardless of whatever's going on. Yeah, so that was bugged for a day. They then patched it. They patched the damage bug, so it only does the damage over the entire 10 hits, instead of just the first per hit. So anyways, people are still mad about the leaderboards. So you noticed you got 200 dark crystals in compensation. So basically their plan is now in 5.3, the next patch, Bygone and Sequential Phantasm, for some reason, are going to be reset. I don't understand why they would reset Sequential, because the Fiona stuff doesn't work in Frost, Fizz, Volt, and Flame Sequential. It only works in Altered Sequential, and even then, it would only matter for the recent stage of Altered Sequential. And the thing is, too, if you think people are gonna, like, free-to-play cope or whatever around it, keep in mind, to unlock to unlock a stage in Ultra Sequential, you need to complete all the stages in all the other sequentials first. So unless you can somehow clear all of them without the Fiona stuff going on, you're not going to clear the Ultra Sequential anyways, because it will be locked. Which is why, like, resetting Sequential makes no sense. Because, like, it doesn't change anything. But what it does mean is that, depending on how they treat it, that's 61 drugs. 61 drugs for HP and attack that you can get again. Right? So 61 drugs times 25 attack, that's a permanent 1525 base attack. Right? This is basically like getting another piece of gear that you can equip with attack on it before Titan. Like at max value of stats. Like this amount of stats. Which is kinda crazy. But yeah. Yeah, no, so like, the reality is the easy way to do it is just... Here's the thing though, for Bygone and Sequential, right? Like, the simplest solution is just make a new floor. Because the reality is what they could have done, instead of resetting, just release Bygone Boundless Realms 74. Or was it 73? Whatever, release floor 73. Just release floor 73 now, and now all of those things at the top of the leaderboard won't matter anymore, because they're just gonna get dogpiled by people clearing the new stage after the bug fixes. They don't even have to do a reset, when all they needed to do was just add a new floor. The raid one is a different thing, where what they could do for the raid is just, cancel the rewards for the season there, for the ranking, and then redo it, reset it. Or give everyone the rewards there, and then come up with a new set of rewards, and restart the season for the raid the next patch. That would have also solved the raid problem. Like, there's a solution to the problem without resetting, but for some reason they're not doing it. I don't know why. It's really weird and bizarre that they went after that. But yeah. Well, anyways, it's like the leaderboard stuff is only temporary short-term stuff anyways. Because the reality is, like, the moment they release a new stage, they're just gonna get replaced by whatever clears the next stage anyways. Which is why I don't know why people went super crazy over it when the leaderboard isn't even gonna stay. It's gonna get updated anyways when the next floor is out. And the people who got those super fast clears, the people that were able to get that far and do it, they're just gonna go and clear the new stage and get actual correct clear times without exploits or bugs after the fact, so... Yeah, it's just weird. Instead of nerfing to balance the game, they just keep buffing everything else. I mean, like, the problem is, like, nerfing doesn't always fix everything either. I think, instead, it is a better idea to just buff everything, but buff some things more than others instead. Like, that way, like, cause, like, the thing is, like, there are issues they can get into with, like, nerfing things, but if you buff everything, then it's as if the everything got nerfed. But not, because number go up. Right? You can technically nerf things indirectly that way. The thing is, you have to, like, target how much you increase the numbers by on a per case basis. But yeah. Well, it's not even just that, right? There are other things too of why they would do it. They wouldn't just do a hard nerf that way and just buff everything up. It's so like one is just to make the player experience at least appear better. But another is so like they don't get chargebacks or whatever from people going crazy and getting mad. Because, like, here's the thing, right? Giving refunds or issuing a chargeback is expensive. Even if someone, let's say, spent $1, the chargeback for a $1 purchase is gonna cost them like $20. And the reason why is because the payment processor is gonna ask you to give the money back and then pay a penalty on top. The penalty is just, and the penalty is quite significant. So, like, that's just the reality. So anything to prevent it is ideal for them. So instead, like, if that's the case, the approach they should do is buff everything, but buff some things more than others. Which is an indirect way of nerfing things. If you don't give equal buffs to everything. It keeps the whales happy. Well, it keeps most of the people happy, especially when they don't understand what's going on, other than number go up. As long as number go up, everyone happy. Right? That's like the kind of the way to do it. But yeah. But like, as for like, where is Fiona's spawn and everything? Basically, Fiona is purely just Synesthesia 2 and 5 stat stick. Everything else don't matter. Especially because, what are we getting next patch? We're getting Lechesis. So like, we're gonna get another benediction unit that can execute. So like, the bigger percentage execute thing, Fiona out of the job for that anyways. Because Lechesis is gonna be less clunky, I'm pretty sure. And does the exact same amount as well. Right? So like, yeah. And the thing is, to get the increased number anyways, you need to get Synesthesia 6 for that bigger execute on Fiona.
A thing, like 5 or so days ago, one thing leaked, a singular thing, and I go, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone wouldn't want to work with because who does those things? They were saying I dodged collabs with them.
After Lily was given more, she encouraged Nano to share this with others, including people like Bao, who was currently in surgery. Then, eventually, a small group between these three, and potentially others, would be created, and they eventually decided, after doing a lot of talking, to make these Google Docs.
Respect to my friends, we all decided after all of the receipts and obviously being very emotionally unstable to sleep over it for a night. Obviously, we were all ready for blood. We were like, what the fuck? No way. But we still decided to sleep a night over it. Give it one night. Let's sleep over it. One night. The next day, once everyone was awake and had time to deal with their emotions, we all still knew this has to happen.
I'd like to reiterate, at this point, did nobody think to ask Cinder? Now, to be fair to Lily, she does say that they did talk to Cinder. Although, the way that she talks about it in this clip...
And the only time she ever felt sorry in both the apology and before, guess what? When she was put in her fucking place. People saying, why didn't you handle it private? We did once. We did. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None.
To me, isn't actually talking about this situation in particular. Now, to be honest with you, and to be good faith to Lily, I really don't know what situation previously it could be about. From what I've gathered, there has been alleged tensions for other things that is scattered through Lily and other VTubers' videos. Things like the V-Card release collabs that was pushed back, and a concert that the VTuber Numi had done. It could have been about one of those things, but when it comes to this situation itself, Lily does also state that she's had some sort of gut feeling about Cinder being a catty bitch. So, does this mean that she didn't reach out to her quote-unquote friend because of a gut feeling? Yeesh.
Oh boy.
I guess I'm glad Cinder isn't on death row and the court of public opinion isn't deciding her life based on gut feelings. Now, I do have to say that while I don't like how Shylily decided to portray herself in her response stream, I will also say that I can understand the emotions and I'll attempt to explain some of it based off of what I've seen. Lily had come to terms that the artist she wanted to work with had been gossiping about herself and friends around her with another friend's manager. I can't imagine the trust issues you might have with Nano, with potentially Cinder, and anybody else around you. I would be pissed off too, and would probably make choices to try and figure out who is truly responsible. And then I would fire Nano, to be honest. And while I can sympathize with Shylily for the situation, I can't really sympathize with what she chose to do and some of what she chose to say. This response, the Google Docs, which in my opinion was orchestrated by Lily herself, is an extremely emotional response with nothing but gut feelings or assumptions of Cinder's character. Now, while I can agree that missing Numi's concert is kind of sucky, or even calling yourself the Charizard of V-Card could be seen as haughty, these gut feelings led Shylily to act, kind of funny enough, a little bit like Cinder.
But like, if you want to beat a Charizard, just set up Stealth Rocks, man. Charizard's allergic to rocks. What are they scared of Charizard for? He's allergic to rocks. You know, just throw a pebble at him. He'll be scared. He's scared of small pebbles, you know? Small pebbles on the ground. Charizard is scared. He's so scared. He's half dead as soon as he sees them. He got a very deadly allergic reaction to a bunch of pebbles. Right? Got a very, very severe allergic reaction to pebbles on the ground.
Yes. Based on this gut feeling, it sounded like Lily had begun forming thoughts on Cinder because of the little things that she saw and heard. And instead of opening a dialogue and talking about it, reaching out and being the better person, as far as I can see, she let it fester, leading her to, in my opinion, becoming her own Cinder by letting her emotions speak for her. This led to actions that, in my opinion, are far past gross and kind of go beyond just venting somebody's frustrations. She essentially insinuated that people could burn Cinder's merch and speculated on Cinder's GamerSup shares getting bought up.
Again, if you cope by burning your merch, I am judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. Maybe off topic about what's going to happen with gamer subs. I don't know.
The right side of history version of Cinder. It's just ridiculous, man.
Situation. I don't know though. But obviously, they can't just say a drama pop up and be like, okay,
all I can say is both sides were fucked. That's it.
Takes time.
You know?
If I had to make a guess, her shares will simply be bought out. If I had to make a guess, I'm not saying this will happen. If I non-biased, non-gamer subs.
What do you mean bought out? She has to sell it first. Yeah, this is extremely inappropriate conversation to be having when you are a shareholder. That is also true. That is also true. That is also kind of inappropriate. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. They said they're gonna do a full reset. But yeah, it's in the thing. Here, let me go to the title screen so I can pull it up for you. But yes, they did say they're gonna do a full reset. But yeah, let me pull it up. Yeah, right here. A full reset and recalculation right here. It's right here. They are doing it. They are actually doing it. Full reset of Bygone and sequential. The sequential one makes no sense though. But yeah. Like, I don't understand why sequential too. But that's just the reality of it all. I don't know, they're gonna recalculate as in everyone is back down to 0. Like you gotta reclimb back up. Probably everyone is knocked all the way down back to 500. The thing that is though, like, God, how long will it take me to climb back up 72 floors? I have to like reclimb 72 floors? That's part of why I don't want to reset. Because I don't want to climb back again. It's like, I know I can clear it, no problem, but it's just like, I have to climb like 70 plus floors again. Which is kind of just silly. And then there's all the sequentials I have to redo as well. I can skip like 100 of them? I don't know where they would let me skip to, but also sequential, man. I have to do every single sequential stage again. Like, keep in mind, I cleared up to what, like 23 on every element? I have every single sequential cleared for all elements. And like, when they reset, it's like, okay, you got 2 entries per thing, and then you had to wait again. And again and again. I have to wait like... I literally have to wait like a week and a bit to redo all the sequentials. Assuming I clear every stage on the first try. Which is kind of annoying. Which, I mean, like, the first part is not really gonna be an issue, but it's like... It's just the later stages for certain things, yeah. No, it's 10? No, it's 10 total that you can stockpile. But you only get 2 added per day. You actually get 2 attempts per day at a cap of 10 stockpiled. It's not 10 per day. You only get 2 per day. You can just stockpile 10. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, it's always been that way. You can only get 2 attempts per day. And you can stockpile 10 entries, and that's it.
Opinion, if I had to make a guess, her shares would probably just be bought up, down. But again, don't take this as Lily said that. No, I'm just saying, if I had to make a guess, that, you know.
Now, I know that GamerSubs is a privately owned company.
Yep.
But I do have to wonder if when Jay Schlatt caught wind of this, he probably would have told her to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
It's not really a good idea to fly that kind of talk around. It can lead to issues with the other private investors.
Yep.
It just doesn't sit well with me. Again, I don't doubt that Shylily is very emotional about the subject, both for herself and for those she considers her friends. I'm not going to get upset at her for being that. I would be too, but I can and will get upset with how she chose to respond. There is a little more I could say about this when it comes to Lily, but instead I wish now to focus on the overarching picture as a whole. I don't believe this is something that should have been made public. At least,
probably not.
Not without trying to confront Cinder without her manager.
Yeah.
The DMs we see alone are not enough proof to show that Cinder knew what was going on, and I feel as though I've made a good enough case to share that with you today. If you still believe that Cinder, who was living in her basement and in a long-term, long-distance relationship with her boyfriend, actually knew everything he was saying and fully endorsed what he did, I do apologize, but...
It is typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. Like, this whole document... Like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it.
I'll agree that Cinder knew and asked for Silvervale herself to be blacklisted to some extent. But for everyone else, I can and do choose to believe that the other people gossiped about in Red/Nano's DMs is chalked up to professional requests by Cinder through Red, commingled with Red sharing Cinder's dirty Menhera moments to Nanoless.
Yep.
Now, if there is some grand piece of evidence that was, for some reason, never released, if Nano wants to share the cut-off DMs that she herself took that proves without a shadow of a doubt Cinder knew, I will gladly make a second video to fix the record. However, as of right now, with what I'm able to see publicly, I don't really believe that the smoking gun exists. Otherwise, she would have showed it. Instead, I am of the belief that Nano isn't being completely honest, at least to the public, and maybe to some of the girls about her own involvement in this. There is quite a lot of chunks missing from the 115 date where conversations are cut off from view. I do wonder, and perhaps you should also wonder, why we haven't been made privy to those.
Yeah.
I also do think, again, that it's kind of wild that she says that Red is the reason why all her models with others got cancelled, when she again has admitted that she has health problems that probably contributed to some of her cancellations. There's just a lot of weird smoke, and while I can fully admit that I think it can go both ways off culpability, I just don't think I have proof right now to believe Nano on her words. Again, prove me wrong, but you really need to show more than just your word, thoughts, and feelings alone. Screenshots and videos would be a massive help in swaying my opinion, but feelings and trust me bros with content creators I don't really watch or care too much about will not cut it for me. It can and probably was alright for the respective audiences, but it definitely isn't enough to the outside people they don't normally entertain. At best, I've seen a lot of non-VTuber fans laughing at this situation and calling VTubers heavily immature and childish. When it comes to the exclusivity deal that Red made on Cinder's behalf, I personally think that this is a non-issue. Exclusivity deals between artists or even talents and talent management agencies are not a new thing. We could, for example, take the exclusivity deals that I've heard about in some of Mythic's contracts or other VTuber management agencies. It is there for a reason, and oftentimes it can be good if both parties agree to it. The issue I have with this exclusivity deal is honestly the reasoning behind it, or at least the perceived reason behind it, that being to keep some people from getting models from Nanoless. I think we can agree that the way it was brought up was shitty, especially when it came to Silvervale, who in my personal opinion hasn't done anything to merit this kind of treatment. However, I have seen and heard some people talk about how exclusivity with artists is a horrible thing for the artist, and Cinder is evil for even suggesting it. That's retarded. Again, in her own words, Red told Nano he was planning on 4 models in 1 year alone, along with other art. Nano lives in Brazil, where the cost of living is between $50,000 and $30,000 a USD a year. If she's making on the high end of that, she's making a good deal. I'll remind you, her models cost at bare minimum $10,000 each, with many different add-ons that go into the thousands itself. Provided there wasn't any drama attached to it, I personally think that Nano would have taken this deal. It's extremely lucrative and provides her with a solid paycheck for at least 1 year.
Yeah,
also,
it's a guaranteed
if we want to
thing
bash
too.
exclusivity deals and keeping things balanced, Bao should probably be cancelled as well for having her editor go in-house with her.
Yep.
Now, yes, that sounds extremely dumb, because it is.
Yep.
What people need to understand is that deals like this, without drama, are common.
Exactly.
Way more than you might think. Especially in a field where good talent is highly sought after. You have to be quick and offer a lot of money in order to secure talent. Once again, we can agree that
again, like that's kind of what I said when we first reacted to the whole thing as well.
The idea
back when that dropped like 2 months ago, I was like, yeah, exclusivity deals are kind of normal. This is just what happens. I don't see what's anything wrong with it. It's just that the way they went about it probably wasn't the best way to go about it, but like nothing wrong with it. Like with having them. But yeah.
That exclusivity is a bad thing? No, I don't think so. And if any of these girls think that, they should probably stop what they're doing and take a business class or two.
Yeah.
When it comes to the slander or libel, like I said, I don't believe that Cinder herself was libeling or slandering those that she had grievances to. I do believe that she had at various times come to Red with her frustrations, as she has admitted to in her apology. And Red in turn took those private vents and used them to try and cause damage to other people. I personally would leave it up to a lawyer to say that, but I think it's a maybe, at least for some of them. Technically, when it came to Shy Lily, she admitted that she was dodging collabs and choosing not to reply to things. So in her case, it's not liable. That's just the truth. So here at the end of the video is where I was planning to leave some errats and speculations that I or some other people might have had. I'll go ahead and say right now that this area is a bunch of stuff that is either not true and I don't believe it, or I could believe it but have no proof, so I didn't include it in the main part of the video. Some of this stuff is stuff I've said before, and I formally offer retractions to me believing their validity due to the fact that I don't have them as proof. We'll start with the one that I think a lot of people are kind of tired of hearing, and that being the Mythic conspiracy. This is one of the things I think I said early on for like 5 minutes until one of my friends brought me down to earth and told me that it doesn't work. Some people believe that the takedown of Cinder was somehow a massive conspiracy that was headed by Shylily and multiple other people that belong in the organization, such as Tectone, Muujin, or Rima somehow having a hand in this. I personally don't now believe this as a fact. And while I do have some people who have given me info on Mythic, such as specific discords where people congregate and talk about stuff, there is nothing to suggest as such having happened. Just odd behaviors by some people. Oh, and maybe that one time I was told that there was more info that the public didn't have that was going to come out eventually. I even think there was someone who told me that Cinder was fired from Mythic because of this, which also isn't true, because I got confirmation from my same insider with the company that she left Mythic sometime in the previous year silently, and nobody really seems to know why. I think Anna Valens also had reported on this, and as far as I know, it's fake news. Now, while I don't believe that the conspiracy that I just mentioned above, what I will mention is this. The people who reported on Cinder, I don't think that they were given direct marching orders from these people. I do think that they have massive incentives to tell stories a certain way, and I'm not really just talking about backroom favors. No, I think it goes far to just be a parrot for people in the company that you're aligned with. You don't need your boss to tell you to do it, but if you think he'll promote you or treat you better, you might do it. I've seen it in my meager security companies and once at a warehouse where I would see a guy who would often snitch on people and then tell his boss. So I can believe that some people would do the same thing here for the idea that they might get favors in return. I'm not going to sit here and spin this as absolute truth, but it is something that I thought of and will probably stop thinking of unless the people I'm thinking that might do this confirm or deny that it's happened. Spoiler alert, I know they're going to deny it, so it's probably just going to be a funny little thing that I thought of. One of the things I briefly mentioned in this video above, but didn't decide to include, is the talk of the Numi concert that took place around the same time of a collab between Shylily and Cinder for VCard. This is one of those things that I feel after the fact was getting thrown around to paint Cinder as a horrible person even further. I personally feel that this was because the original accusations didn't really seem to stick too much in the first place, but I do acknowledge that if the fact that Cinder had to cancel on Numi happened, it really does suck, and she should probably apologize for that if she hasn't already. Personally, that's one of the few topics I feel I have less knowledge on and would probably need a whole other video to talk about, but for this section, I'll just say this. There really is little information on it. No DM leaks between Cinder and anyone in relation to this. Just a lot of people and their recounting with little information shared. What I will say, however, is even if she didn't sing at the event, there is proof she was backstage. Bao has said herself in a video on her channel at this point here.
Especially when I'm nervous, and I was quite nervous.
Okay.
And Numi's just going around doing stuff, and all her friends are coming backstage. Junie, Matara, Vienna, Cinder.
Oh! Wait, what?
Tara.
Damn. Caught. They're caught right here. Take a picture of it. That's it. Just take a picture of it. Don't do anything else. Just take a picture of it. You need to take a picture of it for one of the the mini side quest thingies. Take a picture of the black hole, and hope it'll count. But if you get too close to it, you die.
That she missed
so
it to
be
do
careful.
a V-card thing with Shylily, she was still kind of there. I don't know. That's something that I kind of write off as I don't have enough info to judge on personally. I've seen people trying to blame both ends for the fuck up, and I personally feel like it could go either way. During her stream about the drama, Shylily said a lot of catty things, and most of them deserve a single video in their own right. One of the things that she mentioned is that there is potentially more information that just hasn't come out yet. Funny enough, Rima Evenstar herself has also mentioned to me that there's things that haven't been made public yet that she was made privy to.
But there is also more receipts, verifiable receipts, that weren't added to the doc because either there are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. They contain information that people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, you know, so you pick and choose what you want to have up there. And so for her to claim she has no knowledge when I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay.
To be honest, I find this quite shocking and insane that more damning info in this situation hasn't been made public. If there is any more of a smoking gun on Cinder, why have you not included it then and only choose to try and include it later? It's either they're hiding something massive that would make this entire video in itself moot, or it's really not anything of substance and I feel like I've been lied to. Either way, it's very catty, and I expect that after this, when Shylily does do her response stream saying I have a small PP for making this video, all I will say to you, Shylily, is where is the rest of the DMs?
Okay.
I might ask Nano the same question, but you, Lily, are the alleged helper that helped her put the doc together. Something that, if true, means that you cherry-picked what was put in. That does make me wonder what is missing. I didn't really include Spite in the main topic portion because most of her grievances seem to be focused around the fact that Cinder and Red allegedly complained about Spite to Nano in DMs. I don't even think that she was owed a model from Nano, so besides her being bullied by the internet for being slightly similar to Cinder, I really don't understand what the main complaint is coming from. She does seem to hint that Cinder copies her. This is extremely retarded, and I think that it is completely meritless.
Okay.
Although I'd have to ask Nanolis for the logs for that conversation. Either way, here's the date for the Cinder model reveal, and here's Spites. Bam.
Wait, what were the dates? I didn't get a good enough look. Back in 2020, and that's in 2021. Okay. This one says back in 2020 there, and this one's in 2021. So the model was older.
Spites. Bam.
The dates. The dates
To close out this
things.
already long video, let's first break down the crimes and who I think should be guilty. To start with crime number 1, I think we can say that there was zero slandering that took place. You could definitely make a case for libel in some cases when it came to Red talking to Nano, but definitely not for Cinder. We didn't see any of what she truly said to Red, and even still, Red is her partner. She should be allowed to vent or be a schizo with him in private. You could argue that he's probably not the best one to be like that with since he decided to act in this way, but regardless, if you want to get on her for what she thought in confidence with Red, you might then have to prosecute every large content creator who has done pretty much the exact same thing with somebody that they know or trust in DMs as well. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure is all of them. In fact, I know some of those creators personally and would hope that they are smart enough to look in their DMs and realize they really are no better. Otherwise, I would say that you could possibly make a case just for Red. For the exclusivity, we know that Red and Cinder wanted some form of exclusivity, and at the very least for Silverveil, Cinder did want her kept from a Nano model. However, due to the lack of evidence, I really don't think that she tried to go after other creators outside of her venting to her partner about them. I know some people may feel that could be the case, but in the matter of evidence, there really isn't any that I've seen. There is evidence, however, for Red, so I would say that he is definitely guilty. In the matter of the value for Nano's work, we can see that yet again, it's mostly Red ascribing value to Nano's work. Something that Cinder seemed to somewhat agree with, yet admits in her apology that she also thinks that the way he brought it up is wrong. However, because of the evidence, I'm willing to believe that they both could be guilty of the same thing, just probably not in the same way. When it comes to the crime of Cinder knowing, I think overwhelmingly, based on the evidence that I have seen, that the answer is no for everyone except for Silverveil. I would say that she was mostly not privy to what Red was saying, especially considering the fact that he was a long-distance partner. I think this is just one of those things that will be hard to prove a negative on. You could come out and just tell the world that she needs to release all of her correspondences with Red. That would definitely include about 5+ years of direct messages, phone calls, emails, and in-person exchanges if she recorded any of them. Yeah, that's quite a lot. And even then, if you had access to all of that, some people wouldn't even still believe her.
Exactly.
But to be fair, she really doesn't have to prove any of this. It's on her accusers to show, which I don't think that they have reasonably done thus far. It's so overburdensome that I don't think you could reasonably get an answer for this. However, what I will say is this. I don't think she knew, but I also believe that it is fair to say that she should take some form of responsibility for her manager. Red wasn't just in charge of her personal life. He was her partner, albeit long distance. I won't sit here and say she should have fully known his character or what he could have done. I don't think anybody really knows what their partner is capable of unless they're inside their head. I guess what I'm trying to say is that while she could have been blindsided by his behaviors, she should still apologize for her poor choice in managers. And again, this is why workplace romance is often banned and people get fired if it is discovered. It is for situations like this. Now, with all of that out of the way, what should her punishment be? Well, I think in some ways she's already living in that punishment right now. She's been rooted out from the community that she is a part of, and many people in said community have no trust in Cinder and may never again because of this. I don't doubt that she's lost quite a bit of friends over this situation, and in some ways at that point I can kind of feel bad for her. I don't think I would wish this on anyone, whether you're the girls that were hurt or Cinder herself. It's very obvious from reading her lackluster apology that she lived in a prison of a business mentality that led to toxic behaviors, some that I don't doubt was caused by Red himself and potentially her. I imagine that right now she is taking time to heal, looking for self-improvement, and probably helping her family finish that house that she mentioned being worked on before all of this blew up. Do I think that she should come back though? Yes. I think that even if there's things that she should atone for, she's also doing that right now by staying away, by letting people heal, even if it's not all of her fault. And I think that is a good thing to do. I think that despite a lot of the things that have happened, people will still love her, and still will give her the time of day. She has lost followers, I won't doubt that. But I think that those followers will be regained once she returns down the road. I think if I could impart any advice that she might potentially be able to hear in this video, don't fucking hire your future partner as your manager.
Yep.
I want to dedicate the end of this video to the massive amount of help I had when it came to assembling it. I will say that I was thinking about making this for quite a long time, and a lot of the time I spent thinking about it went towards archiving things and taking down notes of those said things from other people. So I want to make sure I give credit where it is deserved. I first wish to thank the personal revelation that I was able to receive from my God, as I believe that without his help and my own meditations to him, I would have been unable to make this video, period. The second person I wish to thank is one of my good friends.
Alright, so this is over now. This one was streamed live. What is this part 2? Oh, this was a question and answer thing. Maybe if it, like, got shortened or something? It seems like it'd be a bit long for part 2. That's 3 hours. But yeah. Yeah, people made up their mind and no need to show proof. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of things, man. Unfortunately, that's just the reality. How the fuck is this shit in here? Why would I care? Somehow my freaking recommendations get more bizarre again. There we go, more Pokemon stuff. Is there again. I swear, man, it's just when we click on some of these other videos, it's like... And bruh, like, a weird shit comes back in here. I want my normal shit here. Now this looks normal. For how my things should look. I think. For the most part. Why Sonic's music is worse in America? I don't know about that. Wasn't it just Sonic CD that had a different soundtrack? And I wouldn't call it worse, the American version versus the JP version. I wouldn't necessarily call it worse. Different, yes, but I wouldn't call it worse. Anything new on Reddit? Apparently old designs of Shirley and Zeke. Yep, this went back when it was Sally. Yep, old designs. What? Start paying again? What? EM Blade. Ah, yes, EM Blade, guys. The legendary EM Blade. This is definitely a joke post. Truly the legendary EM Blade. It's the legendary EM Blade. This dude showing off his legendary EM Blade. Yeah, there's some things I like in the American soundtrack over the JP soundtrack. Yeah, new pass, new mount. Anything else interesting here? Nothing new there. How about r/gotcha gaming? Anything new here? Anything juicy, anything new, anything interesting? Okay. When pretty anime girl starts to flirt with the MC of a gotcha game I'm playing. Okay. Turn final bosses into playable units. Whatever. This is just buy the swimsuit, isn't it? What's your most anticipated? Oh boy. You want to see the clown show there, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, Genshin discontinued on PS4. I don't think there's like anything interesting or new here. Damn, that's still there though, the power creep analysis. The subreddit's like so dead, man. It's not as active as it used to be. The fact that like that heavily downvoted post is still on there, that you can easily scroll through like that. And I don't have to show more. It's like, damn, it's like bitch. Wait, Nintendo is bullying again. Oh boy. What are they bullying this time?
There are plenty of things I don't like. Traffic, bad drivers, green eggs and ham, and of course,
Okay,
Nintendo's
then
business
Sam I
practices.
am.
That last one I've moaned and groaned on for years.
Would you
because
like
I
your
love their
green
games,
eggs
but
and
the
ham?
way the company is run is the most
How about
unfriendly
some steamed
corporation
hams?
in the gaming space. I don't think they're the greediest, nor do I think they're like the most degenerate or anything. That's still firmly for
Right.
green eggs and ham. And of course,
Yeah, green
Nintendo's
eggs and
business
ham. You don't know
practices.
green
That
eggs
last
and
one
ham?
I've moaned and groaned on for years because I love their games, but the way the
Would
company
you
is
like
run
some
is the
green
most
eggs and ham?
unfriendly corporation in the gaming space. I don't think they're the green.
Keep in mind the ham is also green, if I remember correctly. I mean, to be fair, I probably wouldn't want some green ham either. Maybe he likes his lava chicken, who knows? I mean, the problem with lava chicken is, like, if you actually made real lava chicken, it's not gonna be edible. And there's gonna be a lot of rocks and crap in it. Because of what lava is. But like, yeah, the green eggs and ham, the ham and the eggs were green.
Greediest, nor do I think they're like the most degenerate or anything. That still firmly belongs to Ubisoft. They wear that crown proudly. I don't know what happens over there at Ubisoft. I guess their workday consists of going in and huffing paint thinner and then eating glue.
Yeah.
But it is crazy how out of touch that company is, and everything you could possibly do wrong as a business, they do with a smile on their face. Nintendo is nowhere near that level, but I think Nintendo is just so anti-consumer and very aggressive to the people that love their games. They make incredible games, but they make it abundantly clear they really don't like you to enjoy their products in ways that they don't intend for it to be used. And they are not afraid to bring that fucking hammer down. They throw their meat on the table and say, suck or else. They have many times over the years shut down community events for a variety of reasons, and recently they've put their peepers on a speedrunning charity event called RTA, where they gave them a warning that unauthorized use of the Nintendo games would no longer be permissible by this event. They need Nintendo's permission for them, but they gave them that warning way too late, thus they couldn't get that permission in time. Now, this is an event that's been run for almost a decade now without hiccups. They've run Nintendo games for all these years, and now all of a sudden, Nintendo puts up a big stink about it saying, whoa, 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 scoundrels, you can't do that, you fucking hooligans, you need our permission for each game here. I guess they just had the itch, they were scratching at their neck looking for something else to shut down from people that love their games, so they went out of their way to target this charity event. And while they're not shutting it down per se, they did just put a big damper on it by forcing the event to have to omit Nintendo games because they didn't get enough time to get Nintendo's permission after receiving their notice. This event's been run for the past 9 years, and then suddenly this time around they received a warning from Nintendo about using games without permission. They do still have hopes that they'll be able to bring Nintendo titles back into this event in the future, but this came so suddenly, way too quickly, that there's no way they can get permission in time for it. Thus, they've had to pull the titles from this upcoming RTA, which starts today. RTA in Japan made the announcement on their website explaining the absence of the titles. Apparently, Nintendo pointed out to the nonprofit on June 13th that organizations require prior permission to use Nintendo games, adding that RTA in Japan's previous use of Nintendo titles was unauthorized, as permission was not obtained in advance. Oh no! That's a big-time crime right there. Unauthorized playing of a Nintendo game. Oh boy.
Big-time
That's some
crime.
big potatoes right there. But anyway, immediately upon receiving the notification, RTA in Japan began negotiations in the hopes that they could use the titles again for future events, but as of right now, it hasn't really gone anywhere. It's been decided that RTA in Japan will apply for permission on a per-event, per-game basis, basically having to ask Nintendo every single time one of their contestants wants to play through a game, even if it has been featured at previous RTA in Japan event. In their announcement, RTA in Japan revealed that they were unable to establish clear guidelines on this process in time for 2025, hence the omission. They also apologized to everyone who had applied to speedrun Nintendo games for the event.
If
This article
only,
then
man.
goes on to explain the reaction to this. So at first glance, this seems like overprotective Nintendo picking on a small charity
If
event.
only.
However, the majority of Japanese-speaking users commenting on the matter took a balanced...
Oh yeah, here's a funny, crazy story, right? Didn't they raise the price of the Switch in, again? The base Switch? How much does it cost now? They raised it. Okay, so base Switch is now $420 Canadian and almost $500 US for the OLED model now. Bruh. How much is the Steam Deck now? On Steam. I don't know why you would buy a scalped Amazon resold 64 gigabyte Steam Deck. I don't know why they're showing that, but don't ever buy that. That's actually more than I paid for my Steam Deck years ago. Here you go, Canadian pricing. LCD model. OLED. The Switch 2 costs $700 Canadian, by the way. The Switch 2 is $700. This shit is cheaper than the Switch 2. The base one is a lot cheaper. And then there's like a 1TB model. Yeah, this is 512 gigabytes though. This is 256 gigabytes. This is 1 terabyte of storage. But yeah. Anyways, that aside though, recently I had to RMA my Steam Deck. So like, this is actually crazy. I don't want to dox myself. I have to figure out exactly how I would share parts of it. But like, okay, you know, I'm gonna just share this part here. Okay, this is like the thing that's like really pog that like you'll never get from you'll never get this type of thing from like any other manufacturer. They'll be like, fuck you, go buy a new device. But like for me, it's not. This is what happened. Here, we'll read it together. So like, I was talking to them, my Steam Deck ended up having the battery expand, which is obviously not good, right? Bad situation, and they basically gave me instructions on don't charge it or whatever, and stuff like that, for safety reasons, but like, yeah. And then this is what they said here. Thanks for getting back to us. After I told them my situation, we'd be happy to retrieve the device from you for evaluation based on the amount of time that has passed since your purchase, which in this case was 3.5 years, because this was like the second shipment of Steam Decks they ever sent out. Like, when I got my Steam Deck, I was like clicking the pre-order button within 30 seconds of the freaking thing going live, because like I was just that crazy about buying one back then. So like, yeah, I got my my pre-order for the second batch that was shipped. So like, this is 3.5 years ago, okay? I've had the Steam Deck for 3.5 years, which is crazy to think about. But yeah. However, yeah, it's like, it would not be covered on the warranty. However, we can offer to perform the evaluation and replace the battery for you free of charge as a customer service gesture. Right? This has been out of warranty for 2.5 years. And they're like, we'll do it free of charge. We created an RMA in our system with a return label, but please disregard and do not use this label. Instead, wait for the special packaging material that will be delivered to your physical address. If you're in the US, you will have the correct shipping label. Obviously, no, they shipped it to Canada, whatever, cool. So I ended up getting mine in the beginning of July, first week of July. I postponed actually sending it back for like another week, just so I could test NTE on it and see how it performs. But yeah. And then you'll receive email notification once you receive the package. And like blah blah blah. Remove any items that were not included in the original purchase as possible. Remove micro SD cards, screen protectors, third-party components. They may not be in there. I never opened my Steam Deck up, so that's not something I had to do. But yeah, follow these instructions. It may cause processing delays, whatever. But yeah. They did not ask me to pay any shipping costs, by the way. So like, I had to ship it to the US, so it took a while for the thing to get back. But the other day, actually, they came in and sent me a new unit. They just gave me a new unit of the same thing I had. They didn't exactly replace the battery. They gave me a new unit, is what I ended up with. But yeah. That's basically what happened here. I ended up getting a new Steam Deck, which is nice. I'm still like slowly going through and like putting back all my old configurations and stuff that I had on it. Cause like I did a lot with it, cause I used it like crazy over the past 3 years. Well, 3.5 years, but yeah. But like, this is what happened. Right? Like, this is freaking like a Valve Steam customer support. Even the thing out of warranty, they're like, yeah, sure, no problem. We'll do it. We'll take care of it for you. Which is kind of crazy, because, like, these other guys won't do that shit. I remember when I was, like, when I was a kid, right? And it was, like, year 2012 or something. I had a launch model 3DS, back when it was the original price of $250 US. I had one of those. About a little bit after a year in, so after warranty, gone, 3DS stopped powering on. Like, it would have, like, it was bricked, but not quite. Like, I couldn't get, it wouldn't boot into, like, the main menu, but doing the trick to boot into a DS game would work fine. It was, like, stuck in a weird boot loop. And I wanted to RMA it and get it, fixed. I think it was something like failed system update over a spot pass or something. And the 3DS bricked itself. Right? So like, guess what, like, guess how much of a dick the guy on the Nintendo customer service was when I was like asking, fine, I'll just pay. But how much? But like, the amount they basically wanted me to pay was enough to buy a brand new 3DS. And I would have to pay for shipping. And like, at this point, the 3DS had its big price drop. It's around, I think it was like $150 or whatever. And around this time, actually, this was back when the time where like Canadian pricing for some of this stuff wasn't that far off from the American pricing. Where like, if you saw like $150 US, you were looking at like maybe 160 Canadian or something like that, is what you would be paying. Right, so this was like 13 years ago. Right, I wasn't even in like high school or anything yet. And they were, and the shit they were like trying to give me. I remember because like I had my mom with me, like we were talking to the guy in the customer service on the phone, going over the thing in there, trying to see the options or whatever. And like, yeah, they were just being pieces of shit. It is what it is, but like that is something I will never forget. Right? But yeah. But meanwhile, it's like, oh shit, I have a problem with my Steam Deck. Valve is like, yeah, no problem. We'll take care of it for you. Don't matter if it's been 3 years. More than. Alright, here we go.
View of the situation, or even sided with Nintendo, with many saying they understood why Nintendo had taken this action now. RTA in Japan started off as a small volunteer-run effort. However, over the past few years, it has grown into a large public event with major sponsors, and the organizers now registered as a general incorporation association with all the bureaucracy and responsibility that brings. The event's growing prominence is likely what made Nintendo sit up and take notice. Some commenters even said RTA in Japan should have been more responsible and proactively taken measures to ensure that they had Nintendo's permission to avoid disruption to speedrun events. Oh my god. I hate this corporate dick sucking.
Yep,
this should be a positive thing. That this small volunteer-run effort has grown into something that generates real meaningful change and help to charitable organizations.
Exactly.
This should be a celebration, not like a, well, you got too big, you should have known, you should have went and sucked on Nintendo's titties over there. Should have begged to be able to play those games there. You should have known. You're not allowed to just play games on the big screen and try and raise money for charity. That's illegal. And you know what? If Nintendo wants you to ask permission, fine. Why couldn't they have told you that months in advance so that way they could actually go through this process and have them present at the RTA in Japan as they have been for so many years previously? Clearly, June 13th wasn't enough time here. This is apparently a pretty long process. Why did they wait so long? Why not give them this notice at the start of the year or something? Why did they wait until there was no time left to possibly get the negotiations settled and get permission to have them played? Why did they wait so long? Why didn't they make that clear explicitly earlier? If this has become so big and it is already so known that Nintendo games are integral and have been woven deeply into the event, why wouldn't that have been made more clear to the organizers way before it was like at the deadline?
Over having
it doesn't make
characters,
sense.
yep.
It's just so
That's
unnecessary
Nintendo for
to
you,
begin
though.
with, by the way. I don't think there's any justification or excuse for it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. They are playing your games because they love them and they want to use them as a way of generating positive change in the world. I will never be able to wrap my noodle around the Nintendo perception of every player being an enemy. They treat everyone that touches their game as a threat to their company somehow. Unless you are playing that game privately in your own home at all times, you are viewed as like an actual adversary to them. If you play this game in like a public manner in any way, they will put you under the microscope. It doesn't make sense to me. This is a fucking charity event. Again, if Nintendo wants them to ask permission, fine, but maybe just have that be more of like a collaborative effort at that point. Like, hey, we'd really love if you asked us permission so that way we can be like a big part of this. We love what you're doing with this charity speedrunning event. We love that you love our games. Let us be a part of it. Just talk to us first. As opposed to be like, you need our permission for each individual game, and if not, you cannot have us there. We will come after you. Like, that is such a different tone. If they want this to be more collaborative with permission, fine. But give them that warning sooner, and then also, maybe, like, for this one, they could have been like, hey, I know we didn't tell you this in time. You can still play our games this time around. You'll get, like, our expedited permission for this, but just know, for the following event next year, we would like to go through, like, a deeper negotiation and work more together in order to ensure everything is fully authorized.
But now they're like, fuck
you didn't need to come in here with the fucking sledgehammer.
That's Nintendo, man.
It's a charity event. It should be something to be celebrated. And overall, it's just so pathetic from Nintendo here. Again, it's your games, sure, you can legally do this, but why do you want to be the biggest douchebag on the planet? They're just a bully. They are now bullying a non-profit charity speedrunning event. Unauthorized use of their games. They're just playing them. They are just playing your games while trying to raise money for a really good cause. What kind of company has an issue with that? They're not stepping on your toes or anything. They just love your games and want to play them, speedrun them, and raise money for a good cause. How does that not fit in line with the Nintendo MO of bringing
he just said what kind of company it is. It's Nintendo.
It's just crazy to me. And unsurprisingly, I've seen a lot of Nintendo drones defending this, as there always will be. There are people that will fight tooth and nail for the honor of Nintendo as they continuously get spit upon by the company, but they love that spit in their mouth. They live for that shit. They do all their PR for free. So there are people saying that it's not that big of a deal. This is a, you know, a legal thing, and, you know, they gotta ask permission if they want Nintendo games. They're not shutting them down. They're just saying, you need our permission to play those games. And I know I'm about to repeat myself, but it is just a point that needs to be made, like, strongly. There's, like, no real way to wiggle out of this checkmate here. If it isn't that big of a deal of, like, asking permission from Nintendo to play these games, why did they wait until there was no time left for RTA in Japan to get that permission?
Why
Why
they
wouldn't
waited
they
till
have
the
given
last
them this
minute?
warning, this notice, much sooner, so that way they could go through this entire process, go through this whole song and dance that Nintendo requires them to do? It does seem like there's a lot of moving parts to it. Why wouldn't they tell them this and get this going many months ago? This event has become big enough that clearly Nintendo is aware. They could have easily reached out to them and let them know much earlier this year. So that way they would have had time and they would have gotten the permission to be here. Instead, they waited until there was absolutely no time on the clock. They couldn't get the buzzer beater negotiations over the finish line. Thus, they just had to remove the Nintendo games or else face potential punishment. Like, I don't understand how anyone could look at this and think Nintendo's in the right here. Like, if they want you to have to ask permission, fine. But make that clear way in advance so that way they can do that. I don't think there's a strong defense for it. Now, I've made it clear I have no plans of buying Nintendo property again until this company has a drastic overhaul. I know, what a brave hero. But I keep getting asked, like, what do I think of DK Bonanza and all that? I think the game looks great. I have no plans of getting it. I don't have a Nintendo Switch 2. I have no plans of buying a Nintendo Switch 2. Even though I'm the biggest FromSoft fanboy there is, I am, like, so fucking deep, like, in the hypnotism that I must consume all FromSoft. Their upcoming Switch 2 exclusive game, Duskbloods, still not going to be getting it if Nintendo as a company doesn't change, or at least show that they're willing to work more with the community and go in a better direction. It's
The
shit
market,
like this is
everything just
exactly
sucks.
why. I can't stand it. It's so incredibly unnecessary. It's a speedrunning charity event. I find it so weird how successful companies have been at brainwashing people to side with them always. It's become very common for people to side with a corporation over an individual now. Now, granted, in this case, the speedrunning event, the charity event, is a company too, but it is a non-profit organization that solely is doing this to generate money for a charitable good cause, using products that they own to make a positive impact. And somehow people are still going against them, blaming them, saying that they were in the wrong, just because Nintendo said so. Because Nintendo reached out at the last minute saying, no, you can't play our games because you didn't get our permission, you need to get our permission, let's start. When there was no time to start and finish that negotiation.
Exactly.
Thus they had to get rid of those games, which are a big part of the event, apparently. I just don't know how people can be at this point where all of a sudden they look at that and be like, yeah, Nintendo was super right. It's just super weird to me. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya.
That's the world we live in, man. Right, but like, yeah, is what you expect, man. Nintendo have always been pieces of shit. I told you my story about my 3DS when I was a kid. And what happened with that. It is what it is. Nintendo is just big pieces of shit. Not super surprising that they're always going to be big pieces of shit. And that it's probably best to try to avoid supporting them as much as possible. Because they ain't worth the support, that's for sure. Okay. Yep, they always have been. And that's not gonna change. Yep, they don't give a— they never gave a damn in the first place. They never cared in the first place, let's be real. They never cared. Okay, so Regigigas can either have normalized or slow start. What the fuck? Either slow start or normalized, what the hell? They gave it a hidden ability. And it's slow start. Yep, they always been that way though. They've always been that way. Right, they've always been that way. It is what it is. But we got through our things here. Anything interesting that we might have missed? Let's see, anything cool in Cetus Cafe? I think we'd have to check the zoo. If there's any interesting things here. To not get banned. Oh boy. People talking about getting banned in the Bookwood Discord server. To be fair, anything could get you banned there. Alright. And they give free barber skin. Cool, I guess. Good for them. Damn. Sweetly got doxxed by Fob? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know, I don't pay attention to their shit, man. I don't pay attention to their shit. I get, like, outside of the shit that gets posted and shit sent to me and shared this way, I don't go digging for this crap. Beautiful and empty, damn. Oh, how the turntables or whatever. How the tables have turned. Now they going after thing now. After propping it up. That's crazy. Alright, that's crazy. Yeah, like, I don't either, man. Sometimes, though, we look at Mr. Cake Discord if there's anything interesting, but other than that, like, nah. It is what it is. Delusional. Sure, I don't know about this. I don't know about the Kekto line. I feel like you should slide that Kekto line up higher too. Alright, Bro, why are they having NT? Why are they talking about NT Code 9? They tried to download the game and started? Because the freaking test ended. What the hell? Someone tried to download the freaking NT test after it was over. What the hell? That's Pepega. The only fear for Lua is for me now that it becomes a 5-star only gacha. Well, if you see the latest leak from Step Leaker, you will get a total of 13 female 5-stars and 1 male 5-star, and 1 more 4-star male. Damn. Step Leaker have agenda to make Lua look bad? I don't think so. I highly doubt it. Like, the thing is, like, if you're trying to, like, farm attention from leaking stuff, you don't want your leaks to be false or anything like negative or whatever. The reason why you wouldn't want to is because then no one will believe you. Especially if you want to try to be, like, pass yourself off as, like, a reliable source. Like, no. Why would they have agenda there? It would make no sense. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, Western media is cooked because it always incentivizes the disingenuous and rage baiting stuff. Yep. I mean, we're in the zoo. We're in the zoo channel looking at it. This is the zoo. This is the zoo. Right, we're always manipulating it, surely. Surely it's all manipulation. And not their weird delusional copium take. That are trying to help them justify some weird behavior from them. It's like we're freaking mocking them because we know they're gonna screenshot it. Yeah, go in. We need to fill it up with stuff because it's like mostly dead outside of when it gets sent stuff to react to on the list. Anything else interesting here? Yeah, it's just like mostly goes to general or whatever anyways. I do wonder what the hell's going on with an anthem though. Now that we scrolled up to like where people are mentioning it, it's like what the hell's going on with that? They've been like, where have they been? Oh yeah, I need to try the new Pal World shit. I still need to. I haven't touched it in like a year. I don't have the old server anymore though. Yeah, they knew they bought VIP ticket with their own money. Doesn't read China him showing pass multiple times to staff, they have no idea. They passed as a basic one. They only offered a free entry ticket, not even the VIP ticket. They had to go buy their ticket, imagine. Bruh. Why are we looking at these airship things? These blimps. Okay. And then there's people cosplay in there, I guess. What do you mean? Close the tab and go to the server but no change? That's weird. That is weird. You sure you don't have my server in there? The verification thing? Are you in there? Which one's you? This you? Is this you? Okay, there you go. Welcome. You're in now. Easy. You're in now. Anything else interesting here? We just scroll through. Nah, it's not pay to win move. I'm probably gonna figure out how to like redo some of the stuff in the server. Because that old thing just doesn't work anymore. That verification thing doesn't work properly most of the time. The hell is this? Holy war, what the hell is this shit? Boxes spit in, okay. Monopoly players. The first time you found out you can cosplay as a piano, I don't know why you would want to cosplay as a piano, man. Yeah, Japanese gachas are way more brutal. That's for sure. They're like, thank God Tensor reminded them things that they're talking about. Blue Protocol, who knows, man? But yeah. I don't know, I thought that's fine. The video was 2 weeks ago? Yeah, he's still shill for the game. Okay. We'll see what happens when Blue Protocol start Resonance, though. And Dero from GBF, from Granblue? I don't know, man. I never touched it, man. I mean, like, let's just say this, right? Like, comparison is the killer of joy. And, like, I tend to compare all types of games with all types of games regardless of monetization model. Right? For me personally. There's a reason why, like, I don't bother touching the vast majority of these gacha games. Because there are literally dozens, if not hundreds of other games I'd rather play instead. That are in similar genres just without the bullshit. Yeah, I know that, like, yeah, and then they also had the, they have the Spark stuff too, right? Where you can buy the thing. I don't play it, but, like, I heard about that stuff. But yeah. I mean, Japanese game, man. Well, you know how they are. We've only scrolled back one day here, wait. And we're still going through this shit. Cake time. Damn, okay. Looking better than Genshin Balloon, okay. We found an early access gacha game where they combine Nikkei cover shooting with Vampire Survivor buffs. I see. What the hell is this? They better fuck the buckle up because Tegtard and Saint Tontard are brigading Enfield. Oh boy, are they actually? Let's see, search the image with Google. Oh no, wait. This is an actual real thumbnail.
Oh, alrighty, ladies and...
Oh fuck, it is. He goes here. Yeah. I wouldn't say gacha ruined open worlds. This is false. This is not gacha ruined open worlds, man. It's that these game developers are fucking lazy. And they're just making copy-paste rip-off Ubisoft garbage for the open worlds, but being even less than that. I thought it was like a joke. I didn't realize it was actually real. I searched it up and then it's like, oh fuck, it's real. Yeah, we're not gonna give him the view though. We click off immediately. We're not looking at it. Okay, they modded the thingy there. We'll see, man. But like, yeah, honestly, like, if they're gonna put stuff like, where you can, like, have it so you can just copy someone else's factory stuff, so you don't have to do that shit yourself, they should honestly give me the option to skip every and all combat encounters if they're gonna let some people skip all of the base building crap. With that logic, honestly, like... I mean, the reality is the thing I did the most in Enfield beta was the factory shit. Like, at some point you want a skip button for combat, man. Bro, the main reason why I even got, like, back when I played Genshin, a C6 Yai Miko was because I wanted to AFK combat because I was tired of it. I got a C6 Yai because I wanted to AFK combat. Because I was done. Like, I didn't want to deal with it anymore because I was tired of it. Yeah. No, AAA Studios, exactly. AAA Studios ruined open worlds. No, and then the gacha games copied the garbage open worlds. What you see in stuff like Genshin and WoW is exactly what you will see. Actually, no, it's a downgraded version of what you will see in something like the newer Assassin's Creed games. It's a significantly downgraded version of that. That's what you'll see. And, like, those were already bad. Like, people give those games shit. But then they give the freaking gacha games a pass. You just full on drop your stuff and walk away, I know. No, that's what I would do, right? I would, like, use, like, a movement thing. I would put in, Yai in there, then I would put in Sayu. I would also put in Kazuha in case I needed the double jump, and then Yelan. I would just set up the turrets and then run away. Or roll away, whatever. But, like, yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. The hell is this? Oh wait, no, that's just an old Gotcha Enjoyer video. Do you respect your time? What is this?
Do you respect your time? I'm asking you these questions because a lot of the times when I'm scrolling through reviews of games, especially if those are open worlds, I keep reading this sentence: the game doesn't respect your time. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a hot take here, but I don't think in most of the games that's the case. Hola, this is Ox, and welcome for the first time, or hey, welcome back. I mean, don't get me wrong, I also hate when a game has a pointless grind that is very unfun to do. Like when you put MMORPG mechanics on a single player game. Because most of those mechanics just work even if you are playing alone an online game. The idea of being part of a living world that is in constant movement, and just being one cogwheel in the whole machine that is the game working out. And the reason why a lot of them are not focused on PvP is because it makes meritocracy actually rewarding. Wait, wait, I read that sentence out loud and that doesn't sound right. These games have a lot of luck attached to it due to the drop rates and whatnot, so I guess it's the idea of meritocracy more like they sell you rather than actual meritocracy. Because simply, if you repeat the same task over and over and so on, there will be a point in which you will get it. But certainly, like on execution, a lot of times, like the first time you do it, it's just more luck than actually meritocracy itself. Anyways, let's go back to the video. It doesn't really matter if you're doing the most tedious and boring task ever seen in the humankind. It's more than likely, if not guaranteed, that you will get your reward. Something that, if we put it on perspective, makes sense why people hate games like League of Legends so much. Because it's both addictive, but at the same time, the general opinion, including me, tends to be that you feel like your time is being kidnapped in a lot of those matches. I mean, yeah, it's pretty painful. And we can fight about it, whether it's a skill issue or not, but the skill expression is something that I want to leave out for another video. The more I play video games, the more I realize that it really depends on who you ask if a game actually respects your time or not. Final Fantasy XIV is one of my most played games ever, and I'll be honest, I don't feel like it respects my time nor my money nowadays. That's why you're not seeing footage of the game actually, because I'm not gonna pay my subscription for it, even if I want to actually go back and play. And I can discuss for hours if the game is in a good state or not, but at the end of the day, action speaks more than words. Especially on newer games or live service. I don't pay a video game for the legacy or the promise of what it will be. I pay for the current state.
Exactly. I'm playing it for what I'm playing it for, not playing it for what it will be. And when it's not going to be what I want it to be, I'm gone.
If a game current state has been the same for years without changes that I find interesting or positive, and the community is so stubborn to even have any type of discussion about the game state, even if you are not criticizing why they are playing in the first place, it makes you not want to interact with that game, because that's the opposite of a welcome video game community, closer into being a cult. You know when you have that weird feeling that someone might take something you just said very personally when it's not for them? I think I just had one of those moments right now, I can't lie. For the longest time, I thought Assassin's Creed Odyssey was a terrible game. Mostly cause everything related with the franchise itself in that game is so out of touch and makes no sense. But when you play it for what it is, an adventure game in ancient Greece, it's actually pretty good. But I still don't like it. After cleaning the third bandit camp entirely, yeah, I get bored. But if it's something you enjoy doing, go, cause you're gonna have a lot of it. There are a lot of things that a game can do to artificially make your time don't feel respected when you are playing it. Between unnecessary timers, very long travels, questionable matchmaking algorithms, battle pass with filler content, time-gained events with very long tasks, lack of checkpoints or even limited points of saving your game located in areas inside of it instead of wherever you want, and shameless YouTubers that ask you to leave a like and subscribe. I'm sure you can think a lot of games that do any of this that I'm talking about. Things that, funny enough, are also the reason why some people like those stuff in the games you play. And I'm not even talking about multiplayers or modern ones. I mean, I love retro games, but bruh, they grab your time, punch it against the wall, till the only sign you will see will be the fake sunlight of those painted sailors in Las Vegas. And you don't know about it because likely you grew up using saving states. What, don't you think I don't know about emulators too? You don't appreciate a lot of the quality of life stuff we have nowadays till you go back and play a lot of the older ones how they used to be played. This is not me telling you should play the games the way they were intended. This is more like just trying to make a point here. Remember that I asked you if you respect your time? Well, the thing is, a lot of the games to keep you engaged and entertained need to put some of the things you hate that I mentioned to unify those contents you love sometimes and to keep the game ongoing.
This is only mostly for live service that have these problems though.
A long timer you hate, maybe it's the perfect opportunity for another person to work on another task or do something else while they wait. That very questionable matchmaking you dislike, is what other people take as a challenge to become better than the system. I guess it's what they say, one man trash is another man's treasure. But with this, I'm not trying to say that you should stand it or like it. What I'm trying to say is that there is a reason. But if you hate it so much, it's okay to know when to stop playing that thing you hate. Weird World is a fantastic open world racing game with a ton of quests to do, races to pick, stuff to find when you explore, and a very interesting story pack in just a few hours. The first half. Because the second half of that game, it's so bad that I don't think I can even describe it without breaking the YouTube censorship. What a time to be on internet, huh? Will I ever see the credits of that game? No. And that's okay. If I wanna see the ending, I will watch it on YouTube because I respect my time. I'm more than comfortable to putting out a game whenever I want and whenever I can pause it. Even when I make impressions about that game for this channel. Simply because it's my opinion, and without making up lies and how I feel about the game, I will just say it no matter what I feel like it. If you don't respect your time or yourself in general, no one else will do it for you. If you're doing something on a game that is terrible and you don't think that the reward is gonna be worth it enough for that, stop doing it, especially if it was listed on your backlog. My list of favorite games of all time is kind of packed with a few open world games, and the side quests in those are full of fetch quests that a lot of people hate. And usually in other games, those type of quests is something that I would critique myself too. But I know they are there to add more context to the world you are, exploration and just content for a game to make it feel alive. I'm very picky when it comes to survival games because I usually just tend to prefer games that allows you to be creative in what you do rather than surviving, because those games just gonna suck your soul and time with micromanaging everything just to see what more the game has to offer. If you are playing an online game like an MMO and other people rely on you to do stuff you hate and you don't seem anywhere near to be having fun anytime soon, just let it go and let them know so they can catch up. They are gonna eventually find someone else that doesn't hate doing what you do. I wonder how many people thought about Frozen when I said let it go. If you are playing a single player game, even easier. Just stop doing that or play the game entirely and watch it on YouTube or pause it for the future.
Exactly.
Maybe with a break, you're gonna enjoy it more later, I don't know. It's always so interesting to me when people want a game for basically a lifetime when they are not really prepared to stand the boring parts of it. Not to mention the amount of hype that will fade out over time for playing a game with that expectative. So let me ask you again one more time. Do you respect your time? Do you know when to stop playing a game you hate? Do you know the difference between a mechanic being there to make you waste your time and just a reason for you to keep playing the game, but you just don't like it? Demir, I will still consider that games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla is still a disservice of my time, at least nowadays. Who knows, maybe in the future my opinion will change. But no, I didn't mean obviously, I said that was actually a good game. But at the end of the day, it's just not about whether the game respects your time. It's about whether you do. You get to choose what's worth it, not some checklist, not a subreddit, not that one guy on Twitter with the anime profile who calls everyone a loser for playing the game you love, and not the YouTuber you're listening right now on your second screen while you grind something you're not even enjoying. So the next time a game starts wasting your time, ask yourself, am I still having fun? If the answer is no, maybe that's all you need to know. Thanks for watching, and hey, if you feel like I respected your time with this video, just leave a like, and hopefully I'll see you the next time.
And there we go, that one, good one. Good video there, I guess. But yeah, there's that one. Anything else there or nah? Are they just talking about old stuff in here? I know, right? It's like, how much copium do you need to have, man? Right? And it's just like, oh, yeah, no, never mind. No copium, man. Copium free zone. If you need to rely on it, it's time to stop. Right? That's just where that's where I'm at. But yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But like, yeah, what do you expect? we out of the stuff in here? Shit, I guess we are. We out of stuff again, because it's like so dry now. Damn, they got that big inflation? Good. That's what they get for praising this shit like crazy and acting like it's the second coming of Jesus. Yeah, fuck. You know, let's try monotype bug. A bug type only challenge. Actually, the main reason why is like there's a bug type I want to get candies for because they seem like they'd be really useful for later. Do I have any interesting bug types to use though? Do, 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 do. Fuck, I'm already out of slots. Wait, I don't have anything like it's cheap enough to fit in? Wait, that one gets honey gather too? That's at 40, it gets honey gather. Yeah, because honey gather is like a great passive to have. It's like, it gets it as a passive. Interesting. Look, you fuse a honey gather with another honey gather, you get double the honey gather. A Rabombi can be like another pickup honey gather mon. No, I'll do a regular thing then. Who do I want to put in the team then? That one's a pickup mon. Poke Rogue. There you go, you can see the title right there. You can play it from your web browser. You can play it in your web browser, Poke Rogue. It's a roguelike Pokemon thing. I have almost all the Pokemon unlocked. I'm still missing a couple though. I'm trying to think, what do I want to use in my setup here? Regigigas could be funny if, thing. Normalize Regigigas. Like, this would be useless though until you can get Scrappy on it though, so you can actually hit stuff. It seems like it'd be funny though. Regigigas was normalized is the other way to nerf him. Wait, Victini just starts off with V-Crate? That's crazy. That's a setup I want to try. That I haven't beaten the thing with. But like ideally, like if you can get a flash fire. Wait, what else has flash fire? I'm gonna just check the Pokerogue decks. Oh, what has flash fire? The flash fire is steel type. If you can get like flash fire on like a steel fairy type, you basically get to wall a lot of things from fusing. Heatran plus like a primary fairy type is just crazy. It goes crazy because that's flash fire. Yeah, it's the only one that has flash fire. Heatran's like the only one that gets flash fire. Oh, that's only got that thing. I could farm Manaphy. Manaphy stuff. Wild Bolt Storm. The hell, it gets freaking Okay, I did not expect it to get Wild Bolt Storm. It gets the Thunderous move. Has the ability Hydration, so like it'll heal itself if you can get Primordial Sea on it. I need 15 candies for that though. That's a lot of candies. Wait, that thing has 30 as well. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I want to farm for a Bombi. That thing I want to farm for a bit. Oh, these are some like really old runs I had. I don't really think I care for these old runs anymore. These ones didn't even go that far. Now that I think about it. Oh, here, let me unmute the thing. Yeah, I mean, there's like nothing to do right now, man. We're just farming already, kinda, yeah. There's all because there's drops, man. We getting those drops farmed. Yeah, at least we get something, man. Alright, let's see, yeah. Nothing good there. Too bad these things aren't shiny. We got a volcano Pokemon just erupted. No, you don't get that. Very fair. Right, we're just gonna... Wait, that gets well-baked body. I think well-baked body gives a... Wait. I feel like I could have gone with a different approach now that I think about it. If I can get a Fido and fuse it with a different steel type, I won't have to use Etran. I would need something with Earth Eater though. Right. Because I forgot, well-baked body also gives a fire immunity. Well-baked body. They get a defense boost instead. And like Dodgebun can have it. It's a 2-cost one. For like a bulky one. If like I did like a Dodgebun plus Registeel. Okay, I gotta make a new run. Alright, where's Registeel? Gigaton Hammer, Metal Claw, this. Alright, we have that there. Do I have it? Wait, it has some of those moves as well. Interesting. Get high horsepower. Sizzly slide. It also guarantees a burn. Oh damn. Yeah, okay, we having that there. Adding cutie fly then. Alright, we're going after here. No, I think we go after this one first then. Get that one done. And then... Cause I can work on Cutie Fly later. Because, like, if I can get, like, the fusion of those things in there, but, like, a shiny of these ones would be nice. Alright, we have 8 now. What are we fitting in the last pieces of our slots then? Alright, because we have 3 tier 3 shinies. Alright, we can only fit another tier 3 shiny in here. What do I want in here? That one has pickup, but I mean, I think it'd be nice to have another thing that can be offensive. We'll go with... This one could be good depending on the moves. Low kicks could be interesting. I think Dragapult's a bit better though, it's a bit more flexible. Alright, let's see. We need to get... Oh, this gets Stone Axe? Okay. So this thing at least has a use for setting up hazards. Alright, let's see. Ultra Ball. Fido. Can I get recovery too? I think this thing could be interesting. Alright, I need to get Fido Candy. The bug catching contest? What about the Gen 4 version in Heart Gold Soul Silver? That one's a lot better, that version of the bug catching contest. The remake versions. I see. Emulator time then? Alright, let's see. Yeah, just try emulator, man. Emulator Pog. Gigaton Hammer time. If I could get, there is one move I want to get though. I want Salt Cure, but I wouldn't have been walled by the thing if I could get Salt Cure. Salt Cure. But like, who gets Salt Cure? I know Smeargle can get it as a regular Egg move. Corsola gets it. Wait, the Aggron line gets Salt Cure. Interesting. They get Salt Cure and they get Earth Eater as a passive. They're also a 3 cost. Okay. So like, it'd be ideal to like, for Endless to get like, a really good Aggron. With like Aeron with Salt Cure. I need like tier 3 shiny Aeron though. I'd want a tier 3 shiny Aeron. I'm like looking at the decks. Yeah, because tier 3, it'll end up being like a cost 1 when it's maxed out. And like, primary steel type. So like, it'll get to, and it has like a mega form. Which is cool, I guess, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, actually it does, because then I get the stats from that thing. It gets to keep Earth Eater for the Earthquake immunity, for the ground type immunity. And then if I was to fuse it with like a Fido, it would like, if it gets hit by a fire move, its body presses will hit harder. Yeah, Mega Aggron will be crazy. Like if you fuse, oh wait, no, not Mega Aggron. Because then you lose Earth Eater from passive. Just regular Aggron. And then you would just be soul curing everything. That could be crazy. That was the eggs I got. Alright, then I send out Fido. Send out Registeel. Oh, both of those resist bug. Let me send this thing out. Send out Registeel. Now that's burned. Alright, let's see. Oh, lure. Alright, how many? Okay, that one has 7. That has 36. I need to get that to 40 to reduce its cost. And Loki killed it, of course. I'm gonna try a different thing then. Gen 3, what's my Aeron looking at then? Where is Aeron? Oh wait, no, that one had Steely Spirit as its passive. Aeron is which one? Fuck, where is that Pokemon? Oh, here. Yeah, that one gets Earth Eater. And it starts off as a 3 cost. That could be potentially easier to work on with. Because it's a lower cost one. Too bad I don't have a shiny Aeron. If only it was shiny. If only. Oh crap, never mind though, it's like already 7. I think we'll just end off here anyways. I just realized it's like it's gonna be 7 in the morning in like a few more minutes. So we'll just go back to sleep mode for AFK stream again. For drops. Right. It's not like there was like much of anything else. Even though I was like gone for like 2 days or whatever. There was basically nothing going on, man. We basically missed like nothing. Even with all the shit there. Right, like there was basically nothing. No new funny news or whatever at all anyways as well. So yeah. This is where we end off then for now. Right. As usual though guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night and we'll just keep the thing for AFK drops. I'll see you guys tonight. We'll probably do Infinity Nikki stuff as well. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.